Volume 2. Chapter 101 Checklist, Part 2. Chapter 101, Episode 101, Checklist, Part 2. Chapter 35. Checklist, Part 2. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 4. Where are they now? Namchang Station has been cleared. Namchang Station. With this situation, they are going to get here within half an hour. At the report of the subordinate, Lieutenant Colonel Kang Jae-wook, the commander of the newly built armored hunting battalion under the 8th Mechanized Infantry Division, turned his head back. There was a vast expanse of sea in that direction. It was a cool sea. It was a sea that opened his mind. However, the appearance of the sea did not come into the eyes of Lieutenant Colonel Kang. All he could see was the buildings that had the sea in front of them, huge concrete masses with round roofs. Stay as long as you can. The Kori nuclear power plant produced the largest amount of electricity of the Korean nuclear power plants, and it would have the largest number of victims when it was destroyed. Stay as long as you can anyway. Yes. Now it was the place Lieutenant Colonel Khan had to protect. Damn it. At this moment, Lieutenant Colonel Khan felt deep despair and nervousness. I did not expect that I would be assigned to the Kori nuclear power plant. Jang Sun-hoon tried to secure two things during the large-scale change, after the disappearance of the Tripitaka Koreana. One objective was the Gyeongbu Expressway, and the other was the 3 nuclear power plants built along the East Sea coastline. There was no guarantee that those who had burned the Tripitaka Koreana would leave the nuclear power plants alone. Jang delegated everything to Colonel Lim Hyunjun, and Colonel Lim, who felt the urgency of the situation, moved all his spare troops. After crossing the Taebaek mountain range, Lim moved along the coastal road by the East Sea and forced a way to reach the nuclear power plant through repeated battles with fierce monsters. So, starting with the Ulsan nuclear power plant, they passed the Wolsan nuclear power plant and eventually reached the final destination, the Kori nuclear power plant. The problem was at this moment. There's no other way, we can't get support for more than 2 hours. At present, about 1,000 monsters, including a green-grade monster, were approaching the Kori nuclear power plant at a rapid pace. There was no way to stop the monsters. But we have to stop it. Lieutenant Colonel Khan couldn't give up. When the Kori nuclear power plant collapsed, the Gyeongsang area would become a land of death. The blow would be beyond description. The hope of Korea, which had just been gained and had just become a flame instead of a mere candle, would be inevitably shaken. He did not want to condone it. He did not want to tarnish the hope that had begun to grow in such desperate days, and he would not tolerate the destruction. Get all our troops together. Yes. And take out all forces around the nuclear power plant. So, at this moment, Kang made an extreme choice. What do you mean ? The target of the monsters is not the nuclear power plant, but people. If there is nobody near the Kori nuclear power plant, there is no reason for the monsters to attack the Kori nuclear power plant. Ah! The order made the subordinate soldier gasp, and then he clamped his mouth shut. He felt bitter despair. However, the fact that there was no clear way to protect the nuclear power plant did not even allow him to question it. The man raised his hand and saluted. It was now to defend to the last. Thump! At that moment, something dropped down behind them with a heavy sound. Subordinate and commander turned to look at him in shock and sudden fright. Report to me about the situation. 5. Oh wow! The howling of the multicolored giant wolf began to flow through the mountains. The flowing howling wrapped around various kinds of wolf monsters that were constantly descending the mountains. Kuhong, Kuhong! The madness began to flutter in the eyes of the wolf monsters wrapped in the howling. Oh wow! The wolf, with its colorful fur, once again let out a long howling. This time, the wolf monsters ran even faster, just like a car that had already reached its limit had triggered a booster. Oh wow! The master of this mysterious howling was none other than a witch wolf. It was a monster with green eyes, a monster who knew how to sound a howling with a mysterious magic to it, not a simple howling as its name suggested. Of course, it was also a monster that showed its presence when conducting a pack rather than when it was acting alone. Under the witch wolf were a variety of wolf monsters, numbering over 1,000. It was a nightmare that could turn a small city into a grave within a day or two. Shoot! Don't stop and shoot! It was hard to resist such monsters. Hold on! Stop, please stop! Moreover, the fear of the witch wolf hit their enemies hard, although it gave its forces a stronger ability. Fear. There were not many people who could keep moving in front of the widespread fear. Those who were merely shivering were in better condition. Kuhak. Vomit. Just spit it out. Breathe. Those with low energy levels were also convulsed or breathless, falling to the ground. It was hard to find anyone who could do his job. On the other hand, there was no surplus force for the monsters who gained strength from the howling of the witch wolf. Kuhong, Kuhong. The racing wolves did not feel pain, nor did they feel fatigue. Instead, those only felt a thirst for blood, and still had a terrible drive even if their limbs were cut off. They were devils. It was a candle in front of the storm, anyone could see it. A group of wolves led by the witch wolf was a storm, and the armored hunting battalion facing them was a candle. It was one man who changed that fact. Thump! As always, Kim Tae-hoon appeared in the sky and landed on the ground. But there was something different than usual this time. So you. Kim was wearing a thick thorn armor made of ice, a thorn armor that reminded them of the shell of a durian fruit. It was a lot more impressive than his usual look. Especially the thorn armor helmet, the black eye shining within, was at a level that could be expressed as super impressive. KRRRR. Of course, the witch wolf was wary of Kim's appearance, but it didn't run away. It was proud, the pride of a monster with green eyes, and running was not allowed. It was unacceptable to show its tail in front of a human being. That was the pride of the witch wolf. While the witch wolf grew vigilant and hostile, Kim raised the thorns of his ice thorn armor. So you. The thorns of the ice thorn armor had now become long and sharp enough to remind them of daggers, all from the new ability he got. He did not get the same ability as the ice blast explosion that Freezer showed after its body turned into thorns. Therefore, he used a different ability. Rumbling. The ability acquired from the Gamecock, Anger Soaring, was activated in Kim's ice thorn armor. Of course, the ice thorn armor wrapped around him shattered and mixed with the explosion created by the Anger Soaring. The explosive power could not be compared with the destructive power that Anger Soaring had showed so far. It was like a massive fragmentation bomb going off. Qua 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 qua. The fragments of ice thorn armor mixed with the explosion of the Anger Soaring cut, smashed, and penetrated through everything. The thorns of the ice thorn armor did not stop after simply scarring. There was a curse on the ice thorn that made it impossible to repair, cure and recover the wounds. Kahong! The body of the witch wolf, which was closest to the explosion, was left full of holes at once. The color of its fur began to turn red. Oh wow! But the witch wolf did not fall. It let out another howling, even with the ice thorns in its body. Its wounds began to heal, and the pain began to fade rapidly. It was a spell. The spell took away the fear of the witch wolf and replaced it with anger. As the fear was great, the anger that filled the place was also huge, as the pain was great. Kwang! The witch wolf threw out the roar of a wounded beast, not a howling, toward Kim Tae-hoon. But at this moment, Kim did not listen to the sound. He was listening to the beating of its heart. It is near the neck. When he heard the sound, he painted a picture of 3 swords from above, each stabbing the heart of the witch wolf from different directions. Swish! And the picture became real. 6 == Basic abilities. Strength, 702. Health, 689. Special abilities. Energy, B+ rank. Mana, B+ rank. Telekinesis, A+ rank. Defense, B+ rank. Mana resistance, B+ rank. Achieved abilities. Ice Thorn Armor, Grade 3 consumes mana to produce Ice Thorn Armor. Anything stabbed by the thorns of the Ice Thorn Armor is cursed and its ability to recover is greatly weakened. Howling of the Witch Wolf, Grade 4. With the power of the Witch Wolf, it gives magical power to the howling. When using howling, it removes elements that are harmful to the allies and user, and it increases their basic abilities. Kim turned his head after he looked at the back of his right hand, seeing a group approach. It was Lieutenant Colonel Yu and his men. They came up to him and saluted him immediately. After receiving the salute, he said, "You can speak freely. I haven't seen you in a long time, but I think you have changed a lot." Lieutenant Colonel Yu and his men were dressed in black Special Forces uniforms and looked like the Grim Reaper. "I think Lieutenant Colonel Yu Dae-hyun has changed a lot. Since the role has changed, I should change. When will you start? You've already set the stage, there's no reason to waste time. I'll do it right away." And in fact, they came here to replace the role of the Grim Reaper. We can't just let the soldiers who exploited the people for their own benefit, abused them, and even slaughtered them, go, at least if Korea is a country. Lieutenant Colonel Yu was not an awakener. Therefore, he could not be a hunter who fought against monsters, even if he had a great deal of ability to command. The role which Kim had given him was to deal with people who were monsters. Inspection. It was the role of Lieutenant Colonel Yu to punish the corrupt practices that took place within Korean territory. Kim gave him enormous power to inspect, ranging from military to civilian. Furthermore, the current force Lieutenant Colonel Yu could show off to soldiers was enormous. It was a war situation. In wartime, the military's corruption and unfair practices would not end up in jail or a fine mixed with suspended sentences. Summary trial. The tip of the sword of Lieutenant Colonel Yu was ready to cut the heads of the top officers of the 2nd Operations Command. There will be a lot to do. Punishment of the ugly, inhumane acts of the 2nd Operations Command would begin. A lot, a little bit, that's not important. It's important to root out the poisonous plant this time. Of course, he would not defend anyone who had committed billions of dollars worth of corruption for a living. Please deal with it properly. I have to leave Korea for a while, so don't leave any room while I'm away. Kim was hoping so, too. You won't be in Korea? Lieutenant Colonel Yu was surprised at Kim's answer. What does that mean? Are you leaving Korea for a while? Others might not know, but if it was Kim, the story would be different. Right now, the Republic of Korea was able to come here thanks to a man named Kim Tae-hoon. His absence was not a hole easily filled. I'm going to Japan. At the answer, Lieutenant Colonel Yu was able to calm down, with only a little bit of surprise. He knew that Major General Lee Ki-soo had borrowed Japan's power to check Kim Tae-hoon and the Mac Guild. Lieutenant Colonel Yu himself was the one who had captured and interrogated Colonel Jang Soguk, the closest subordinate of Lee Ki-soo. Furthermore, he had learned that the Japanese ninjas were responsible for burning the Tripitaka Koreana. Kim's trip to Japan would be enough. For revenge? The point was why. Lieutenant Colonel Yu now thought that Kim was going to Japan to pay back what he had suffered in revenge. Obviously, revenge was important. Even more so, if one is a soldier. If one shows mercy after the enemy's attack, one will have only a stronger attack to come back to. After all, an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. But now, it was definitely a matter of weighing the scales enough to accept Kim's absence in return for his revenge on Japan. Of course, it's also for revenge. Kim was well aware of the fact. Had it been just for revenge, Kim would not have headed to Japan right away. Well, in other words, there was a reason besides revenge. But what's more important than revenge is to deprive Japan of all its power. What he was after was all Japan had. Do you mean its relics, by all its power? The relics are also included. Is there anything else besides the relics? When asked that by the Lieutenant Colonel Yu, Kim answered with a question. How would they come if China were to pursue power and attack South Korea? It's Lieutenant Colonel Yu, who stopped speaking for a while, put his thoughts together and answered. It is hard to get through the land. The military strength in Korea is enormous. If our army is in front of the entrance to the Korean peninsula in a situation where an air force is not available, it will be impossible for them to use a human wave strategy. If the commander of the Chinese army is not an idiot, he will attempt a landing via the sea. Korea's naval capability is at a low level compared to China. After speaking, Lieutenant Colonel Yu realized that he had answered Kim's question correctly. Do you intend to deprive Japan of its naval forces? Kim did not answer, because he didn't have to give a definite answer. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 102, Any Room, Part 1. Chapter 102, Episode 102, Any Room, Part 1. Chapter 36. Any Room, Part 1. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 1. August 13th. 8 months after the emergence of the monsters, Korea was still full of monsters and ruins. Among the broken buildings, no straight building could be found, the roads were still graveyards of cars, and a lot of people were suffering from the water shortage, not to mention not being able to wash their hands. On the other hand, monsters were still threatening humans, hiding themselves in every corner or building their own territories. There seemed to be little change in the gruesomeness of reality. However, the sense of despair, which was felt not just by the eyes, but also the body, was clearly different from the past. On December 31, 2016, a blaze of hope was ignited in some cities in South Korea, where there was nothing but despair. Among them, the hottest place was Bucheon. Previously, this small city, which was just sandwiched between Seoul and Incheon, was now the hottest city in South Korea. There were many reasons. Having more solar power plants than any other city enabled a stable electricity supply, the nation's most advanced healthcare system, and the infrastructure of living was better than any other city, and crime rates were the lowest. Most of all, there was something else in Bucheon City. That's the headquarters of the Mac Guild. Looking at the flag of the Mac Guild there, it looks like this is the safest place in South Korea. The headquarters of the Mac Guild, in what was once Bucheon City Hall, made Bucheon the hottest city. Naturally, the nation's people gathered in Bucheon City. We sell a yellow-grade monster leather. You can trade with monster stones anytime. We're looking for clan members. All awakeners are welcome. We're looking for party members to join in the hunt for monsters. It's a starfish clan party. The awakeners who had gathered there made Bucheon a hotter city through their activities in Bucheon. Monsters' bodies were traded here and there, and such traded bodies were made into items in the workshops. The items were the basis for hunting stronger monsters when held in the hands of the crowded awakeners. A virtuous circle was formed to kill stronger monsters. It was the Mac Guild who fueled such a virtuous cycle. Did you hear that? I heard the Mac Guild will release lots of relics this time. The Mac Guild did not want their possessions to rot in a safe. Oh, I heard the story. There are rumors that they will release the relics that they gained from Gyeongju. According to the rumors, the items made from the hair of the gamecock are finally being auctioned, and there are also the elite goods made by Park Kapsu and his disciples. There's a rumor that they are more powerful than a few relics. There will be some great things. I'll have to pack up the monster stones. It will be hard for an individual to get a successful bid at an auction. The top clans are holding hands before this Mac Guild auction, it's going to be a huge deal. The relics wanted to find their masters and become weapons to hunt monsters. For that reason, the Mac Guild auctioned off items made using relics and monsters they had hunted. For the hunters, it was basically the only place where they could get powerful weapons without bleeding for them. This auction will be more intense than ever because it's a place where the clans can show their strength. They can show their loyalty to the Mac Guild. Furthermore, the Mac Guild-sponsored relic auction was now a place where the clans of the Mac Guild, whose numbers now exceeded 100, could display their strength. It was not just an immature struggle. The powerful clans will have a lot of rights now. In the world of monsters, the hunter groups in the clan had no choice but to exercise absolute influence. It was no wonder that a community was formed around such a clan. Talented engineers and talented people who wanted to receive protection and support gathered under the talented hunters. The community that combined in that way showed great performance in the process of restoring the infrastructure of the Republic of Korea, which had obviously collapsed. If they are smart, they'll have to realize that this is a historic opportunity. That meant a great deal. In the land of Gangnam, which no one dared to approach and where the monsters were overflowing in the ruins and the buildings, if someone built a building, who would be the owner of the building? It would be hard for the old owner of the building to claim full rights to the new building. What if they recaptured an area full of monsters and rebuilt a city there, not just a building or two? In Korean history, those who had taken the opportunity before and after the Korean War became a power, becoming the chaebol who controlled the Republic of Korea. Therefore, they could not help but know what to do now to get wealth and power in the next 10 years. The Mac Guild's auction made many people boil up. There was one more event that attracted attention as such an auction. This time there is a new recruitment announcement for a hunter. Really? Where is it this time? Hunter recruitment notice. It was a notice that the Mac Guild was recruiting volunteers to hunt high-grade monsters that were hard to hunt with the power of just a clan or small party. An ambitious clan or party competitively applied because it could then hunt powerful monsters, and could get a stake in the monsters. Above all, the participation rate of parties that wanted to be a clan recognized by the Mac Guild was higher than ever. It was a true gateway. The moment they climbed up, there was a chance they could be a top clan. Let's see, Huck. But this time the story was different. This hunting spot is Yuri-san, isn't it? Yuri-san. If they were Koreans, they cannot help but know that Yuri-san was the representative mountain of Korea, next to Amnahala and Imdasiarak, and better known than either. Yuri-san? Wait, what if it's Yuri-san? The realm of the golden horn spider, a blue-grade monster. Oh, my god. And now it was notorious for housing a blue-grade monster, the golden horn spider with its golden legs. It was a place the living were not allowed to approach. Indeed, the Mac Guild announced that Yuri-san was an area of the golden horn spider because hunters and the public carefully avoided the dangerous place. Isn't this the first time for a blue-grade monster? Of course, the Mac Guild had never issued a hunter recruitment announcement for a blue-grade monster. The first time is not important, it's not a case of how many times. No, they couldn't afford to refuse the hunter recruitment announcement. There's only one person in Korea who can be a hunter, not a prey, against a blue-grade monster. There was only one hunter who could hunt blue-grade monsters. 2. Bucheon City Council Preliminary Board Meeting Room. It was crowded with people since it had now become the Mac Guild's conference room. The addition of new members to the early days of the Mac Guild's foundation had made it more crowded than ever before. 2 of them were prominent, Colonel Lim Hyun-jun, now commander of the Korean military, and Cho Song-yun, interim commander of the 2nd Operations Command. They were the first to be here, but their facial expressions were not much different from those of the rest of them. I don't know what they're thinking. What the hell are they thinking? They were frowning, revealing their agony. They're hunting a blue-grade monster, and they offer a hunter recruitment announcement. What bothered them was the recent hunter recruitment announcement of the Mac Guild. It was announced that it would recruit hunters to participate in the hunting of the golden horned spider which had settled in the area of Yurisan. It was a public announcement made by Kim Tae-hoon. In the first place, there was no one who could plan a blue-grade monster hunting without his opinion. The problem was that no one had been informed that the hunting recruitment announcement would be made in advance. It was a surprise. It was natural that their heads were about to burst, because they had to grasp Kim's intentions in the situation where they were raiding. Screech! The door of the preliminary board meeting room opened, and Jang Sung-hoon stuck out his head. "You all look like shit." At the end of the sentence, some people turned their eyes toward him, who whistled cheekily. In a situation where they had to complain about Kim Tae-hoon, only Jang was of no account. At their angry looks toward him, Jang responded by shaking the coffee pot in his hand. No one in the room was unaware of who the coffee pot with the white steam coming out was for. Kim, as everyone expected, appeared behind Jang. Everyone was silent. In the silence, Kim received the coffee pot from Jang and immediately began to pour hot water over the coffee dryer he brought along. As the water fell, the quiet conference room melted with the coffee beans. "I'll be going to Japan soon," Kim Tae-hoon's words thunderbolt into the quiet conference room. "Yes? What is that? Japan?" Everyone was surprised at the announcement. The only ones who were not surprised were Jang Sung-hoon, Cho Sung-yeon, and Colonel Lim Hyun-jun. Jang and Cho were the first to hear of Kim's trip to Japan, and Colonel Lim was contacted by Jang and had prepared a ship for Kim's trip to Japan. However, that did not brighten the faces of the three. "I'm ready to go to Japan." Kim continued to speak in the shocked atmosphere. "But the reason I have not left yet is not to leave any room." Any room. The meaning of Chinese characters was the remaining land. "I don't want to leave any room for Yuri-san if you can't kill a blue-grade monster without me." Yuri-san was the only place in the Republic of Korea, except for North Korea and Jeju Island, where there was a blue-grade monster which the Mac Guild could not kill. Kim did not want to leave the land as any room. Of course, this alone could not explain why he issued a hunter recruitment announcement. In addition, we will get volunteers for this hunt. They cannot help you. Someone stopped Kim. Everyone looked at the man who interrupted Kim's words with surprised eyes. Cho Sung-yeon. Cho shrugged at the audience's gaze. "Why? I didn't say anything wrong, did I? What would ants do to hunt tigers?" "Oh, this time they're not tigers, they're huge spiders." However, at the image of Cho Sung-yeon, who still spoke without being discouraged, those who saw him at this moment could catch a certain sense of what kind of person he was, a man who said what he wanted to say, under any circumstances. Kim was willing to answer the words of such a man. "The moment I go to Japan, the war begins. The result is one of two, whether Japan is defeated, or Korea is defeated." It was an eerie answer. But Kim's story was not over there. For reference, Japan is not the end. There are two reasons why I am attacking Japan. One is that they declared war on us first, and the other is that we need Japan's relics and naval power for the next war. The next war is likely to be China. China was after Japan. Some of them felt a deep dizziness at his story, of someone who was going to deal with the mountains rising one above another. But Kim's story was still not over. It will be a good thing if the war is over there, but there's no guarantee that it will be over, and we might fighting the world, Russia, India, Europe, and America. With that, Kim picked up a cup of the coffee that he had just made in front of them. He drank the coffee just as it was. Silence came, and during that time, everyone in the conference room organized their thought. It was Kim who broke the silence. "What I need in this situation is a man who will be willing to risk his life with me. A comrade." It was a word that Kim did not use easily. For him, the object of war was not a monster, but a human or a nation. The word comrade was also much stronger than the feeling of being a colleague fighting against a human being, rather than a colleague fighting against a monster. Of course, that was why he used the word comrade. This hunting announcement is a process for finding my comrades. I'll be with you, and with that remark alone, they will be at my side in the coming war, and such crazy guys will be willing to follow me to the hell where the blue-grade monster is located. Kim took another drink of coffee after the words, swallowing without savoring it. It was a surprise. He said, and I want to show to those who will be my comrades, who exactly I am, and how capable I am, to be able to trust me and risk his life with me. Kim's words were heard more sincerely than ever. I don't want to leave any room in their minds to doubt the power I have, and the power of my country and the Mac Guild. That's why I made a recruitment announcement. As soon as the words were finished, no one could even look unhappy with Kim anymore. He smiled lightly at the crowd. That's why it happened, so the details should be taken care of by the people here. At the end of his words, Kim left the conference room with his mug in his hand. Everyone looked after him with blank eyes. Jang stood where Kim disappeared. Well, let's start the meeting. And that was how the meeting began. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 103, Any Room, Part 2. Chapter 103, Episode 103, Any Room, Part 2. Chapter 36. Any Room, Part 2. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 3. The announcement for hunters to kill the golden horn spider greatly shook the hunters of Buchan City. The storm had subsided over time, and after the storm, the hunters came up with rational and reasonable answers. There's no reason to apply unless we're crazy. They insisted that they should not apply for the Mac Guild's hunter recruitment. The risk is too high, even with the merit. It's a blue-grade monster, and we might faint or die of a heart attack just by being exposed to its fear. It was a wise decision. A blue-grade monster was like a natural disaster, which was not easy to measure the risk of. No one was calculating profit and loss against the blue-grade monster, as no one was worried about what they would gain with the typhoon. In front of the typhoon, there are not many people. As a result, only 3,000 applied for the Mac Guild's hunter recruitment. There were fewer applicants, but they had stricter qualifications. I hear there's 1,000 passing through. Even when they excluded those who did not meet the qualifications, those remaining numbered only 1,000. Only 1,000 of the countless hunters who made Buchan City boil like a furnace were passed. 1,000 people, isn't that too few? Well, if the guy who's participating is being called crazy, and there are 1,000 crazy guys, then there's a lot. After that, someone said that there were still more than 1,000 crazy people left. They did not need to explain how terrible this hunt would be. If it had not been for the Mac Guild, he would have lost his life. However, when the Mac Guild asked for help, the bitch ran away, afraid for his life. So, a volunteer is better than a fucking bastard. The leader is a woman, and she's a madwoman. Yes, I'm a crazy bitch. Park Ju-yeon and her colleagues were some of the 3,000 people who had applied for the ridiculous hunter recruitment. They were also some of the 1,000 people who had passed through the quite difficult qualifications. The Park Ju-yeon Party. Having a simple and ignorant party name, they were quite famous in Chungcheong Province, unlike the funny party name. A large flute that Park Ju-yeon, the leader, had inherited as a family treasure, was a very powerful third-grade relic, and her skill in using it was also excellent. After they received a lot of recruitment attempts from the clans and were ready to succeed in a world full of monsters, they said that they would apply for the hunter recruitment and surprise the people around them. Others asked the party why they would walk on their feet into a place like a grave. They even said that if the party hunted down weak monsters and improved their ability and skills, the party could be successful enough. However, Park and her colleagues did not hesitate to apply for hunter recruitment. Even this crazy bitch knows that I have to pay for the price of my life. Park and her colleagues were once saved by Kim Tae-hoon. By the time he took out the Messiah in Chungcheong Province, they were freed, and thanks to the hunters sent by the Mac Guild, they were now safe from the monster threat and survived thanks to the Mac Guild's support. I think they're all making a mistake, and I think this war hasn't even started yet. There are too many people who think that killing a golden horn spider is going to end the war. So, Park and her colleagues were willing to volunteer when the Mac Guild asked for help. That was why they were talking while eating at the Guri County office, where they could see the Seomjin River below and Nogadan, one of the 3 peaks of Yurisan, in the east. Except for that reason, it's a chance to fight alongside the first hunter, isn't it? This is not a common opportunity. That's right. It is a scene that we couldn't see even if we paid for it. After finishing the meal, they were about to embellish the story ahead of the monster hunting that would start tomorrow morning. Take coffee. A mug of coffee was given to volunteers of this hunting gathered at the playground of Guri Middle School in front of Guri County office. Mug? Not a paper cup, coffee in a mug. In addition, the mug was not just a mug, but a mug with the Mac Guild's mascot, Mac. Everyone looked stunned at the fact. But it did not take long for their expressions to change. Hey! That's Bang Hyun-wook. Lieutenant Kim Soo-ji is also there. Now, those who had become famous had appeared one by one, and everyone changed their expressions in surprise. It was when Kim Tae-hoon appeared with Jang Sung-hoon that their expressions peaked. At first, there were not many people who immediately noticed that Kim was there. But when they saw Jang, whose face was well known, standing beside Kim with a serious posture, and Bang Hyun-wook and Kim Soo-ji saluting Kim respectfully, there was no one who could not notice that he was Kim Tae-hoon. Gulp! Everyone swallowed the same way with the same expression, holding the same mug with the same coffee in their hands. I have a few things to say before the briefing on the golden horn spider that will begin tomorrow. In a world where everyone had become a mannequin, Kim talked with a mug of coffee in his hand. The original meaning of a hunt was that something strong eats something weak, and it was common for a fox to catch a rabbit, a tiger to catch a boar, and so it was with human beings. It was originally a hunt to eat the weak, but the concept of the hunt began to change at some point. Kim turned his head toward Yuri-san. At some point, a human being began to kill something stronger than himself. He began hunting wolves and hunting tigers. Kim turned his head back to them. There were 1,000 hunters looking at him with a surprised expression. He smiled at them lightly. It was a very small figure after seeing that the number of hunters registered in the Mac Guild now exceeded 10,000 people, but he was rather satisfied with this number. There are many crazy guys. For Kim and the Mac Guild, there were about 1,000 crazy people who would walk onwards, even if it was directly into a grave. They were proof that what he had done so far was not wrong. So he continued to speak with a little excitement. Tools, strategies, tactics, and cooperation, these things have allowed humans to hunt stronger things, and that doesn't change even when monsters are present. Kim had dealt with 2 blue-grade monsters so far. It was amazing, a great feat, even if it was a surprise that it was almost done by him alone. However, the fight with the 2 monsters was close to a struggle to live, not hunting. The power, tactics, and weapons used in the battle were the masterpieces and tricks created by Kim's improvisation. It was not a thorough hunt. Rather, the hunting that he had tried after thorough preparation was usually unsuccessful. That happened in the hunt of the black snake. He was all ready to kill it, and everyone was working together, but the result? Everything that was prepared was meaningless, and only Kim's final attempt to survive was able to save him. It was a clear failure. Since then, Kim has never succeeded at real hunting. As said before, he survived in the fights with his tricks and skills. The problem was the result. The hunting of the black snake failed, but he was able to learn a clear lesson from the failure. On the other hand, there was no lesson in the struggle after using the tricks. That was the reality. Tricks could not give people faith and trust, even though they would bring out their admiration. If Kim wanted to kill the golden horn spider on his own, he could kill it, and everyone would be amazed at it. However, that was all. The battle would never leave a lesson that would be a stepping stone for someone else. The same is true of the golden horn spider. If you try to kill it with your bare body, no one can kill it now. But if you use tools, use strategies and tactics, and finally collaborate, there's no reason you cannot kill it. It was that part Kim wanted to say right now. Furthermore, it was such a feeling that he wanted to give to those who gathered here for this hunt. This is a hunt like that, not just to defeat the catastrophe we face, but to deal with it with our own hands. This will be the first true hunt against a blue-grade monster. After finishing his speech, Kim had coffee. As always, a short silence of savoring began. But no one questioned this silence. Everyone was willing to wait for the silence to end. I'll start the briefing. And the silence was over. 4. A golden horn spider. The way this giant spider, with its 8 long golden legs and a coal-black body well over 10 meters long, worked was so simple. It spread a wide spider web across its territory. And that was it. The golden horn spider did not come to find the prey on its web. It just waited to take the energy of the prey the spider web had caught, drain away its health, and eventually suck away its vitality. That was the power of the golden horn spider. Its web was not just tough and sticky, but it had the eerie ability to suck the energy, health, and vitality of an object. That golden horn spider's web was spread widely around a peak of Yurisan, Qianwangbong. Of course, the golden horn spider did not intend to come out of its own area. On the other hand, in order to kill the golden horn spider, the most basic rule was to fight it in a place other than its area. If Kim had to fight alone, it would not be difficult. Using his telekinesis to fly, it would be possible to fight enough where the spider web did not reach. But if he was going to do that, Kim would not have made a fuss. He prepared for the event. Even if they excluded his existence, they could make a valid attack on the monster called a golden horn spider. We secured Banyabong. Once Kim ordered the hunters to remove the monsters that were crowded around the golden horn spider. Individual battle. Through that method, they secured the main area around Qianwangbong and an area where they could secure visibility. We also secured Nogadan. Updated by Novel Full.com. Their process was being revealed on the map. Every time they secured a target point, a black ghost stone was placed on the map, and the number of the ghost stones set down reached about 30. The black ghost stones had perfectly surrounded Qianwangbong in Yurisan. Based on the situation, Kim also gave a new order without moving himself. Put the armored hunting battalion into the area. 5. The armored hunting battalion. It was Colonel Lim Hyun-jun who came up with the concept of this newly established special unit after the emergence of monsters. Its origin was simple. Colonel Lim Hyun-jun took over the 8th Mechanized Infantry Division at once, an authority over the front line and the Kangwon area, and began to reorganize his power to fight with the monsters. In such a situation, there were 2 things that worried Colonel Lim. One was that the front line and the Kangwon area were mountainous terrains, where armored power could not be used freely, and the other was that the number of relics secured by the 8th Mechanized Infantry Division was insufficient, so they needed great firepower, like a tank, for monster hunting. Colonel Lim interpreted the situation simply. A trained artilleryman can carry a 60mm mortar alone, so if he is a soldier with high strength, health, and energy, he can disassemble and transport towed artillery. It was a terrible thought for the soldiers under Colonel Lim, especially the soldiers who were awakened, but he personally implemented the idea. Of course, he did not practice it himself, but his men practiced. The result was impressive. The armored hunting battalion fought with great firepower in any harsh area. After that, Colonel Lim joined the Mac Guild, and as soon as the Mac Guild actually took over the full power of the ROK armed forces, he focused on fostering and supporting the armored hunting battalion. The result was now revealed to MT Yuri. I can't believe I set it up, because I'm hauling an artillery cannon into the middle of MT Yuri, but in the middle of a rough mountain, a tank could not access and even helicopters could not reach easily. A KH-179 155mm howitzer was standing upright with a long barrel in a good shape. It was the work of the Armored Hunting Battalion. It was a great achievement. Was there a unit in the world that could take the giant howitzer apart, bring it to the mountains, and assemble it again? I might carry a tank later. I hope not. Of course, the faces of the Armored Hunting Battalion, who had made a great achievement a reality, were not so great after doing this glorious thing. They knew that there was no end of work in the military. But there is a rumor that the division is building an M61 unit. What is that? A unit carrying an M61 and supporting firepower. No, what the hell is that? The M61 is for a fighter or a warship, not for a man. Who did that? The guild master. Let's hope it's not us. Wouldn't it be more effective to just pray for the disappearance of the monsters? In addition, they knew that this army was a childish organization that really used all means and methods to appease their superiors. Anyway, the howitzer was ready to show off its splendor immediately. The howitzers installed in 30 places pointed their long barrels toward Qianwangbong. In addition, mortars installed everywhere were ready to pour in additional firepower. They brought the real towed artilleries in with their bare hands and installed them. I'm glad I am a hunter. If I was in the military. Look, I am still in the reserve troops, but they are not going to call up reserve forces to do this, are they? Hunters who had secured safety for the members of the Armored Hunting Battalion by removing monsters were crowded around them. Well, I'm sure now that I see this. Now they could truly understand the conversation the day that they had all shared the same coffee and mug on the grass playground of a ruined middle school. Why did the master call it hunting? I agree. The hunt began. 6. Tokyo, Japan. There was only one new building rising up in the world, in what was the largest ruin in the world. It was a building. The building, which was still under construction, was so large that it reminded them of the skyscrapers in Burj Khalifa in Dubai, but the impact of what construction had already been completed was tremendous. The building was a double-sided building in many ways. In someone's eyes, it seemed to be the hope of a land that had been ruined, and on the other, it seemed to be a hideous thing that did not fit in with the ruined land. Obviously, in the eyes of the man who was looking at the building now, Musashi, it was the same hope as the sun above the sky. How long will it take to build the rising sun? Because of this, Musashi gave a name directly to the building, the Rising Sun. Musashi was planning to declare Japan an empire, not just Japan, the moment the building was completed. If only we had the labor force. Of course, it was only a vision of Musashi, and for those who had to make his vision a reality, the building seemed to be a disaster. In fact, the building, which would be called the Rising Sun by most of those who survived in Japan, was considered a hideous thing beyond the ruins. The resources and manpower used to build a building in the ruined land were enormous. It was in fact not different from building a huge building with human bones and blood in a situation where even urban restoration was not done properly. Many people had already died during construction. But Musashi didn't mind. We will soon be able to bring in a labor force from the Joseon dynasty in Korea, so plan your work accordingly. Rather, he smiled hard, remembering the conversation he had shared a few hours ago. A few hours ago, the 6 snakes had met. At the meeting, Musashi finally got consent from all the 6 snakes. The Korean peninsula was his now. It allowed Japan to attack the Korean peninsula and then gave Japan all rights to the Korean peninsula, with the promise of full support from the 6 snakes in the process. It was not different from making the Korean peninsula Japanese territory for Musashi. Of course, Musashi had no intention of taking any more time. We failed to get Busan, but it doesn't matter, because South Korea's naval power is so weak that we can get through it any time we put our full power in. It would be easier if China could check South Korea through North Korea. He has waited for only one thing, the support of the 6 snakes. The six snakes, which had acquired even China, said they would attack the north area of Korea with Chinese troops. Then all the troops in Korea would be assigned to the north. If the Japanese naval forces were to launch a landing operation, they would get virtually bloodless entry to Korea. The six snakes were right. There is no reason to disregard the opportunity to establish a new order. Musashi turned and looked north. For now, Mount Fuji came into view. But at this moment, Musashi saw beyond Mount Fuji. He saw it at least until he heard the news. Lord, Korea sent you a letter. What do you mean, a letter? An IGA ninja who was sent to Korea brought back a letter. How could a dispatched man get a letter from the Korean government? He was caught and sent back. The smile disappeared from Musashi's lips. At the same time, he reached out his hand and the man who arrived handed the letter to him. After that, he opened the letter, scanned it, and handed it back to his subordinate. It was because the letter was written in Korean. His subordinate immediately read the letter to interpret and became pale. Tell me the contents. His pale subordinate told him the contents of the letter. The arrangements are over, and now he's coming here to claim the price of Korean lives. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 104 Any Room, Part III. Chapter 104, Episode 104, Any Room, Part 3. Chapter 36. Any Room, Part 3. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 7. The golden horn spider had 8 golden legs and was 10 meters long. With a huge body and head that fit such legs, it had never hidden itself. No, it couldn't hide itself. The huge body was the second. The 8 blue eyes on its head made the legs of its prey numb with fright hundreds of meters or even kilometers away. It didn't have to hide itself. Unlike other monsters, the golden horn spider did not have to work hard to hunt. The golden horn spider had only 2 things to do: to widen the area of its web when it was in a good mood and to punish those who dared to live in its own territory. In fact, so far, it had only done those 2 things. It had no experience doing anything else. Therefore, it was confused. Rumbling. The golden horn spider could hear dimly the rolls of thunder from a long distance away. Even the thunderstorm came not from one direction, but all directions, dozens of rolls of thunder in sequence. This was a situation it had never experienced and never thought of before. The power of the rolls of thunder, however, was beyond imagination. Whenever a shot hit the ground turned upside down and soared like a fountain. Dozens of thunderstorms arriving in a single breath left indelible scars on the body of the golden horn spider. 2 of its legs were ripped off, creating terrible scars on the huge body. A painful cry burst out to the golden horn spider. But this was not the end. Boom! 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 It was a small noise compared to the preceding thunder, but still powerful little bolts of lightning began to shower down on the golden horn spider. By that time, there was no longer a faint cry from the golden horn spider. Duo woon. Instead, a sad and heartrending sound was heard. 8. The power of a 155mm shell transcended common sense. The sight of the earth rising up like a fountain at the moment of the bomb blasts was amazing that humans made such weapons to kill humans. When hundreds of 60mm, 81mm, and 4.2-inch mortars began to fill the gaps between the spouting shells in a separate sequence from the 155mm towed artillery guns, the destructive power generated by the concentrated saturation would have crushed the giant mountain, Yurisan. The figure of the golden horn spider, who had received such an absurdly intensive bombardment, looked terrible. Duo woon. Above all, the peal of the bell of King Sondik, which was being run steadily, made the golden horn spider vulnerable. It was the most fatal thing. Even with its natural armor, it could not hold on under the intensive bombardment, but it was shot naked. Duo wound. In the end, even when there was no further bombardment, the golden horn spider was weak enough to shudder at the bell of King Songdik. Of the 8 eyes, only 2 were fine, and only 3 of its 8 legs were left. However, the golden horn spider had still survived after this absurd intensive bombardment. They were not just the shells, but it was a bombard made out of a bronze sword 3rd grade relic, being exposed to the bell of King Songdik. It was a certain proof that this monster was far beyond the common sense of a human being. Kim Tae-hoon stood in front of the golden horn spider. He was holding 3 swords on his back, carrying a bag, and looking at it with his black eyes. This is the first time. At the same time, the past image of the monster with the blue eyes that he was now looking at was passing by. When I face a monster that has become a rag. The first was the gamecock. The first meeting with the gamecock was the peak of his desperation. Kim had to fight it without preparing at all. Then it was the freezer. He was not very pleased to see it. If there had been no bell of King Songdik and without a missile usually mounted on a fighter, he would have had to step down, with hundreds of thousands of survivors still left in Daegu City. To the 2 monsters that he had faced like that, Kim was an insignificant being. As evidence, there was no vigilance or fear in the blue eyes of those who had looked at him. There was only the ferocity of a hungry beast in front of their prey. And even when I see this, so scared. But now the blue eyes of the golden horn spider were embarrassed, frightened, and afraid. That was the obvious evidence. At this moment, the golden horn spider was game. Now it was time to finish the hunt. As always, it was time to stab the monster's heart and take the monster stone out of its heart. But Kim Tae-hoon waited for it. Toot toot. He waited for those who were coming to this place where the fear of the golden horn spider still remained, with the help of the power of all kinds of musical instruments, including the large flute heard from far away, and the instruments that became relics. Trembling. He waited for the crowd shaking all over who wanted to come here, trembling in front of the fear that they could not control even though they were helped by the relics. In that manner, Kim waited for the comrades who willingly risked his or her life for this hunting. There. Oh, my God. And when the comrades gathered, Kim finally finished the hunt. Srung. The sword of the Imperator in the sheath flew like a lightning bolt toward the heart of the already weak golden horn spider. Thunk. The sword of the Imperator brought an end, and at the same time, the trembling of those who flocked around the golden horn spider began to stop. Everyone felt the hunt was over, and they were free now. Who? It was a freedom to make the biggest shout that could be used by those who had stopped shaking. Who? Kim had confidence in the situation where everyone was shouting like thunder. There is no room now. There was no room left. So now Kim no longer hesitated. Tonight, I will attack Japan. 9. Yosu Port. It was a dark night, and the night sea of Yosu was visible. However, unfortunately, there was no light that could have shown a beautiful sight. There was a man instead. Colonel Lim Hyun-jun was looking at night sea of Yosu. He still had a strong figure and a burning look. Thud. And now there were 2 men. Here you are. Kim had landed from the sky, and Colonel Lim immediately spoke to him. What happened with the hunt? The armored hunting battalion has done well. At the response, Colonel Lim smiled with satisfaction. I'm glad to hear that they helped you. The armored hunting battalion was the unit that Colonel Lim had created. He was the most confident with the unit. Its value was recognized by Kim, not just anyone else. It was like getting the highest praise for Colonel Lim as a commander. The armored hunting battalion may take a more active part in the future war. I suppose so. Special forces with the firepower of the tank will actually be the masters of the battlefield. Above all, if a person who has the eyes of a black snake or the hearing of a bell-tailed rat like you becomes a commander, the deeds of the armored hunting battalion will be even more powerful. But I think we need to increase the size of the armored hunting battalion. In addition, we need training for mountainous terrain, for desert terrain, and for street fighting. I'll apply it to the training soon. This time, I think we need to organize the troops in detail. Based on the ability of the soldiers who handled the 4.2-inch mortar, the 4.2-inch mortar can be operated by 2 people, not a group of 3. The 60mm mortar including artillery shells can be operated by an individual, if they are trained properly. If the members of the armored hunting battalion heard this, the contents of the conversation might have made them dizzy. Fortunately, the story ended there. Did you send them a warning note? I don't know what's going to happen during the delivery, but I did. We sent 5 of the ninjas we captured, and 1 of them should arrive. It was an order given to Colonel Lim before Kim went on hunting for the golden horn spider. Deliver the letter to Japan using the captured ninjas. The message was, of course, a warning note. But what was your intention in doing so? I threw a stone, so they are going to react anyway. And there will be some kind of gap. That's great. The reason for sending the warning note was to make a gap. Colonel Lim admired Kim's move. No matter how ambitious, capable, and qualified Colonel Lim was, he could not have had more experience in war than Kim. Kim showed lessons that he wanted to buy, even if he had to pay $1 billion. Kim did not respond to Colonel Lim's admiration. Rather, he made his cold face colder. It's war now. The dice had been thrown. For Kim, the Korean Strait between Korea and Japan had become the Rubicon River. The difference was that Caesar crossed the Rubicon with his army instead of crossing it with a single body, while Kim crossed the Korean Strait as a single body. That was all. In 36 hours, send troops to Tsushima Island and take it over. The result of Kim who would cross the Korean Strait and of Caesar who had crossed the Rubicon would be the same. Just as Caesar had made a new Roman history, Kim would rewrite Japanese history. Updated by Novel Full.com. Colonel Lim read Kim's intention, and did not make any more admiring remarks. He breathed out a long sigh. Now it's a real war. War is a word of fate for soldiers. Someone wants to avoid it, and someone wants it to come. Colonel Lim was the latter. He was an ambitious man, and he wanted a historic war to happen in his heart. Now the war he wanted was coming. It was not just a war. I'm not going to be at the center of this war. Korea's conquest war of Japan. It was a war that was hard to find even in the long history that had existed between the Korean peninsula and the Japanese islands. So far, there has been no war in their history in which the nations of the Korean peninsula had fought against Japan on the mainland of Japan. The target of the invasion was always the Korean peninsula, and the battlefield was also on the Korean peninsula. Kim's war was inevitably a historic war in many ways. Who? Colonel Lim, who was just realizing the fact, felt his heart shaking with all kinds of emotions. Kim briefly told him, "Don't get emotional and don't get sentimental. All you can appreciate is those who haven't experienced war." Kim finished the warning and immediately flew out to a fishing boat that had already sailed out into Yosa Port. Colonel Lim looked after it and rubbed his face, erasing the expression on his face. I almost made the same mistake as Lieutenant General Lee Hyuk. Kim was right. War is nothing but war. Evaluation of the war, or mourning or reverence of the war, emotion and appreciation, criticism and blame, are the responsibility of those who have not experienced it. For those who have experienced it, war is nothing more than war, but the act of making an emotional face was not something a commander should do to lead a war and shed the blood of others. Colonel Lim removed his expression, straightened his right hand and put it to his temple. He waited that way until the fishing boat disappeared from his sight. 10. Tsushima Island. The island, which was called Tsushima Island in Japan, was the closest island to both Korea and Japan. Therefore, it was a place for tourists and passenger ships, rather than tension, guns, or a warship at the island. Although Korea and Japan were anxious because they could not take over each other politically and diplomatically, it was evident that they were in harmony on military matters. On the other hand, the fact that the military had come into Tsushima Island was evidence that Japan was blatantly revealing its intentions to invade the Korean peninsula. How long do we have to wait here? How could I know that? And now there were warships, not a few soldiers, and awakeners with marks on their hands. Someday the order will come. The time they were waiting for was, of course, the time of the invasion. As soon as the order came down, everyone on Tsushima Island would immediately move for Busan. The moment they arrived in Busan, they would acquire Busan according to a set plan, and then, a powerful force from the Japanese archipelago, settled in Busan, would take over the Korean peninsula. It was their role to be the advance guards of the war. In that situation, the days of doing nothing to those on Tsushima Island with all their resolutions were not free, and they were feeling itchy all over. God damn it, if they're going to do this, just leave us on the mainland. There is no water to drink, and it's hard to take a shower here. What a hard time. My words too. There was nothing to do but complain. It was a minor disturbance that silenced their complaints. The whine of sirens. The noise of the warning began to spread rapidly in the dark of the Tsushima Island. What's going on? A boat is coming here. The main culprit of the disturbance was a boat heading for Tsushima Island. The incoming boat made a faint sound and it did not show any threat to them. But those who looked at the boat didn't relax at all. Who's on the boat? I can't see anyone. Nothing was on the fishing boat. Then, the answer was one of two: it was a ghost boat, or some people were hiding themselves inside the boat. Either way was nothing good for Japan Maritime Self-Defense Force nestled on Tsushima Island. They didn't hesitate. Sink the boat. Major Suki ordered immediately, and soon the machine guns on the tower on Tsushima Island fired, quickly turning the fishing boat into a hole-ridden wreck. The fishing boat sank with bubbles. After that, the people with telescopes looked at the area the fishing boat had been. Situation terminated. But at this moment, no one felt like the situation was over. Is it over? It's weird. I feel weird, too. I don't think it's over. It was because of the feelings of the Japanese. Japan is a country full of earthquakes which can occur daily. If such happened in another country, it might be a national disaster. It is natural that people living in such a country have the ability to sense an inevitable disaster. At this moment, they could feel it. An overwhelming disaster that they could not dare to face was coming to Tsushima Island. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 105, A Hunter from a Foreign Country, Part 1. Chapter 105, Episode 105, A Hunter from a Foreign Country, Part 1. Chapter 37. A Hunter from a Foreign Country, Part 1. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 1. No place was free from the nightmare that began on December 31, 2016. In that sense, the nightmare that Japan had faced was enough to say that it was nearly the worst nightmare. It was the worst from the start. For dark blue monsters settled in the Japanese islands and built their own territory. But that was the beginning, as was said earlier. On the nightmare that began with the emergence of monsters, an unavoidable monster called natural disaster came to Japan. It began with a magnitude 7.4 earthquake that struck Kyushu, Japan on March 11. After that, earthquakes with magnitudes of 7.2 and 6.3 came to Tokyo sequentially. The tsunami that came after the earthquake drowned those that had survived in the forest of buildings. Of course, the blow was fatal. Japan had a better disaster preparedness system than any other country, but the system was useless after the monsters appeared. Then, as July started, a typhoon swept through the Japanese mainland. It was simply a series of disasters at which even monsters would scream, and Japan could no longer play its part. At the time of the typhoon's arrival, the country of Japan no longer existed in the islands, and a new nation was built there. The Great Japanese Empire. It was the official name of the new nation established in the islands. Musashi founded the empire so that he could put himself on the throne as the empire's first emperor. He had driven away monsters with the sword, Kusanagi, from the Tokyo ruins that had become hell. Of course, there was no such thing as democracy. There was no equality either. Instead, classism and inequality took their place. Musashi divided the citizens of the Japanese Empire into 9 classes, from 1st to 9th. Those who were not awakened became 9th-class citizens, and those who were awakened were 5th-class citizens, each of whom was able to become higher-class citizens, depending on their role, performance, and achievements. Most common survivors remained 9th-class citizens, who were treated like slaves. Ironically, this system helped the Japanese Empire recover its infrastructure quickly. Those who wanted to survive in a world where they had to prove their worth in any way in order to survive were desperate. Hiyoshi Teo was one of the survivors of this new Japan. In addition, he was a successful man who could puff out long cigarette smoke from his office at any time. That's crazy. The background of his success was the Imperial Hunting Unit. It was a core organization of the Japanese Empire, a group that took charge of everything about monster hunting as it was. It was the most supported group in Japan that was still full of monsters, and it was a powerful and influential organization. Hiyoshi belonged to such an Imperial Hunting Unit. God damn it. In addition, he was a 3rd-class citizen of the Imperial Hunting Unit, a great place to describe his success. It was really great. He was living a much better life than before the monsters had appeared. Until about a month ago, when Matsumoto Kanyo, his superior, one of the closest aides to and one of the 4 heavenly guardians of Musashi, named him as the head of the Kyushu branch of the Imperial Hunting Unit, he had nothing to envy. It's better to go to hell. God damn it. Kyushu. This huge island, located south of the archipelago, was one of Japan's 2 largest hell islands, along with Hokkaido. The 7.4 magnitude earthquake that hit Kyushu did not leave any social infrastructure, and an 8-tailed fox, with its dark blue pupils, had made Aso Mountain, located in Kumamoto City, its territory. He became the branch manager of a place like that. It was a demotion. This alone would leave him feeling bad. How the hell am I supposed to solve the problem that is on Tsushima Island? However, the bigger problem began a week ago, when Tsushima Island, a base for advancement into the Korean peninsula, fell to the enemy overnight. As said earlier, Kyushu was now a monster's territory. Of course, Hakata Port in Fukuoka City, located in Kyushu Province, the nearest port to Korea's Busan port, was currently unavailable. So, Tsushima Island was important. Once they had a naval base on it, they could send a ship to Busan port or Yosu port from the central location of Tsushima Island, even though it was insufficient. In fact, Musashi was able to show his willingness to advance to the Korean peninsula immediately thanks to the construction of a minimal facility to accommodate the naval forces on the island. But now that they had lost Tsushima Island, it was no wonder the plan was broken. Of course, the Japanese Empire was now trying to recover the island. The effort included recapturing Hakata Port in Kyushu Province, which could send enough powerful naval force without needing Tsushima Island. Naturally, an urge for Hiyoshi, a branch manager of Kyushu who had been demoted, began. I am crazy. I have to match the number of the monster stones which should be sent home country somehow, updated by novel full, calm. This urge was not simply done by a word. It was done by increasing the number of the monster stones which the Kyushu branch of the Imperial Hunting Unit had to pay back to Tokyo, the home country, which demanded action, not words. I am done if I can't fill the number of the monster stones this time again. In addition, this was his last chance. If Hayashi could not prove his worth here, he would be demoted once again. I will be deployed to the Korean peninsula without conditions. It will be the first. The next region for his demotion was 100% likely to be the Korean peninsula. It was clear that he would become a prologue actor in the war to make the Korean peninsula a bridgehead for the Japanese Empire. It was actually a suicide squad. No, there's a crazy monster in Korea. If I am deployed to the Korean peninsula right now. Moreover, Hayashi knew that currently, there was an absurd monster in Korea that the Japanese Empire wanted to hide somehow. Hayashi was an able man. If he had wanted, he could have become a samurai of the empire, not an imperial hunter. In other words, if he stepped into the Korean peninsula, his mission was highly likely to face the monster of the Joseon dynasty. Fuck. That's why Hayashi now smoked incessantly. Knock. There was a knock on his office door. Hayashi did not answer. He looked at the door with nervously. Screech. Then the door opened, and his subordinate showed up. Well, sir? Why? Looking at Hayashi's cigarette in his sharp eyes, the subordinate acknowledged that he came at a really bad time and lowered himself as much as he could before speaking cautiously. Oh, I've brought in the payment for the home country for Section 392, led by Erasure. Hayashi breathed out a long cloud of smoke at the report of his subordinate. Really? It was not a matter of anger, since the payment for the home country had arrived at a time when the monster stones were in urgent need. The only thing that bothered him was the name Erasure. A group leader, Erasure. A branch manager of Kyushu, Hayashi remembered Erasure because he was incompetent. Bring it in. However, Hayashi was in need of the monster stones that even Erasure had brought, and he couldn't help feeling annoyed. The subordinate, unaware of his thoughts, carefully put a heavy pouch on his desk. Ha! The moment Hayashi saw a heavy pouch the size of a young child's head, his eyes changed. Then he opened the pocket and saw the red stones filling it. He no longer worried. Call in the group leader Erasure. 2. Erasure Jun was a very good man on the outside. It was hard to find a problem on the outside. It seemed difficult to sum up the man named Erasure Jun with only a few characteristics. This is him. On the other hand, next to Erasure was a man of a different type than Erasure. He was a man of short-cut hair, bushy beard, and sharp eyes, with a horn bow on his back. Everything about him was impressive. This man from Korea, his name is Kim Tae-hoon. Erasure introduced the Master Sergeant. He was a member of the Capital Defense Command in Korea. His rank was a boss. At the next introduction, Hayashi opened his eyes slightly and looked at the man named Kim Tae-hoon. But since he is wanted for rebellion in Korea, he risked his life to arrive in the territory of our great Japanese Empire. Stop. Hayashi stopped Erasure. Instead, Hayashi directly asked a man named Kim Tae-hoon, "Do you speak Japanese?" "Yes." "How much can you speak?" "I have no problem communicating with Japanese people." "Why did you come to Japan?" Erasure made a grim face at the question. He had explained why the man named Kim Tae-hoon came to Japan. Hayashi asked this question again to the man named Kim Tae-hoon again. Erasure did not think that Hayashi would ask this question just because he wanted a simple answer, as Kim had been driven to Japan on account of rebellion. "I'm here to go back to Korea." "Go back?" "I was under Major General Lee Ki-soo. I know to some extent what kind of deal he made with Japan." "Major General Lee Ki-soo. I've heard of him." It was a vague name in Hayashi's memory. Of course, it wasn't important if it was vague. The name was mentioned several times when Matsumoto was referring to Korea. What was important was about the dim memory character was Kanyo Matsumoto, the leader of the Imperial Hunting Unit. A runaway from a power struggle? At this moment, a picture was painted in Hayashi's mind. Lee Ki-soo, who was in contact with Japan, died, and the new group would have moved to root out Lee's remnants. If he didn't want to die, he would have to be a fugitive. So, what was the escape route that a fugitive could take from the land of the Korean peninsula, not from North Korea? To North Korea or Japan? A man named Kim Tae-hoon chose Japan as an escape route, and he eventually reached Japan. This was the picture Hayashi painted. What do you want? I want to take over the plan of Major General Lee Ki-soo. Of course, I'd like to speak to someone who can talk about it. He shows his ambition. As soon as Hayashi heard this, he was sure of one thing. He's worth a lot of use. Kim Tae-hoon was a man who could only benefit from him, from Hayashi's perspective, no matter how he used him. How do I use him? He was a pumpkin that had rolled in. It wouldn't hurt to just send this man to the home country as he was. At least Hayashi would hear the praise. A compliment is not enough. Listening to such praise would not improve Hayashi's situation. What he needed right now was performance. I think his ability is good. The speed of gathering the monster stones after contacting Arashur, as well as having the guts to come from Korea to Japan, was definitely impressive. But he must have come this far because his ability was good. He must have been a good hunter in Korea. The key was that I can use him anytime and throw him away if necessary, but right now, Hayashi was in a hurry for monster stones, and a sharp knife came in, which would not harm him if he broke it. It was simple, then. I cannot accept your offer right now. As you know, now Korea has attacked our empire. Very recently, Tsushima Island was attacked. Under such circumstances, it is impossible to send a Korean to our home country. Not killing you right now is the greatest consideration I can show. I guess consideration isn't free. What do you want? I'll be a middleman if you prove you are faithful and if you pay for the introduction. Hayashi would only use this knife until he could use it no more. You don't want me to write with my blood, and what you want are monster stones. It's nice to have a quick understanding. There are now monsters in Kyushu. There's no better place to play. So, what do you want? Hayashi looked sideways at the following reaction. Did my communication fail? Here, Hayashi thought the man named Kim Tae-hoon didn't really understand what he was saying. No matter how good he was at Japanese, it was almost impossible to master another language. Even though the people talk with their own people in their own language, there is a person who can't understand the words. That's a human being. So Hayashi tried to explain it again. So now Kyushu is full of monsters and... So what do you want? But this time, the conversation went wrong, and Hayashi remained silent. Then he stared at Kim with an angry look. Kim said in front of such eyes, "So what color do you want?" Hayashi relaxed his expression at the remark. What color is possible? Yellow. If I get the right support and assistance, that's what I can do. Yellow? Hayashi expressed his admiration for the remark. Oh, God, only someone that is at least a samurai is needed to kill a yellow grade. Instead of responding to him, Kim took a smartphone out of his pocket. Snap. Soon after he took off his gloves, he took a picture with his smartphone and showed it to Hayashi. Basic abilities. Strength, 294. Health, 217. Special abilities. Energy, B rank. Mana, C rank. Telekinesis, C rank. Defense, B rank. Mana resistance, C rank. Hayashi's eyes changed after reading the contents of the smartphone. Not normal. Those stats were enough to express such confidence. But the surprise did not stop there. If I can bring my team here, and if I can get some solid support, I can kill a green grade. Actually, my team has a lot of experience killing green grade monsters in Seoul. Is that true? Ask the man who knows the situation of the Capital Defense Command about Major Osei-bum. I hunted monsters with him. If you learn of his achievements, you will find that I'm not talking nonsense. Hayashi didn't worry about it anymore. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 106, A Hunter from a Foreign Country, Part 2. Chapter 106, Episode 106, A Hunter from a Foreign Country, Part 2. Chapter 37. A Hunter from a Foreign Country, Part 2. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 3. Kitakyushu City, located in Fukuoka Prefecture, was the first city you met upon entering Kyushu Province in the Japanese islands. The Kitakyushu City Hall was a six-sided building with glass walls instead of cement. For this reason, the building was impressive in its own way, as it exuded a sophisticated office building image, rather than a sense of the city hall. Of course, that was the old story. Now, the Kitakyushu City Hall has become a horrid, skeleton-like building where it was hard to find a glass window after of the magnitude 7.4 earthquake that had buried men and monsters. The Kyushu branch of the Imperial Hunting Unit was currently using the Kitakyushu City Hall as its headquarters. It was a far from a convenient choice. That's Kokura Castle. The reason why the members of the local Imperial Hunting Unit, which could be called a precious force, used the Kitakyushu City Hall as a headquarters was not because it had a few good spaces to avoid the night wind. It was because of the ancient castle, Kokura Castle, located just in front of the Kitakyushu City Hall building. They take sacrifices to protect something that is not a relic. That did not mean that Kokura Castle was a relic. Of course, the old objects kept in Kokura Castle became relics, and it was not strange to guard Kokura Castle because there was still a high possibility that there were still unfound relics in Kokura Castle. But it was certainly not reasonable for an Imperial Hunting Unit, who normally risked their lives monster hunting, to take bitter sacrifices instead of sweet rest to protect Kokura Castle. Then why do you keep Kokura Castle? They're going to make a legend, not a history. It was because of the command of Musashi, who had established the Japanese Empire. He had an uncommon obsession with keeping this ancient castle intact. He made a lot of sacrifices to recapture the area where the castle was located from the monsters, and he invested a lot to protect the castle that he had secured. Musashi was not a man with a perverted taste for height. The Sengoku period, he wants to reproduce it, but the ancient castles, which were located in various parts of Japan's islands, were the most obvious symbols of Japan's Sengoku period. Japan's Sengoku period was absolutely true to the maxims of the weak are the prey of the strong, and winner takes all. By recreating that era, Musashi wanted to make all he enjoyed and everything he did true. The current behavior of Musashi to democratic Japan was nothing more than violence, but the current behavior of Musashi in the Japan of the Sengoku period would be a legend or a myth. That's so funny. Anyway, the residence of Kim Tae-hoon, a hunter from a foreign country, was also set up in the Kitakyushu City Hall. On the 11th floor, the elevator did not work, so he had to take a bit of trouble to walk up. The only good thing was the scenery where he could look at Kokura Castle if he ventured out a little. However, Kim did not like the scenery of Kokura Castle. There was only one thing he liked. Nothing I like except coffee beans. The smell from the coffee mug in his hand Kim was better than he thought. Kim grabbed a mug in his right hand and pulled out a smartphone from his pocket with the other. With a few manipulations, he turned on a picture on the liquid crystal that he had showed in front of Hayashi, the head of the Kyushu branch, several hours ago. Kim pressed the picture with the thumb holding the smartphone. An application that was not visible on the background screen was executed. Strength, enter the number you want. Health, enter the number you want. Kim wrote a few numbers as indicated, and then switched to photography mode again. After that, he lifted his mug with his TK, and he took a picture of his right hand with the smartphone held with his left. Snap. The picture was taken with the typical sound of photographing. Basic abilities. Strength, 111. Health, 111. Kim laughed thinly as he looked at the picture. The application is better than I thought. Kim put his smartphone in his pocket immediately and scratched his right hand with his left hand. Something black, covering the mark, began to peel off like dead skin. It looked like a picture was hidden under a picture. Kim looked at the real mark that was revealed with his black eyes. Basic abilities. Strength, 749. Health, 733. Special abilities. Energy, A rank. Mana, B+ rank. Telekinesis, A+ rank. Defense, B+ rank. Mana resistance, B+ rank. Achieved abilities. Golden Web, Grade 3. With the power of the Golden Horn Spider, it creates a spider web with energy. The higher the energy rank, the stronger the spider web is. The higher the mana rank, the more adhesive the spider web is. The higher the telekinesis rank, the greater the ability to feel and control with the spider web is. The real mark, hidden below the specially designed henna tattoo, revealed the real numbers. The revealed numbers were the clearest evidence of his identity. They were deceived by this simple trick. It was the clearest evidence that the man looking at Kakura Castle out of the Kitakyushu City Hall was Kim Tae-hoon. A week ago, he had made Tsushima Island an uninhabited island in exactly 49 minutes. It was not an accidental move, of course. I appreciate it from my point of view. Kim, through his death dreams, has already figured out how Japan would be going forward, and what was in Japan. There, he picked out what he needed. There were three major needs: navy power, relics, and the monster stones of monsters in the Japanese archipelago. It will not be easy to steal them. In the case of the power of the navy, I will have to steal a warship, but a warship is not a toy for children, and even if I took a few technicians, I cannot take dozens or hundreds of warships. The same is true of relics. Most of the important relics already in Japan have already found their owners, and it is not a matter of stealing one or two, but stealing all of them is not something I can do right away. But the most troublesome of these is the monster stone. The relics and battleships remain in place unless they are stolen. But the monster stones end the moment they enter a person's stomach. They can't be stolen then even if I want to. If I want to steal them, I have to steal them before someone eats them. So, Kim made it his top priority. On October 15th, I will eat the heart of the eight-tailed fox. That was why he was here now. Before that, I need to kill the core fellows of the head of the Kyushu branch, Hiyoshi. And it was also the reason why Kim, who had coffee, did not smile, even a little. It was for the war that he came here in the end, so he never intended to give any mercy here. Above all, he was not the one who had started this war. It's a war where the blood of an ally is reduced as much as the blood of the enemy. Kim swallowed his coffee and turned his head in the direction Tokyo was. 4. Kyushu, called the second hell of the Japanese archipelago, was a land of opportunity for some. It was a contradictory analogy. There were a few features that applied only to the Kyushu region that made such contradiction a reality. There were no survivors in Kyushu. The absence of survivors was because Kyushu province had no room for long-term food to be grown without a lot of problems versus the food remaining in the wide land. In addition to the preserved food, alcohol and cigarettes remained like treasures, and even the self-defense forces' guns and ammunition left behind in Kyushu remained like jewels. The second reason was that there were a lot of monsters here. Monsters were threatening, but the value of monster stones had become a real jewel that could not be replaced by anything. There were real jewels that could not be compared to the diamonds and sapphires that were now so useless. In such a situation, the Kyushu region, which was full of monsters, had to look like a land of opportunity for someone searching for a place full of jewels. Crucially, everything was done without any clear plans in the Kyushu region. There was no condition to monitor or punish someone's corruption or illegal activities. God damn it. That was why Samurai Nakagawa Genji was willing to come down to Kyushu. The samurai was an important group in the Japanese Empire, and along with the Imperial Hunting Unit, were a group of elite awakeners. Of course, no one could easily enter such an elite group. The sum of strength and health had to exceed 400 points, and the energy and defense rank had to be above C+ or one of them B or above to be qualified for samurai. Those which just preconditions for the test, and after that, they had to prove their ability against monsters and people, and then they became a samurai. The treatment of samurai was better than any other group. If it was not an important matter, they were not bothered by it. The reason why the samurai were born in the first place was to carry out operations against monsters which normal awakeners could not perform properly because of the fear, such as the monsters of the green grade or higher. There was no reason to use such a knife to kill chickens. In addition, a certain amount of monster stones was always paid to the samurai to improve their abilities. Finally, a few named swords in Japan were given to them. No, a named sword was the most obvious proof that he was a samurai. It's all messed up because of that Zainichi. The problem was that the number of samurai increased, and the number of named swords was limited. Therefore, there were more people who did not receive a named sword than those who received them among the current samurai. Fucking bastard. In the end, it was necessary to prove their value among the samurai to receive a named sword. I can't gather the monster stones because of that fucking bastard, Zainichi. It was the reason why Nakagawa Genji came down to Kyushu province by himself. He collected monster stones in Kyushu, trying to gather a bribe to achieve what he wanted. His plan was going very smoothly until a few days ago. A branch manager of Kyushu, Hiyoshi, who had been in short supply of monster stones and recently been transferred from Tsushima Island, had been urged to meet his demands rather than to interfere with the work of Nakagawa Genji. Especially in a situation where a yellow-grade monster should be killed, hunting was not done without the help of Nakagawa Genji. The relationship between Hiyoshi, the branch manager of Kyushu, and Nakagawa Genji was close to the relation between a servant and a master. But the strange man who suddenly appeared broke the relationship. He hunted monsters at a tremendous pace and began to relieve the biggest worry of Hiyoshi. If it weren't for the branch manager of Kyushu, Hiyoshi, he could not stand a single stroke of my sword. His skills were not great. To be exact, they were not great at all. It was not a trivial level, but it was not comparable to Nakagawa Genji. But he was smart and competent. He shot the arrows using a relic, horn bow, and he never missed the target. The arrows penetrated only the hearts and heads of the monsters. He was predicting the monsters' habits and behavior patterns more accurately than anyone else, and he was coming up with the right numbers. He was hunting monsters like a real hunter. That made it even more difficult. If Kim was a strong man who Nakagawa Genji could not do anything about, Nakagawa Genji would not have worried about it. Genji must have told the homeland all about Kim. If I take this kind of job and let the headquarters know about him. Kim said that he was a Korean-Japanese citizen, but there was no reason for Genji to let a strong person who was not clearly identified hunt around. I will have totally lost my face. But now the man, Kim Tae-hoon, was not a man with such strength. In such a situation, if Genji informed the headquarters about Kim Tae-hoon, it was clear that they would ridicule him, with the evaluation that he was a useless person who could not even handle such things with his own strength, and was trying to borrow their power to cover his weakness. That was why Nakagawa Genji was worried about his troubles at the same time. And sooner or later, if he succeeds in hunting a white snake. Moreover, sooner or later, the Kyushu branch of the Imperial Hunting Unit was planning to hunt a yellow-grade monster, the white snake, that had settled in Mount Umami in Asakura City. The branch manager of the Kyushu Hiyoshi had not yet said anything to Nakagawa Genji about when the hunt would start. That meant that Hayashi recognized the ability of the Korean, and would go on the white snake hunt centered around the man. My position is over. The white snake is a monster as worthy of the yellow grade as the black snake. If Kim Tae-hoon succeeded in hunting the white snake, there was no reason for Hayashi to humor Nakagawa Genji and ask him for anything. In the case of killing the white snake, the ability acquired from the white snake was one of the most valuable abilities. The ability to see distant objects was extremely good. I have to take it. In fact, it was a monster Nakagawa Genji was after. So, he was able to decide one thing. I have to get rid of him somehow, before he goes hunting for the white snake, without letting Hayashi know. It was none other than Kim Tae-hoon that gave him the solution to his problem. 5. If the Japanese archipelago was compared to a long coal mine, Kitakyushu City, the entrance of the Kyushu region, was like the blind end of a mine tunnel. It was one of the ends where someone could escape from the Japanese island, where the sea was blocked everything. There were several places in Kitakyushu City where evil and ugly humans would show up. Among them, the Yakuza, even if a nuclear bomb once again exploded in Japan, would survive with the cockroaches to the end. The businesses they ran were the worst places. Drugs were a joke, human trafficking was basic, and if someone paid the price, even assassinating people or killing for pleasure was provided. Monsters with human faces, no, they showed the cruelty that only humans could show. The underground bar which Kim Tae-hoon was now heading to was one of the worst places. It was originally a building where an illegal Yakuza bar was located, and it was now a place where illegal activities which would never have been dreamed of in the past were carried out. When Kim stepped in, drug users were on the floor of the bar, and there were dirty sexual activities going on everywhere. He stood there looking for a seat. A man in a neat attire appeared in this atmosphere. What do you want? The strongest drink. With the order, Kim immediately took 5 red jewels out of his pocket and put them on the table. How much strong drink do you want? I want the fire to go on blazing, but such a stiff drink needs a monster stone per bottle. 5 bottles. The waiter nodded and immediately opened the menu in front of Kim. There was a variety of things on the menu: a jewel for a bottle of wine, a jewel for a methamphetamine, a jewel for a woman, 5 jewels for murder, 10 jewels for rape and murder. It was a menu filled with the cruelty that would be hard to find in hell. Kim did not cover the menu. He read the menu slowly from the beginning. This is a Yakuza bar protected by Nakagawa Genji. And he waited. It'll take about 16 minutes for him to come. After thinking about it, he set the timer on his wrist. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 107, A Hunter from a Foreign Country, Part III. Chapter 107, Episode 107, A Hunter from a Foreign Country, Part 3. Chapter 37. A Hunter from a Foreign Country, Part 3. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 6. If they have monster stones, they can buy drugs, buy people, and kill people. It was around the time when the bottle was raised on the table where Kim Tae-hoon sat, when the atmosphere of the place where it was like a devil's den, which was so terrible and beyond the clutter and even evil, began to change. This is the strongest one in our store. One by one. Every time the bottles filling Kim's table increased by one, the atmosphere around him changed. Those who were drunk and fallen were dragged away by 1 or 2 people, and the people who had sex violently enough to look cruel began to disappear one by one. The seats of those who disappeared were filled with new guests. The guests had a shrewd force and sharp eyes that did not fit the bar. Thump! The climax of all this was a sound heard from the iron door that warded the underground bar as soon as Kim had 5 bottles on the table. With the sound of the iron door closing firmly, there was no longer a cluttered atmosphere anywhere in the bar. A man appeared at the table of Kim, where he was sitting alone. Zainichi. The man who spoke in an unfriendly manner was wearing a kimono and a Japanese blade on his left hip. The two factors were sufficient to discern the fact that he was a samurai, a third-class citizen, and an awakener, Nakagawa Genji. It was no trouble to identify that this was a bar managed by the Yakuza under his protection. Anyway, he had suddenly appeared, and he was smiling in front of Kim. "I was thinking about how to kill you, but you came into the tiger's den by yourself." The smile was a hearty smile. Nakagawa Genji was rather grateful, happy to see Kim at this moment. It was like a big tiger now trapped in a trap that a hunter threw away for being useless. It's funny how the world works. When it's bad luck, and if it's lucky, it's always good. He was so happy that he was dumbfounded. Moreover, when Nakagawa Genji came here in one step, the stage was already set. The Yakuza who ran this bar understood the mind of Nakagawa Genji and set the stage early where they could remove a person without noise or rumors. He felt like he was the main character of the finest surprise party. It was why Nakagawa Genji was willing to give consideration to Kim Tae-hoon. "You didn't drink all the bottles after ordering, did you? Would you like me to wait until you have a drink, which will be your last drink in the world?" Of course, the consideration did not last long. "Drink it when I show my respect, because this may be the first and last time I've ever given this kind of consideration to a zainichi." The patience and empathy of Nakagawa Genji were not so great. "I have never liked the zainichi. They are not only ruining a country, Japan, but they are a crude, uncivilized people who commit crimes. Josenjin is a dirty bloodstained land, and they must be barbaric and uncivilized, right?" A laugh came out from around at Nakagawa Genji's question. Kim did not react much to the atmosphere, which was really a nightmare. He did not drink or give a glance at Nakagawa Genji. It was because there was still time left. "Anyway, the moment I step on the land of Joseon, I will kill all the men and cut off all the limbs of the girls and make them sex slaves. Beep. And the time that remained was gone. What is it? Beep, beep. Kim's wristwatch began to spit out an alarm, and Nakagawa Genji, surprised by the sound, took alert. Click. Click, dot. Those around him also immediately pulled the guns out of their waistbands and pointed them at Kim. Of course, it didn't take long to realize that the sound was a watch alarm, because Kim pressed his watch and turned off the alarm. Some made disbelieving expressions, some of them were full of anger. Nakagawa Genji was the latter. The fact that he was surprised by the clock alarm melted away his small consideration at once. "You zainichi bastard." It was the moment he was about to express his anger. Swish! The arrow that was silent in Kim's waist started floating. Swish! The arrow was moving surprisingly fast enough to be invisible. Thunk! At the same time, it was surprisingly powerful. It easily penetrated from temple to temple, a piece of flesh between the bones the length of handspan. Thud! It was the sound of bodies beginning to fall on the floor that announced that the flight of the arrow was over. Ha! Nakagawa Genji has stiffened up where he stood. It was because his thinking stopped at this situation that could not be understood by common sense at all. Of course, he realized the most important thing immediately. Dangerous. It was not possible for him to get the position of a samurai with just luck, as only those who had excellent ability and skill qualified. He recognized the desperate crisis he was in, and he dropped his hand to his waist to cut down the crisis into a single stroke. He wanted to pull out the sword in his waistband. Srung! And the sword was pulled out by itself. Huck! The sword that was drawn out was caught by Kim, now facing Nakagawa Genji. A sudden feeling of helplessness rose up in front of the absurd things that had happened in a short time. No, at this moment, his ability to detect danger realized that any ability to sense danger or act was completely futile. So, he was scared stiff, and Kim just looked at the man who was now the color of a corpse. "I'm sorry, but I can't kill you right now." If I kill you right here, the fact will be delivered through the Shikigami, Japanese ghosts, to Musashi. Along with the words, Kim threw something golden in his palm toward the mouth of Nakagawa Genji. You fucking bastard, yoop. It was sticky, and it sealed his mouth at once. Kim got up. It was the first time since he had entered this bar. But it was not just Kim who got up. The bottles on Kim's table also began to emerge. Clank! The bottles exploded and sprinkled alcohol all over the place. Tooey! Kim spat on the scattered alcohol. Whoosh! The strong liquor ignited as if it were trying to prove how strong it was. The bluish flames reflected off his black eyes. 7. The Kyushu region was like the blind end of Japan, and the Kita-Kyushu area, which was the beginning of the Kyushu region, was always overflowing with accidents. It's completely collapsed. It was not unusual for a building outside the city to collapse overnight. What do you want me to do? What? However, some of those who had just been dispatched to Kita-Kyushu City did not know that. Of course, it was not special either. The building has collapsed. So what do you expect me to do? Yes? What do you want me to do when the building collapses? It was natural for a new recruit to know nothing, and it was the role of the senior to teach them. Well, do you have any equipment to clean up the building or something important inside? Enough to put all your manpower in here right now, huh? Oh, no, no. That was what it was now. The senior made it clear to the new recruits the reality of Kita-Kyushu, and even Kyushu. It was not easy to remove the wreckage of the collapsed building and rescue people before the monsters appeared, and in the present age, it was wise to leave this building as a grave. Do you get a bonus for cleaning this up, Dot? And doing this would be of little help to the survivors. No, I don't get a bonus. What should we do then? In front of such a senior's instruction, the new recruit learned a lesson that he could not forget even if he wanted to forget. I'll just deal with it as an accident. Yeah, just make it happen. Write a report. The building is down, and no victims. I understand. So, the report was written on the spot. 8. Hayashi, the branch manager of the Kyushu region, was currently in charge of Kita-Kyushu City. It was not unusual for him to be in charge of the Kyushu region, where the role of the Imperial Hunting Unit in a monster-filled land was more important than ever. Of course, the branch manager of the Kyushu Hayashi received a significant amount of reports every day. The monsters were everywhere, and accidents were common when there were so many people of the worst character. However, he wasn't the type to read his reports carefully. I'm sorry, it's such a noisy place. All he did was read the title and stamp his seal on the bill as soon as he saw it. It was still the case. He was not particularly interested in the report of the collapse of an outer building of the city, no victims. His only interest was directed at the man standing in front of him. Was there any matter? At the question of Kim, Hayashi approved the report and read the title again. Fire destroyed a building. No victims. Kim calmly answered at the words of Hayashi. It's not a big deal. Yes, it's not a big deal. At the moment of speaking out the words, not a big deal, Hayashi no longer had the report in mind. It's not important. Instead, Hayashi had a monster, a giant snake with a white body, in his mind. What do you think? Can you do that? You mean the white snake? Is there anything else besides that important thing right now? The white snake was a huge snake, a yellow-grade monster. It was a scary monster. However, just because it was the only yellow grade, Hayashi did not give his keen attention to it. That way, his attention should be directed to an 8-tailed fox, a dark blue-grade monster on Mount Aso. The reason to get the attention of Hayashi wasn't the grade of the monster. The eyes of the white snake is more valuable than a green monster's ability. == The eyes of the white snake is the ability obtained when someone eats the crystal of the white snake. The eyes of the white snake can give someone better eyes than a hawk. In addition, an ability to improve the five senses, such as the eyes of the white snake, is treated as much more valuable than other abilities. The reason is that the awakeners are superhumans. No matter how good they are, they can't function properly if they are deaf. Conversely, if they lack the ability, they can demonstrate their ability at 120% if they have 5 excellent senses. Therefore, the value of the eyes of the white snake that gives human visions to transcend is equal to a crystal of a green-grade monster, or it has more value, depending on the situation. Dot. In addition, the crystal of the white snake was not an object they needed to send on to the home country. My assessment is going up recently, and if I clear Fukuoka City, I can go to Tokyo by using the eyes of the white snake as a bribe. A bribe. Even if Hayashi just paid valuable goods like the eyes of the white snake to his home country, there would be nothing for him. On the other hand, the reality was that someone was more likely to intercept and eat it during transportation. Of course, Hayashi did not even report on the white snake, so few people even knew about it. To be precise, it seemed to belong to the samurai Nakagawa Genji so far. In the position of Hayashi, it was an object that could not be taken even if he was willing to take it, until this man appeared before him. So can you hunt the white snake? Until Kim appeared, Hayashi was suppressing his greed for the white snake. But now that Kim appeared, he could no longer suppress his greed. I can't give you a definite answer. That was about it. Kim showed a great ability to make Hayashi burst into the greed that he had formerly suppressed well. Kim's monster hunting ability had been excellent enough to be considered outstanding among those he had seen. Can't you make it more clear? I've never seen a monster called a white snake, and a yellow grade is not something I am certain I can kill with just my confidence. So, at this moment, Hayashi nodded rather than urging him at the words of Kim. Finding it is a priority. He did not have any complaints or questions about this. Do you need anything? If someone is an able man like me, I'll go with him. But if he is not, I'd better go alone. I suppose so. When are you going to leave? I don't have to stay here long, so I'll move right away. At the response of Kim, Hayashi smiled. I can't believe a sword I can throw away any time is so useful. Of course, there was no consideration or worry for Kim in the smile. It was the same with Kim. There's no reason to give him the white snake. 8. A city that had been ruined. Now, a giant snake with a pure white body appeared in the street, where it was hard to find even bones, let alone a dead body. Kairup. The color of its skin, as well as the tongue that came out through the gaps in the tight mouth, was shining white. The only other color on the snake's body were the yellow eyes that clung to both sides of its inverted triangle head. It was a pale yellow eye, well matched for the white body, but it was not a beautiful eye. Rather, instead of beauty, it was horrifying and bizarre instead of the beautiful. It was the shape of the yellow eyes. The circle in the circle in it again. The shape of the circles overlapping in that way reminded him of a camera lens. Even its eyes were moving like camera lenses. As it looked into the distance, the pupils of the white snake began to move like camera lenses. The white snake scanned its territory with its own eyes. Kairup. Then it could see that a mile away, a deer was moving in the mountains, avoiding the predator's eyes. Kaya. At the same time as the white snake found the deer, it opened its mouth and shrieked out its fear. That was the end of the hunt. A deer had no power to endure the fear of a monster. Thud. The deer fell on the spot, its heart still, and the white snake moved to eat, not hunt, to appease its hungry stomach. Swish. It was about that time that a sword fell down like a lightning bolt. When the white snake was all relaxed and its mind was filled with the pleasure of eating, a sword, falling like a lightning bolt, penetrated deep into the back of its neck, between the head and the body. Thunk! The sword penetrated the white snake's body and stuck into the ground. Swish! Then a second lightning bolt came. This thunderstorm was from the left, not at the head of the white snake. A sword, like a missile, struck the left of the white snake and passed through and out the right side. 2 attacks were enough to take the light out of the pupils of the yellow eyes. Thump! The white snake fell to the ground as it was. A man stepped toward the white snake. Clump! A man, who reminded them of ghosts rather than people, stood in front of the white snake. Whiz! At the same time, the sword that had passed through the white snake flew toward the man. The man snatched it from the air, and he began to cut through the skin of the white snake from the starting point of the wound in its body. Red blood spouted like a fountain from the white body of the white snake, staining the pure whiteness bright scarlet. What the 2 swords pierced and cut were not just blood vessels, but an organ filled with blood. It was definitely the heart of the white snake. Here you are. The man could see the heart of the white snake, and the yellow jewel that had stuck to the heart, through the gap of the open skin. The man changed the color of his eyes. Equals sad-faced the crystal of a white snake. Mana increases when ingested. Mana resistance increases when ingested. You can acquire the eyes of the white snake, the power of the white snake, when ingested. The man could see the value of the yellow crystal of the white snake with his black eyes. He didn't hesitate. The man reached out his hand to strip the jewel from the white snake and put it into his mouth immediately, still covered with blood. Gulp! He swallowed it. At that moment, his eyes began to turn into something like the eyes of the white snake. The black eyes began to change like camera lenses, and at the same time, they began to see things in detail far away. He smiled despite himself. I get an income from an unexpected place. With his new eyes, the man looked at Mount Aso, which was dimly visible in the distance. If I kill the 8-tailed fox on Mount Aso, then it's Jeju Island, Korea. There was no sign of a smile on his lips then. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 108, Trojan Horse, Part 1. Chapter 108, Episode 108, Trojan Horse, Part 1. Chapter 38. Trojan Horse, Part 1. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 1. Tokyo was now not the capital of Japan, but the home of the Japanese Empire, and looked like something out of a historical drama. In the vast space of tatami, kimono-wearing men and women were sitting in rows, like rails on a railway. At the end of the rail, a man in a kimono was looking down at everyone with a brightly shining sword beside him. It was not a historical drama. There were no cameras filming this, and the man's ferocious eyes were shining brightly. The crowd accepting the eyes turned pale. The eyes and expressions were not acting. So it's impossible? The man sitting on the podium spoke into the silence. Everyone swallowed at that. Only one neatly shaved bald man in his early 30s, with an angular face, dared to speak. We must lead a large army at once to take over the Korean peninsula, in a situation where the Tsushima island has been taken away. But as you know, if we move a large army, we will irritate the king of the sea. So it's impossible? If we encounter the king of the sea, we must think about throwing away half of our troops. I do not know if you can achieve what you want at the expense of the damage, but according to the report of the IGA ninjas, Korea is deploying defensive forces quickly. Most of all, the army power of Korea. So it's impossible. But in front of this same third question in return, Matsumoto Kanyo, the only man who dared speak, the leader of the Imperial Hunting Unit, had to keep his mouth shut. There was no longer a man who could defy the words of Musashi on the podium, and there was silence. It was a hard silence, and one of the people who could not bear it finally spoke. If you want a way, there is only one way to get there, and we will have to travel through Hakata Port in Kyushu. It is the shortest distance from Hakata Port to Busan. We could take the risk because the distance is short. Only then did Musashi take back his ferocious eyes. He must have wanted that answer. Then that's what we'll do. At that time, Matsumoto Kanyo, who was silent, spoke again. There is an 8-tailed fox in Kyushu. It is possible to regain Hakata Port, but if there are warships, troops, and logistics bases there will be inevitably tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of people, around Hakata Port. There are not 100 people there now, and if there are tens of thousands of people, the 8-tailed fox will not be still. Well, why don't we kill the 8-tailed fox? However, the words of Matsumoto Kanyo were once again blocked by the cross-question of Musashi. Finally, in fact, Matsumoto Kanyo knew better than anyone what Musashi wanted to hear. Nevertheless, Matsumoto Kanyo did not intentionally say that. Is he going to raise the stakes? It was because he wanted to prevent Musashi somehow from trying to kill the dark blue-grade monster, an 8-tailed fox. Apparently, we have to kill an 8-tailed fox. Of course, if they could kill such a monster, it was only right to kill it. Furthermore, the Kyushu region was more important than any other region to the Japanese Empire, as it sought to enter the Korean peninsula. But it is suicide if we want to kill it now. The problem was that the cost and risk to take to kill an 8-tailed fox at this point were too great. Lord, it's dangerous. Musashi was definitely strong. He was a man who regarded the hell of Tokyo as a trial to be strong, and a man who built a great Japanese empire alone in collapsed ruins of Japan. The Kusanagi in his hand was not different from evidence that God looked over Japan. But such a Musashi could never guarantee a chance of winning against a dark blue-grade monster. Even if Musashi was alive and killed the 8-tailed fox, many others would be sacrificed regardless. Musashi knew that. Because he knew that, Musashi had been staying in Tokyo all this time. Kanyo, you want me to be treated like a jerk? The changes in the mind and attitude of Musashi were caused by a jade bird Okjo from Taiwan yesterday. The Chinese army is already in North Korea, and soon they will come down to the military demarcation line as promised and begin a military demonstration against South Korea. What will it look like if I don't do anything? Musashi told to the 6 snakes that the Japanese Empire would destroy Korea and make the Korean peninsula the territory of the Japanese Empire. The 6 snakes said they would use the Chinese army to strike the Korean border and the military demarcation line to help him. Look one way and row another. While South Korea's military power was concentrated in the north to check the Chinese army, Japan was planning to use a very simple but effective operation to land on the Korean peninsula. And the operation was now underway. The Chinese army was now ready to cross the Yalu River. It was not an ordinary matter. The Chinese army is moving, bearing the danger, even though there is a dark blue monster in MT. P2, but if I am stuck in Tokyo being afraid of the 8-tailed fox, what would they see me as? There is a dark blue-grade monster in MT-Do. No matter how far apart they move through MT-Do, there is no guarantee that the monster of MT-Do will tolerate it. And if the monster of Baekdu Mountain is hostile toward the moving troops, the troops will be annihilated. However, the 6 snakes were moving at that risk. But Musashi in Japan, who had strongly advocated this operation, could not do anything? Musashi's pride did not find this acceptable. I should have informed them when Tsushima Island was taken. Because of my pride. In fact, because of his pride, Musashi did not even announce the current situation and the situation that he had lost Tsushima Island through the Okjo. If he had informed him of the fact, the 6 snakes would not have moved the troops to the Korean peninsula unless they were insane. So, after all, my pride has done this to me. It was a situation where his pride had made things worse, and Musashi had no intention of bending his pride at this moment. He was determined to make a reckless choice because of his pride. We must stop it. Of course, now it was just a word. We have to stop it somehow. The moment a word was acted, it would be the end. So, at this moment Matsumoto Kanyo said, then I'll see what's going on with the Kyushu branch manager, and I'm sure it won't be too late. You have to have time to do that. At that point, Musashi looked at Matsumoto Kanyo with a cold eye. But this time, Kanyo did not avoid the look. Do it as soon as possible. Musashi finally took a step back. 2. Fuck. Hayoshi Kyushu branch manager, the recent days for him were really hell days. Who the hell killed the white snake? The starting point was Kim Tae-hoon's report. The news brought by Kim, who went out to search before hunting the white snake, was that the white snake had disappeared. The plan to use the crystal of the white snake as a stepping stone to change his position and to use the good sword Kim Tae-hoon, who he could abandon any time, was suddenly gone with the wind. The problem was, as said earlier, the starting point. Nakagawa, that bastard, is also missing. The absence of the samurai Nakagawa Genji had been too long. Of course, the fool had never reported his actions to Kyushu branch manager Hayoshi. Nakagawa Genji was not the subordinate of Hayoshi, nor was he demoted to Kyushu. He always did as he pleased, and sometimes he treated the Kyushu branch manager Hayoshi as if he were a subordinate. However, if there was a problem with the life of Nakagawa Genji, the responsibility was on Hayoshi. Damn it! Did he die while hunting the white snake? If Nakagawa Genji had died, the responsibility would be on Hayoshi. Moreover, his sense told him that there was a connection between the disappearance of the white snake and the absence of Nakagawa Genji. But if Nakagawa Genji died, the homeland would have known it. They can always check the life and death of ninja and samurai through the Shikigami. The common sense and system that Hayoshi the Kyushu branch manager knew denied his thinking. If something was clear, he would act. But it was not, so he could not even do anything. What the hell happened? It was also the reason why Hayoshi was going crazy. Sir! With a sudden burst, the door opened and a man came in. Hayoshi, who was already angry, shouted out with eyes reminiscent of an axe blade. What? I've received a call from the home country. What? Sir, they want your report. 3. Equals sad face achieved abilities. The eyes of the white snake, grade 4. It is the power of the white snake. It improves vision significantly. Equals. Kim Tae-hoon looked at his right hand with his black eyes for a moment before looking away. A view came through the broken windows of Kitakyushu City Hall. For Kim, who was using the eyes of the white snake, all the scenery seemed to be detailed. His black eyes began to change like camera lenses. Things in the distance looked detailed. Kokura Castle was now quite close. He could see a rat moving along its roof. The eyes of the white snake and the eyes of the black snake overlap. The view was familiar to Kim in a sense, because it was very similar to what he saw through a sniper scope. I can work it more clearly if I can see it. In other words, he had the confidence to do what he could with a sniper rifle and scope. At this moment, Kim set up a hypothesis in his mind. I can do physical actions with my telekinesis even if they are not visible now, but it will be the most accurate and powerful if I see and move things with my eyes. If I can see what is far away, then wouldn't it be possible for my telekinesis to take actions at that far distance? As soon as the hypothesis was established, Kim thought of the arrow in his waist. He quickly drew a picture that the arrow seemed to penetrate the rat moving along the roof of Kokura. Shooting an object that was far away was so boring that Kim no longer needed to do image training. The sniper rifle was just turned into an arrow. However, Kim Tae-hoon did not put the attempt into practice. Someone is coming. He heard the sound of footsteps on the stairs from a distance. Kim's eyes returned to their original form. At the same time, he put the sticker he had prepared on the back of his right hand. When he removed the sticker, his right hand mark changed. He put his gloves on top of it. It was a double security device installed so that no one could know his abilities unless someone cut his wrist. Sergeant Kim So-hoon. By the time Kim finished all his preparations, the subordinate of Hayoshi appeared in front of him. "The branch manager is calling for you." His voice was urgent, and his eyes were nervous. When he saw it, Kim felt intuitive. Musashi must have given up on taking Tsushima Island and chosen to hunt the eight-tailed fox. Now the time had ripened. 3. Can you kill a green monster? The heart of Kyushu branch manager Hayoshi was running more urgently than ever as he asked the question. Kim's ears were sore at the sound of that frantic heartbeat. "I don't want to say I can kill a green-grade monster in a situation I haven't even killed a yellow-grade one, but you asked me a question, and I'll answer it. I'd be able to kill a green-grade monster if I had my men." "How would you do that?" "Do I need to explain to you, Kyushu branch manager Hayoshi, who belongs to the Imperial Hunting Unit? You should know it better than me. Just tell me." It is possible to kill the yellow-grade monster with the ability of an awakener himself, but for the green-grade one, the hunting is different depending on the relics secured. The reason I say it is possible if I have men is if the relics they can handle are worthy and capable. At the moment he heard that, the Kyushu branch manager Hayoshi relayed a command from his home country. They suddenly urged me to report. What came from the home country was nothing but a demand for a clear report on the current achievements of Kyushu. To Hayoshi, it meant submitting a report card in which his fate was at stake. Damn it! It was the worst because the report card of Hayoshi was not good at all. Recently, thanks to Kim's performance, he had filled the monster stone payments required by Tokyo, but it was merely a given task. What the high people want is not to do well at the given homework, but to finish the homework and do something new. That way I can get a good evaluation. But I couldn't even maintain it. The bigger problem was that now, rather than homework, deductions were everywhere for Kyushu branch manager Hayoshi. Nakagawa Genji is still absent. He could not kill the white snake, and the absence of Nakagawa Genji had not been solved yet. The moment Tokyo receives my report, they will come to check if the report is correct, and then Kim Tae-hoon's existence becomes a large bomb that can burst at any time. Currently, Kim is a sword that I have hidden and used well, but from the perspective of Tokyo, I held a weapon without permission. Fuck. In other words, when the situation is settled as it is now, my fate is over here. Perhaps, the next demotion area will be a grave, if not hell. I don't have a choice now, I need an accomplishment that can cover all my wrongdoings. So at this moment, the Kyushu branch manager Hayoshi was going to gamble in a desperate attempt to reverse his situation. There's a green-grade monster in Hakata Port. I know. Do you know what it is? The green-grade monster search is harder than the yellow-grade, so you have to give me more time to explore. You don't need to search. The gambling card was, of course, Kim Tae-hoon. Hiroshi the Kyushu branch manager handed a document file that he had already prepared to Kim. The green-grade monster ghost turtle now occupies Hakata Port. How many men do you need to kill this one? Kim closed his eyes as soon as he saw a document file, a picture of a huge turtle with a bizarre shape on the back shell that reminded him of a ghost. He started calculating. And when the calculation was over, he opened his eyes. You know, killing a hard monster is harder than just killing a monster. Moreover, according to the report, it's one of the monsters of the highest grade among the green-grade monsters. Kyushu branch manager Hiroshi was already fed up with his words. The ghost turtle was one of the most powerful green-grade monsters, and if they divided the green-grade monsters into top, intermediate, and low according to power, it was a top-grade one. It was not a monster that dozens of people could kill. Hundreds or thousands of people might die trying to kill it. So how many people do you need? Of course, the Kyushu branch manager Hayoshi, who knew the fact well, was curious about the number needed to kill this monster. I need 200 men, at least. Can 200 people make it here? 25%. It's a probability that anyone who leaves Korea can reach Japan. If I bring in several warships, the possibility goes up, but crossing the ocean on a ferry is like walking a tightrope between a cliff and a cliff. If the Japanese see a ferry right away, why wouldn't they sink it first? I've been in a lot of trouble. Even I had to swim 10 kilometers to get to mainland Japan. If we send 800 men to bring 200 people, 600 of them will die. If we look at it simply, it is so. At the words, Hayashi said firmly, "What's the price of 600 lives?" Kim looked surprised. If you kill this guy, I'll introduce you to Matsumoto Kanyo, the captain of the Imperial Hunting Unit. I promise on my neck. Kim was silent again at the answer. The Kyushu branch manager Hayashi did not grill him, as if he had finished the calculation. He waited for the man weighing his ambitions against the sacrifice of 600 men to finish the scales. Do I have to hand over the crystal of the ghost turtle? If you kill it, you can have the crystal. The dead body of ghost turtle belongs to the Imperial Hunting Unit. How much can you help me to attempt an illegal entry into the country? If it's a port near Kyushu, you can pass with my personal connections. How many can you pass? More than 200? Of course. 100 or 1,000 is okay, but 10,000 will be hard. Hayashi smiled wryly on the inside. It doesn't matter if there are 1,000 or 10,000. They're all consumables that I can throw away at any time. Kim Tae-hoon, who did not see his bitter smile, replied, "Okay." 4. For Manpazikjiak, there is a legend that two flutes are combined together, and I must focus on that. Jang Sung-hoon, who was studying the data in a space in Busan, put the booklet he was holding down on his desk. He leaned back in the creaking chair. The Japanese have already acquired a legendary relic, and the problem is that we have no legendary relic. Musashi would not have come into the eyes of the boss, unless he had had a legendary relic. If there was something in the boss's hand. Currently, Jang Sung-hoon was working on finding the relics that existed only in the legendary folktale, Manpazikjiak and Gumchuk. It was a specialized field he was adept in. He was that kind of guy in the first place. He was a man who had no talent in commanding an army or leading the country, and he did not want to have such talents. I've got to find Manpazikjiak or Gumchuk, but the best strategy is to steal what the others have. He heard a noise from the window. A jade bird was tapping on the window with its beak. "Boss." Jang immediately rose from his seat, approached the window, and opened it. The jade bird came in through the window. He raised his arm, and the Akjo sat on his arm. The Akjo checked his face, and after confirming his identity, said, "Send Trojan horse." Kim Tae-hoon's voice came out of the beak of the jade bird. Jang smiled at the voice he had not heard in a long time. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 109, Trojan Horse, Part 2. Chapter 109, Episode 109, Trojan Horse, Part 2. Chapter 38. Trojan Horse, Part 2. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 5. Nagato City, Yamaguchi Prefecture, was not far from Kita-Kyushu. The beautiful terraced rice fields with the blue sea as a landscape was now a land of ghosts, but there was only a sense of silence. The port was desolate as well, the mighty port of Nagato looking like something built for ghost ships. Two ships were slowly approaching the city in the chilly silence. The ship was none other than a passenger ship, and terrible one, at that. The passenger ship was so rusty it looked painted with rust instead of paint, and none of the equipment needed to fill the passenger ship was intact. The ferry only looked like a rusty lump floating on the sea. A light shone on the ferry from Nagato port. A dozen minutes after the light shone, 5 rubber boats arrived at Nagato port, exhaling breathlessly. Rattling. Click. It was a gun that welcomed those who arrived. The soldiers, who had been hiding in the darkness, pointed their guns at the rubber boats, and the people in the rubber boat raised their hands over their heads without any resistance, as if they were expecting it. The conversation began in that state. "Are you runaway troops?" The question, which started in Japanese, was answered by a man on a rubber boat. "Yes." "What are the numbers?" "There are 126 on the right and 134 on the left." "More than I thought. I heard there were 200 people coming." When we left Pohang, there were more than 1,000 people on 7 passenger ships. About 800 people dead. "You are lucky. If you'd met the King of the Sea, you'd have been killed." The conversation was both unilateral and provocative. Yes, if we just met the King of the Sea and all died, we wouldn't have had to do anything so annoying at night. It's annoying. However, at the provocation, there was no change in the face of those who were riding in the rubber boat. The man who tried to provoke them briefly clicked his tongue the moment he saw their expression. It's hard to get anything out of them. The man realized that his provoking would not work, so he stopped, because he knew that it wasn't a place for it. 6 people per boat, and move 5 boats. If the boat has more passengers, or if the number of boats increases, you will be killed immediately. After the warning, the rubber boats began to move between the passenger ships and the port again. There were those looking at the scene from a distance. "Hayashi, I'm willing to do this for you, but this is dangerous. You know my situation, and you are talking like that?" They were Inoue Mayor, a tall man with a thin face who oversaw Nagato City, and the Kyushu branch manager, Hayashi. "I got a call from Tokyo to report on the situation in Kyushu. D-Day is 10 days away. If I can't show something good at that time, my job place will be Hokkaido only if I'm lucky. It's a very sensitive thing. It is likely that the sudden visit from Tokyo is for other reasons. I don't know what's going on in Tokyo, but I heard that they are not trying to catch you. If they wanted it, they would have caught you in the first place. If they raised the payment by 1.5 times from the current payment, you would have to commit harakiri." Hayashi did not want to talk about the topic anymore and handed the mayor a bag he had in his hand instead. After Mayor Inoue picked up the bag, he beckoned to a man behind him and handed it over to him. That was all. Mayor Inoue did not confirm such things as what was in the bag, whether it was promised, or whether the quantity was right or not. Damn it! Hayashi knew that the Mayor Inoue's actions were not due to his faith or trust in himself. He's got my weak points right. The most obvious weakness of this situation was that Hayashi, the Kyushu branch manager, had helped more than 200 Korean soldiers get smuggled into the country without notifying Tokyo for his own benefit, let alone receiving their permission. That was why Mayor Inoue did not immediately confirm the price of overlooking this smuggling. If Hayashi did not pay the right price to be paid, Mayor Inoue would report the whole situation to Tokyo immediately. In other words, Hayashi had no chance of making a mockery of Inoue. The weakness caught in this way would surely continue to be used against him. Hayashi knew the fact better than anyone else. Inoue was also in a position to be demoted, and he had to use someone else as a stepping stone to climb. I've taken everything he has. In addition, the monster stones that handed over to Mayor Inoue for this transaction were almost all of the monster stones that Hayashi had collected in hand. Hayashi put all his monster stones into one thing. If there was no income here, his fate would no longer be his own. He would become a consumable, and he would be spent in any place where it was necessary. So somehow I must use these men to reverse my situation. Therefore, there was no room in the eyes of Hayashi looking at those who came into Nagato. It was not just the work of Hayashi. All of these people here were his accomplices, and at this moment they could not afford to care about anything else. Of course, they couldn't even imagine that hundreds of people were sneaking onto the land from behind the passenger ship floating in the distance. All 223 of the 1st Special Operations Unit have arrived safely. There was no one who imagined that as soon as they reached the land by swimming, they saluted in front of a man at full attention. 6. The Kita-Kyushu campus at Waseda University. This place, which had been ruined since the appearance of the monsters, had remained in ruins since then. There was no one to come to a university in a world where getting something from college was meaningless. But now the college gymnasium, which no one had any reason to visit, was filled with people. The number of people gathered was about 200 or so. However, the feeling of being crowded was not seen anywhere, even though it was not a small number. Rather, it seemed to be dispersed so that there was no crowding, even if people were overflowing. The crowd was showing military discipline. Excellent. Kyushu branch manager Hayoshi, who watched this from beside Kim Tae-hoon, admired it sincerely. They are elites of the elites. Hayoshi had also suffered all sorts of hardships, and even though he was demoted, he could not have been the branch manager of a huge land called Kyushu if he had not seen and done things. He had seen many people who did not lack the expressions of the best elite, not only seeing their performances closely, but also how they worked together. But what they were showing now was perfect enough to make most of the flawless elites he remembered full of blemishes. I understand why they are sure of the green grade monster hunt. Once they kill the ghost turtle, there is no reason to be afraid of my evaluation right away. He was convinced that they would kill the green grade monster, the ghost turtle. Then, at this moment, expectations began to swell in the hearts of Hayoshi. And then if I used them, furthermore, Hayoshi began to imagine what he could get if he gained them, including Kim Tae-hoon, as his own soldiers. He imagined himself controlling and commanding a hunter group who could hunt green grade monsters. The products of his imagination were so great that his face turned red. Maybe I can get to a higher position than I used to be. It was Kim's voice that stopped his rosy dreams. Everyone pay attention. Kim Tae-hoon continued, we will pay silent tribute to the 892 victims. In the Korean language that came out of his mouth for a long time, the man next to Hayoshi immediately translated it. All, silent tribute. Of course, the man did not need to interpret Kim's words right away. There was no one to not know the meaning of that since the gathered men standing upright bowed down at the word of Kim. After the moment of silence, Kim said again, we take a day off in the preparation for a day. 3 days from now, we will move to hunt the ghost turtle which has settled in Hakata Port, and the grade is green. Straightforwardness. Hayoshi and the interpreter, who was rather surprised by the brutally unilateral notification, like a verbal sword. Oh, my God. Hunting a green grade monster is actually a death sentence. Even if they are the best hunters, those who will make a silent tribute for those who have died after this hunt will be 50% or less. That is, the survival rate is just 50%. Their life is connected to the front or the back of a coin. But Kim just said such words in front of them, without giving them any time to prepare or make up for it. Huck! What was even more surprising was the expression of those who were told the brutalities of the one-sided. Nonsense, there's not a single person moving, If someone received such a ridiculous notice, he would either look hard or sigh briefly, or he will be moved to tears. But there was not a single person in the crowd who swayed. Update by novel full calm. It is more dangerous than ever. Moreover, this is no longer our country. We have nothing to lean on but our backs, we cannot expect to be buried intact. It's more dangerous, desperate, and miserable than anything we've ever faced. The same was true of Kim's repeated remarks. There was no agitation. Rather, in Kim's words, some people began to smile at the corners of their mouths. Wow, smiling? Smiling in this desperate situation? Hayoshi had never seen such men. No, he never even thought there would be such men. That's great, that's really great. After all, he was so surprised that Hayoshi spoke out his inner words without knowing it. Kyomum. Hayoshi, who noticed the fact, immediately covered his mouth with his fist and let out several coughs. However, Kim did not look at Hayoshi, and he finished his speech, studied his men. Remember, this place is more dangerous than any other place, and we must perform the most dangerous mission in the most dangerous place." At that, the smiles of the crowd began to get darker rather than disappearing. Some began to frown rather than endure a smile. It was unavoidable. This was the safest place in the world for them because it was near Kim Tae-hoon. 7. It was 100 meters long. A giant turtle, who could easily fill a school playground, was swimming slowly towards Hakata Port. As it approached, it began to get closer to the surface, and eventually, its shell came out of the water first. The figure on the back of its shell looked like it had been engraved in the shape of the devil. What a horrible sight! It was not just a metaphor. Kiru. Several seagulls, who were rushing to escape from the appearance of the monster, fell from the sky paralyzed when they saw the evil ghost on its shell. The fallen seagulls fell into the sea with small splashes, and they were gone. Instant death. The giant turtle set foot in the harbor of Hakata, with an eerie noise that would suit a monster. Thump! The four legs sticking out of the dreadful shell left their tracks clearly on the asphalt road. More footprints already filled the harbor of Hakata. This was not the first time the monstrous turtle had trampled through the Hakata port. It walked through the port dozens or hundreds of times, and it was very hard to find an intact building among the countless buildings filling the port. Go! Two long snake-like things appeared on its horrifying back shell. They were its heads. Two faces, not one, long like snakes, and ghastly like crocodiles, faced each other in the center of the shell where the devil was engraved. Go! The eyes facing each other shone green. It was a sight that would be astonishing beyond the horrifying level, a sign that no one dared step on the back of this ghost turtle. Thump! A small thing fell on the shell as the two heads faced one another. Go! Gua! In this ridiculous situation, the two heads focused on the thing which had fallen on its back with surprised eyes. It was nothing but a man. A man with 3 swords on his back, carrying a bag, and with black eyes. Kim Tae-hoon started hunting. Due to my current health, my uploads will be reduced to 2 chapters for a short time. Please bear with me and smite the bug that is eating at me as you do. Thank you. Con. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 110, Trojan Horse, Part III. Chapter 110, Episode 110, Trojan Horse, Part 3. Chapter 38. Trojan Horse, Part 3. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 8. The monster is nonsense in existence, its existence is nonsense, and beyond the yellow-grade monster, it has irrational ability beyond common sense. Some have the ability of fire, some have the ability of witchcraft, and some have the ability to detect beyond the range of normal senses. In that sense, the ghost turtle was incompetent for having green eyes. It didn't have fire, it didn't have a superhuman sense, and it wasn't the kind of thing who could show a great deal of activity. It did not even have a lot of monsters under its command. It was true that those who saw the devil of the backskin went stiff with fear, and that was its special ability, but it was doubtful whether they could call it special compared to the fear of another green-grade monster. So, what was the specialty of the ghost turtle? Rumbling. A huge back shell 100 meters in length, huge legs like a pillar suitable for carrying its shell, and a long neck as thick as a tree. That was the specialty of the ghost turtle. Its body was a very powerful, and overwhelming weapon that refused to compare with any monster. Just moving its huge body was a disaster for humans. Right now the body of the ghost turtle was racing over the port city of Hakata at about 30 kilometers per hour. It was not slow, but it was a cumbersome speed compared to other monsters that showed absurd performance. But the huge body regarded a 5-story building as a mere cumbersome obstacle when moving at that speed, enabling a destruction that no other monster could easily show. Get out, dot. In front of such a ghost turtle, the port city of Hakata, a forest of buildings built over decades, was like sandcastles on the beach. They thought it would be better for a tsunami to come in, or an earthquake with a magnitude of 7.0. Worst of all, there were people in the commotion. Never show your back. Those wearing specially designed black uniforms were moving away from the ghost turtle in the broken port city of Hakata. It was in a state of unimaginable disaster, a situation where they could not even think of running away in despair. They could suffer a heart attack just by listening to the footsteps like a thunderstorm. Okay, it's gone. That's awesome, the asphalt road is crushed like a tofu. However, there was no sign of despair even though the faces of those who were caught up in this situation were nervous. Sergeant Park Jin-seo, 5 buildings just flew into the sky. That's about 9 people on that scale. No, 10 people have to pretend to die. Yes, it's better to die a lot anyway. Rather, in this situation, they were playing with the word, death. There must be more than 100 deaths now. Of course, it was possible to talk like that because it was not real. To be exact, it's 109. In the first place, the ghost turtle was not a disaster for them. The one that the ghost turtle was dealing with was none other than Kim Tae-hoon, their savior, and a nightmare to the monsters. To call such a big green-grayed ghost turtle a disaster to Kim Tae-hoon was nothing more than an insult to the real disasters that Kim had faced so far. In other words, the situation itself was a lie. You guys are dead from now on. Kim Tae-hoon did not do that even though he could get rid of the ghost turtle at once if he had the heart. He intentionally provoked the ghost turtle and taunted it to break the buildings that were barely left in the port city of Hakata. Kim made a great and terrible stage for them to cover their mouths with both hands, and his men pretended to die. Death washed their identity as a ghost, not smuggled men. You will join the 1st Special Operation Unit and carry out the operation. Yes. I wish you good luck. Yes. And now they were ghosts, and they would dig into the major facilities in Japan with the ghosts that had come before. That was the real reason they came here. These were not here for monster hunting, but for the war that Japan had begun, willing to respond to the war. There are now 98 survivors. I don't need any more deaths. Okay. And when the moment no longer needed dead men. Send a signal to the master, we don't need any more dead men, so he can kill it now. Yes. Red smoke that had risen from somewhere began to rise above the sky. Exactly 3 minutes later, the smell of coffee bloomed in the totally ruined port of Hakata Port. 9. What's the situation? The ghost turtle is destroying Hakata. What's the situation around us? We're trying to stop people from going to Hakata, at the command you gave us, and in fact, we don't have to stop them. Who would go there if they're not crazy? At the question of his subordinate, Kyushu branch manager Hayoshi tapped his desk with his finger instead of answering. We have to kill it, he thought, somehow, we have to kill the ghost turtle. At this moment, Hayoshi was experiencing the most intense irritation of his life. I bet everything I have. The fundamental reason for this ghost turtle hunting was that he had taken a hold his destiny, and the additional reason was that the Kyushu branch of the Imperial Hunting Unit did not participate in this hunting. Damn it, I should have just put in an Imperial Hunting Unit? Even if it was the best elites, it was reckless to kill the green-grayed monster with only 200 men. The reason why he didn't put in an Imperial Hunting Unit was simple. The presence of Kim Tae-hoon and his men had not yet been reported to his home country, so they were illegal weapons that were not allowed or easily explained. There would be nothing good coming if there were many people who knew about such weapons. Because of that, he did not support them, and no one was allowed to go to Hakata Port, and he had to arrange his trusted men on the way to Hakata Port. He put the reliable men there to stop those who were heading there. He was going to make this hunt one without witnesses. Even Hayoshi himself grasped the progress of this battle situation only through intermittent reports in his office in Kakura Castle, not on the battlefield. Therefore, he had to be nervous. Furthermore, the situation of the battle that was reported was not good. The ghost turtle was going crazy, and the port city of Hakata was returning to the Stone Age. God. In the end, Hayashi skipped all his troubles and anguish, and he prayed earnestly to God. Heck. A man appeared through the open door with a panting breath. They got it. They got the ghost turtle, /update by novel full, com. At that, Hayashi did not answer. He just stood up and ran to Hakata Port with all his might. 10. Even though the giant ghost turtle was still dead, it still boasted an eerie presence. Those with low energy rank were not even allowed to approach the body. Therefore, Hayashi was looking at the body of the ghost turtle from a distance, too. How did they kill it? I can hardly see any external wounds. Next to him was a man with a pretty serious injury, his head bandaged, a crude sling around supporting his broken right arm. Kim's subordinate reported on behalf of Kim to Hayashi, there are 112 dead, 13 missing, and 36 injured, and now Kim. Master Sergeant Kim So-hoon is being treated for a serious injury. It was a serious report. The hard-faced expression of Hayashi began to be distorted. We got it. But the distortion was not really for any serious concern about what he was told. That's the best scenario. It was a distortion that occurred when he tried to resist the smile he wanted to display in this serious situation. That was all. God is looking over at me, too. The situation was so perfect that the nervousness that Hayashi the Kyushu branch manager had faced so far became meaningless. Once we killed the ghost turtle, we have achieved the most important thing we wanted. And there were no victims in the Imperial Hunting Unit. Of course, the report would be written, the success of the hunting of the ghost turtle, the recapture of Hakata Port, no deaths, no injuries. Is there a more perfect report card than this? And during the hunt, Kim Tae-hoon was seriously injured. If I do well. The eyes of Hayashi looked at the man Lee Hyung-woo reporting to him. The mouth of Hayashi began to twitch in the eyes of Sergeant Lee Hyung-woo, who did not show any shaking even in front of his injuries and the terrible deaths of his colleagues. I can make them mine if I do well. The men, brought by Kim Tae-hoon, were only illegal immigrants. Those had no place to lean on. They had been abandoned even in Korea. If Kim disappeared from them, who would be the one they should choose their destiny with? The answer was obvious. If this level of elite soldiers and the relics they brought from Korea come into my hands, because it was so obvious, Hayashi did not worry anymore. Thank you. I pray to God that Master Sergeant Kim will recover quickly. Now it was time to get the prize of gambling and winning everything. 11. The recent atmosphere in Tokyo, as October loomed before them, was the atmosphere of the night before a storm. The storm they were waiting for was nothing but a report to arrive from the Kyushu branch. A report from the Kyushu branch has arrived. The storm finally came. It was not unusual to express the report as a storm, as the Kyushu branch report determined whether or not to hunt an eight-tailed fox. Of course, the report could not be read by an individual as he pleased. Call the council in the royal presence. Until then, keep this report sealed, and keep a close watch on it. No one is to open it. The report was sealed until the meeting was convened again, and it was of course Musashi who read the sealed report for the first time. The process was not simple either. Matsumoto Kanyo, the head of the Imperial Hunting Unit, opened the sealed report and handed it to Musashi. It was to completely block any noise that might happen or any tricks. So Musashi read the report and handed the bundle to Matsumoto Kanyo, with words that seemed to be madness beyond meaning. Kanyo, God is in favor of my will. So, at the moment he heard that, Matsumoto Kanyo guessed that everything was wrong. And the guess was convinced the moment he read the report. Does God really want us to hunt an eight-tailed fox? In front of this conviction, Matsumoto Kanyo forced a cool expression to disguise his introspection, and Musashi spoke to the crowd. The Kyushu branch has successfully recaptured the port of Hakata. They hunted the ghost turtle, without a single death. At that point, The people gathered in the crowd somehow struggled to follow the expression of Matsumoto Kanyo. Oh, my God. How the hell? If this happened, we'll have to kill an 8-tailed fox. A dark blue-grade monster hunt, isn't it a hunt no one has ever succeeded at? They did their best not to express their anxiety and fear. The Kyushu branch has done so great for the great will of the Japanese Empire, and it is impossible without God's protection that there were no deaths in the recapturing of the port of Hakata. Musashi, on the other hand, did not hide his inner self and blatantly said, "It doesn't make sense if I am afraid, even the demoted Kyushu branch manager has been under God's protection. I will hunt the 8-tailed fox." Then he nailed it. We will hunt the 8-tailed fox and reclaim Kyushu. We will head for the Korean peninsula through the port of Hakata, and we will use the Korean peninsula as the cornerstone of the great history for the Japanese Empire to be written. There was no objection. No one could break through the spirit of Musashi and utter any advice. It was the same with Matsumoto Kanyo. How could he have recaptured the port of Hakata, if he was not so competent? There was obviously a question. The Kyushu branch manager Hiroshi, who Matsumoto Kanyo knew, was not incompetent, but he was not one who could have such an amazing result. But Matsumoto Kanyo did not stick to the facts. No, whatever the Kyushu branch manager did is fine, but in such a situation that the dam has already collapsed, it is stupid to worry about the reason why the dam has collapsed. Likewise, Musashi will go on a hunt for the 8-tailed fox, and there is no way to stop it now. What matters now is, if so, there was one best choice left. By using all means and methods, he had to lead the hunting of the 8-tailed fox to success and keep Musashi safe. Lord, I'll prepare kamikaze. At the appearance of the word, the faces of the crowd, who were trying to remain calm, began to get white. Kamikaze? Musashi also questioned. It is to kill a dark blue-grade monster for the first time, and no matter how much we prepare for it, we are not sure of everything. How many kamikazes do you intend to put in? I think we should put everyone in if we need to. At the words of Matsumoto Kanyo, Musashi closed his mouth tightly. Kamikaze was not an immediate unit. It was more of an operation than a unit. The operation was that the samurai would make their live candles before their deaths by using the power of the relics, making impossible things possible by burning their last flame. Kamikaze was the last choice, of course. Even if he succeeded in the hunt, the samurai would be virtually out of power. We put all that kamikaze in as needed? If all samurai became kamikaze, it would be a loss even if they killed the 8-tailed fox. This was a resistance of Matsumoto Kanyo, in a sense. Without that much determination, we can't do it. It was Matsumoto Kanyo's final resistance against Musashi. At the resistance, Musashi spoke, "Yes, we should. Rather than being a coward trapped in the archipelago without even following what I said, it would be better to be a light for the history of the Japanese Empire." Matsumoto Kanyo, you're right. Gather the samurai. If necessary, I will hunt the 8-tailed fox at the cost of them all. Everyone bowed their heads at the answer. The hunt for the 8-tailed fox was ready to begin. 12. Kim was drinking coffee in a temporary shelter. No one could find any trace of a man who had led a fierce battle to victory. Not a scratch, not a bit of fatigue was found. I finished the report. In front of him was Sergeant Lee Hyung-woo, wearing a bandage. With those words, he saluted at attention with his right arm. "Thank you for your service." As soon as he heard the report, Kim answered and drank another cup of coffee. Holding the coffee, he closed his eyes. If it is Musashi, of course, he will move to hunt the 8-tailed fox. Over his closed eyes, the information he had seen before his death was shining. The samurai will serve as a suicide squadron for that Musashi. Step by step, Kim recalled the information he had seen. He measured information about the person and about the monster. In the end, they will fail in the hunting of the 8-tailed fox. Eventually, Kim came up with a note in his mind. A memo in his dream stated that Japan would fail to kill the eight-tailed fox on October 15, 2017. Due to my current health, my uploads will be reduced to 2 chapters for a short time. Please bear with me and smite the bug that is eating at me as you do. Thank you. Con. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 111 and Eight-Tailed Fox, Part 1. Chapter 111, Episode 111 and Eight-Tailed Fox, Part 1. Chapter 39. An Eight-Tailed Fox, Part 1. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 1. A hospital in Kitakyushu City. A room in a place now ruined and a scourge that even animals did not wander into was filled with dim light. The dim light was from a candle. The blazing light was brighter than someone thought. It was thanks to the candlelight. A man sitting on a single bed in a private hospital room was able to read his pocket notebook freely thanks to candlelight. Musashi is strong, and Japan is also capable of hunting the blue-grade monster at this point, and there was actually a record that they have already hunted it. The main character of the pocket notebook was Kim Tae-hoon. First of all, the relic grade of the Kusanagi is first, and its value is legendary. The success rate that Musashi will kill the eight-tailed fox is more than 40%, I can guess. In addition, the pocket notebook was a checklist that Kim Tae-hoon had written down the last time he had seen his death, the information he had gotten from his death, and the contents of the checklist he read now were about the relics of Japan. The first thing he saw was a record of the Kusanagi. Sad face the Kusanagi. Relic grade, grade 1. Relic value, legend. Relic effect, it consumes the energy of the user and produces a powerful cutting chi that can slice anything. The option itself of the Kusanagi was plain. However, there were more contents on the checklist made by Kim Tae-hoon. It is a great weapon. The Kusanagi. Kim was able to gauge its power only through letters, but he could not help but be surprised by its power. It was an amazing weapon that turned crazy monsters that survived in a missile bombardment into a T-bone steak baked rare. The problem is the price. The time for an awakener with the energy rank of A+ can maintain the Kusanagi is up to 59 seconds. But it was a weapon that demanded a huge price for its tremendous power. The time for a person with an energy rank of A+ could use the Kusanagi was just less than a minute. Even if he uses relics and items to increase the speed and total amount of energy recovery, it will be just over a minute. On the other hand, when he enters the battle, he will endure the fear and consume a lot of energy to display his superhuman ability. At this point, even if Musashi is supported by the great power, the time he can use the Kusanagi is around 30 seconds. It was not a weapon that could be used at will. Of course, Kim was confident. Well, 30 seconds to kill is enough. 59 seconds is a short moment for an ordinary person, but that time is like an eternity for a hunter who is about to kill. 30 seconds was enough to kill. Kim Tae-hoon immediately looked at the next relic. Sad face the black armor of Oda Nobunaga. Relic grade, grade 2. Relic value, special. Relic effect, it is the armor that the legendary hero wore on the battlefield. It has the power to resist any horror. The black armor of Oda Nobunaga. This was also an item that Musashi had at this point. In addition, the value and level of relics secured by Japan at this time were not much behind those secured by Korea. Moreover, if he can properly use the seven-branched sword, a relic of the same grade as the golden altar of the Kanjikido, he can actually lower the eight-tailed fox to the level of the blue grade. If he pulls it down to the blue grade level. If I look ahead this far, the chance of success in the eight-tailed fox hunting is over 70%. The power of Japan was enough to hunt the eight-tailed fox, which was the weakest among the dark blue grade monsters. Musashi and his aides knew that too. If they tried to hunt the eight-tailed fox, there would be some sacrifices, but if they took those sacrifices, there was no reason they could not kill it. Because of that calculation, Japan is trying to hunt the eight-tailed fox. If, in common sense, the hunting of the eight-tailed fox was unsuccessful, and there were only sacrifices, Musashi, who thought he was chosen by God, would not have forced the eight-tailed fox hunt. Musashi was arrogant, but he was not a stupid man without end. That's the reason they've survived. Kim did not ignore Japan's power. They had survived in a place which had become hell. That was a surprise. If there had been no Kim Tae-hoon in the land of Bucheon, Korea on December 31, 2016, what would have been the future of Korea now? So, he questioned at this moment. Then, why did he fail? Obviously, Japan's hunt for the eight-tailed fox was a failure. But given the circumstances, there was no chance that the hunting would fail simply because of its lack of capability. It was clear that there was a mistake if it failed. There's something about it. It was now Kim's job to figure it out. He should not reverse the mistake. Above all, the eight-tailed fox hunt was very important to him. If I eat eight-tailed fox's crystal, I may be able to elevate my telekinesis to a higher level. Kim saw his future, and in the future death, he could not hunt eight-tailed fox. In other words, the surest way to change the future was to kill it. And my death may change. Kim needed to change his future, somehow, and why he died. No, I must change it. Once again, I cannot die of the curse of the dragon. If Kim's death were due to the curse of the dragon in his next dream, he didn't even know what to do. On the contrary, at this moment, Kim had a different way of thinking. I'd rather see the future through someone else. If I am forced to die from a dragon's curse, then I will have someone else drink Napoleon's golden glass. But the question of how to do it was not long. Clump. Kim heard footsteps inside the hospital, where there was only one patient. He stopped worrying and waited for the owner of the footsteps to appear before his eyes. Soon afterward, Sergeant Lee Hyung-woo presented himself. Master Sergeant Kim So-hoon, Kyushu Branch Manager Hayoshi is coming here. When he said that, Kim gave an order while covering his pocket notebook. Prepare for the play. Yes. 2. As soon as the eight-tailed fox was scheduled to hunt, a state of emergency was declared throughout Japan. Japan's archipelago actually entered a state of war. The hail began to fall on the calm lake like a shower, and of course, everyone began to bounce the abacus before the Japanese Empire's monumental historical event called the eight-tailed fox hunt. The people who finished the calculation quickly took action. Damn it! Among them, Hayoshi finished his calculations the fastest and moved the fastest. What the hell is wrong with me? Until he succeeded in hunting the turtle, succeeded in recapturing Hakata Port, wrote about the situations and submitted the report, Kyushu Branch Manager Hayoshi was inflated with anticipation. Maybe I could go to Tokyo. However, the answer from Tokyo was that the power for hunting the eight-tailed fox would arrive in Kitakyushu City, and be prepared to welcome them. At the moment he received the order, the mind of Hayoshi went blank. Why on earth so suddenly? To be honest, Hayoshi did not even know that the answer to his report was eight-tailed fox hunting. No, I don't mind that. On the contrary, it was enough to calculate how eight-tailed fox hunting would affect his situation. I need to get rid of Master Sergeant Kim So-hoon first. Sooner or later, a large number of influential people and powerful people who represented the Japanese Empire would come to the city of Kitakyushu. If Kim So-hoon and his men were found by them, it would be obvious what would happen to Hayoshi. That was why he had to get rid of Kim. Now that this is the case, keep your presence hidden during the eight-tailed fox hunt. That was why the Kyushu Branch Manager Hayoshi was facing the haggard face of Kim, who had raised his upper body arduously in the bed of the ruined hospital room. Don't talk nonsense. Because of that reason, Kim also protested against the words of the Kyushu Branch Manager Hayoshi. Isn't this different from your promise? If we risked our lives and succeed in hunting the ghost turtle, you'd risk your life and introduce us to the head of the Imperial Hunting Unit, Matsumoto Kanyo? What Hayashi wanted for Kim and his men was simple: be ghosts until the end of the eight-tailed fox hunt, and wait in a desolate place. So this is the right time, isn't it? It's nothing else, and Matsumoto Kanyo himself will come. But you're hiding us. It's nonsense. It was a completely different story from the promise. Kim and his men did not hunt the ghost turtle with their lives because they wanted its monster stone. It was the sincerity, the expression of the will, and a payment of the price that they showed to lean on Japan, as they had to find a new place to lean on because they were driven out of Korea as rebels. I can't accept it. In such a situation, the notification of Hayashi was not any different from violating the promise he had made. I can't help it, this is not what I expected. Kyushu branch manager Hayashi knew that well. As expected, he resists strongly. But I can't help it. He was well aware that he was making a cold, hard look. And if you continue to be uncooperative, I'll be forced to be uncooperative as well. As his face looked, he began to threaten now, not a notice. What the fuck is? Cough, cough. Kim, who was shouting something toward Hayashi, began to cough suddenly and violently. Master Sergeant. The cough made the surroundings of Kim, who had barely raised his body in the bed, reddish. Lee Hyung-woo, who was waiting nearby, was scared and ran over to Kim, who was soaked in the blood that he had spit out. Cough, cough. Are you all right, Master Sergeant? Master Sergeant. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay. The viewer saw the symptoms of anemia, and Kim's blood was the proof. The injury must be serious, and I think that blood transfusion is impossible here, and I'm sure he will soon be dead with this condition. On the contrary, Hayashi was convinced at the pathetic appearance of Kim. With this display, it's easy to tell. Nothing was as easy as threatening a weak human being. Now, Hayashi, who had the power to decide the death of Kim, made the final notice to Kim, who was like a candle in front of the wind. When the eight-tailed fox hunt is over, there will be a major reorganization in the Kyushu branch, and my position will be different. If the hunt succeeds, I will be able to go back to Tokyo. So if you stay with me, you'll naturally be able to settle here, but if I die, you'll all die. With the notice, Hayashi took something out of his pocket. It was a leather pocket. I'm not going to throw you away. I will keep my word. I'll give you the crystal of the ghost turtle as proof. And it was the crystal of the ghost turtle that filled it. The Kyushu branch manager Hayashi carefully placed it on the leg of Kim, who raised only his upper body while lying on the bed. I have kept my promise, and you and your men will show your own goodwill. I assure you, if I do well, it will not be bad for you. What can you do with that body, meeting Matsumoto Kanyo? Matsumoto Kanyo will never deal with a man that looks like a corpse, so I think you will be in the hospital for a while recuperating. I'll tell you about a nice hot spring nearby. There was no further question about the notice. Kim took the leather pocket without saying anything. Hayashi released his cold expression. Please leave this place tomorrow, with your men. There shouldn't be any traces of you in Kitakyushu. Of course, I won't give you any specific orders. I know you'll do your best if you are the best elites. After that, Hayashi left the hospital room, leaving silence behind in the hospital room. Then the smiles began to spread in the silence. You have great acting skills. He's been fooled by 100%. I was almost fooled along the way. I thought you were really bleeding. When Sergeant Lee Hyung-woo said that a smile, Kim smiled and shook his head. Of course, Kim was fine. The haggard face was a disguise, and the image of a blood-splitting death was just an act. It was one of the few acts that Kim could do. This is how it helps to pretend to be dead when I was captured by the enemy. The best way to survive at the last moment was to pretend to be dead and to be sick. It was the reason why Kim, who had survived better than anyone else, had to do better than anyone else. I think your performance has finished the operation neatly. The reason for this performance was simple. In fact, the request of Hiyoshi was what Kim and his men wanted. It was not good that he and his men were exposed on the surface in the first place. Being just like ghosts was what they wanted. If he obediently accepted the disappearance, he would be suspicious. So he acted. Now this is the end of the act. His acting career was short. We're going to stage 2, and inform the 1st Special Operation Unit and the mainland via the Okjo. The next time Kim Tae-hoon revealed himself, Kim So-hoon would not be needed anymore. Yes. And you're moving to Kyoto. Yes. Don't forget to bring some coffee tasting candy. Yes? At the last words, Sergeant Lee Hyun-woo looked surprised, and soon gave an excited look and answered with a salute. Yes, I'll eat it the next time you need my help. After that, Sergeant Lee left the hospital room. Now alone, Kim put the green jewel in the leather pocket on his palm. Equals sad face the crystal of the ghost turtle. Health level will increase significantly when ingested. The proficiency of defense rank is greatly increased when ingested. The power of a ghost turtle, the devil's shield, will be acquired when ingested. And he put it right in his mouth. Gulp. The ghost turtle's crystal went down his throat, and he looked at his right hand. Basic abilities. Strength, 765. Health, 777. Special abilities. Energy, A rank. Mana, B+ rank. Telekinesis, A+ rank. Defense, A rank. Mana resistance, B+ rank. Achieved abilities. Devil Shield, grade 4 with the power of a ghost turtle. You can give the power of the Devil Shield to everything you create with your own energy, mana, or telekinesis. If the object is given the power of the Devil Shield, its resistance to fear and its defense greatly increase. Not bad. Kim was not impressed at this moment. There was no reason to feel that. It'll help in hunting a little bit. As said earlier, he no longer had to play Kim So-hoon. The only thing that existed now was the hunter Kim Tae-hoon. That was why he took out his diary again and prepared for the hunting. On October 15th, the hunting day dawned. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 112 An Eight-Tailed Fox, Part 2. Chapter 112, Episode 112, An Eight-Tailed Fox, Part 2. Chapter 39. An Eight-Tailed Fox, Part 2. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 3. Thunder rolled across the land. The sound awakening the stillness of Aso Mountain began to spread. The source of the sound was a tank. There were 45 tanks of Type 90, 55 tanks of Type 74, and so a total of 100 tanks were moving toward Aso Mountain. It was a great thing in many ways. The number of tanks in Japan, which did not need to have a large army in the first place, is not so many, and after the emergence of monsters, the number of tanks in Japan operating properly does not exceed 400. So, the sight of the tanks moving forward was obviously spectacular. Isn't this enough to kill the eight-tailed fox? Even if we don't kill the eight-tailed fox, this firepower could give it a fatal blow. Yes, I was unnecessarily worried. Even it is a monster, it is hopeless in the presence of modern weapons? Nothing to fear. It was such a spectacular sight that the hopes of the people who were watching the scene became more intense than their despair. But the man, who was watching the scene with black eyes like a camera lens, was different. Firepower is powerful, I'm sure. The appearance of the tanks in his eyes was not a spectacle. The word devastation that filled his head. I'm sure they will start with a big blow if they're going to use firepower against a blue-grade monster. The firepower that 100 tanks can show is overwhelming. It is also true for monsters. It is Kim Tae-hoon and the armored hunting unit that proved it, more than anyone else. But it's not true for the dark blue-grade. Kim knew better than anyone else the reason why modern weapons were valid against monsters, and why they are powerful. The fear range is not comparable. The horror of modern weapons is not the firepower, but the shooting range. It is frightening that the shooting range is a few kilometers or dozens of kilometers. However, missiles can hit the target accurately from hundreds of kilometers away. Then, how far is the range of the fear used by a dark blue-grade monster? The fear range of the blue-grade monster Kim Tae-hoon had confronted was about several kilometers. In the case of a monster with howling, it was possible to attack with the fear even farther away. At least 5 kilometers, and if someone is below the D rank of energy, he is helpless even with the help of any relics and items. If I keep that in mind, the fear range of the dark blue-grade monster should be at least 5 kilometers in radius. It is similar to the effective range of the latest tanks. The scope of activity is even more incomparable. The bigger problem is that the scope is not fixed. The monster moves with absurd speed, ignoring the law of physics. The fear also moves according to the movement of the monster. Unless the members of the armored forces are filled with awakeners above the C rank of energy, and unless they raise resistance to the fear with relics and items, they are sacrifices. At this moment, Kim was able to see why 100 tanks were gathered there. The tanks were sacrifices to hold the 8-tailed fox for a while. They used 100 tanks as bait. It was a huge offering. If someone said he had to use 100 tanks as a sacrifice to kill a monster, everyone will say that he is a madman. Apart from the money, the tactical value of 100 tanks is beyond description. Crucially, 100 tanks are not something someone can produce in a moment even if he wants to produce more tanks later. It is fatal beyond the level of sacrifice. They took decisive action. However, Kim Tae-hoon was rather admiring of this fact, rather than surprised. A tank is certainly the best bait to kill time against a dark blue-grade monster, but it is impossible not to use bait to hunt a dark blue-grade monster. Then, what should we use as bait? It's hard to use a human being as bait. They are too weak to use as bait. No one hangs a tube effects on the fishing hook to catch a whale. But the tough hard bait is meaningless. Someone can't catch a shark by hanging a diamond on a hook. A bait is needed to attract the attention of the prey and to make time. In that sense, the tanks have enough power to attract the attention of the prey. As soon as 100 guns burst out flames, the moment the shells fall near the 8-tailed fox, it will run to the tanks with all its might to tear the tanks apart. Even if it is an 8-tailed fox, it will take a lot of time to crush 100 tanks. Of course, it is not something anyone can do. It is a terrible idea. But Kim Tae-hoon was not surprised, and he did not think the man who had made such a judgment was scary. The scary thing was the monster that made this sacrifice natural just by looking at its face. He heard the roar in the distance. So, the battle began. 4. The simultaneous gunfire of 100 tanks began to shake Aso Mountain, and the pure white 8-tailed fox revealed itself. The monster who showed up was not so big for having dark blue eyes. The length of its body, except for the tails, was about 10 meters, and the tails were similar to the length of the body. In total, it was 20 meters. Although it looked bigger because of its bulging tails, it certainly didn't give them anything overwhelming by its physique. Of course, it wasn't a good story. On the contrary, its small body, which did not fit in with its dark blue eyes, made the 8-tailed fox a more frightening being. Fire! Guns thundered. It was not easy to hit a 20-meter target several kilometers away. And what if the 20-meter target could run up to 200 kilometers per hour in some situations? Fire! Fire with aim. Cannons roared. Fuck, how can I hit that? In fact, firepower was meaningless. Even he was happy to recognize the fact. The distance between the 8-tailed fox and the tank unit was greatly reduced with each blink of an eye, and every time the distance was reduced, the soldiers' rationality of the tank unit began to drop with terror. Ugh! In the end, there were a lot of people who died of drowsiness or heart attacks. Unable to release the fear, it just led to death with its presence. That's what happened 2 minutes after the battle began with the gunfire of the tanks. Even that horror was just the beginning, not the end. Bang! The tanks around the 8-tailed fox to turn over with a loud noise. Telekinesis. The telekinesis of the 8-tailed fox, beyond the expression of being strong and startling, began to turn tanks into dead frogs. Toward the overturned tanks, it showed a beastly appearance that meant it had succeeded in hunting. Kei. The golden claws and teeth of the 8-tailed fox began to tear the metal of the tanks like paper, just like a beast ripped open a bat's skin and eating the flesh and intestines in it. It was the mealtime of the ferocious beast that no one should interfere with. Toot. It was the sound of dozens of helicopters that interfered with the mealtime of the predation. All the helicopters that appeared and surrounded the 8-tailed fox had tori, used at the doors of a Japanese shrine, hanging beneath them. The helicopters began planting the tori around the 8-tailed fox. Their number was 48. Put mana into the tori. The awakeners clung to the 48 tori. They shivered like aspen leaves, touched the legs of the tori, and began to inject their mana. The tori began to shoot out various light pillars with strange cries and sounds. Jayarururyu. For the first time, a cry came from the mouth of the 8-tailed fox because of the light pillars. The dark blue eyes of the 8-tailed fox flashed sharply. It shone its eyes toward the tori surrounding it, and the plants and stones that had been crushed and scattered around the 8-tailed fox began to rise up as if they were in zero gravity. The 8-tailed fox was going to shatter the tori, which were getting on its nerves, using the powerful telekinesis that even overturned the tanks. Key. But the tori did not easily break down, even though they were making an eerie sound that seemed to die right away. Jayarururyu. There was no difference, even though snarls came out between the tight golden teeth of the 8-tailed fox. It was not just about the power of the tori. Who? It was because of the golden altar of the Kanjikito that appeared on a palanquin carried by 4 men. It was the moment when what was considered a precious treasure that people were not allowed to photograph, the first national treasure of Japan, and it was the moment when it left the temple of Chuzenji and showed its appearance to the world for the first time in the last 10 centuries. Jayarururyu. The effect of the relic was certain. The great telekinesis of the 8-tailed fox began to lose its power. But that was it. Not enough. Kim Tae-hoon, who just watched the battlefield quietly, began to gauge the battlefield again at this moment. They only weakened its telekinesis. The 8-tailed fox is an overwhelming monster without its torrent of telekinesis. It could weaken the 8-tailed fox, but the teeth and claws that had been used to ravage the armor of the tanks were still there. This will only make the 8-tailed fox angrier. KRR. Above all, in exchange for weakening the telekinesis of the 8-tailed fox, they had to face its anger. In the dark blue eyes of the 8-tailed fox, a powerful murderous spirit that could not be compared to before was now visible. Its view narrows as angry as it is. At the same time, the 8-tailed fox had to pay the same price as the moment it released its anger and murderous spirit. So, Kim was able to see the card that Japan presented against the 8-tailed fox next. Now is the chance to hold the 8-tailed fox and try a close-up fight, when its vision is narrowed. As if to respond to Kim's expectations, a group of warriors began to rush toward the angry 8-tailed fox. Aha! It was the samurai who started the race. There was no sign of fear in their eyes as they threw themselves into the fear of the 8-tailed fox, their hearts skipping, and even breathless. But it was not because they had great courage. We don't have much time. I'll take the left. Then I'm on the right. Kamikaze. It was possible because they got the power beyond their ability for a while in return for being like a mayfly. Their purpose was to put the 7-branched sword into it. They'll try to put in the 7-branched sword. As soon as the 7-branched sword is stuck into the body of the 8-tailed fox, weakened by the golden altar of the Kanjikito and 48 Tori, the 8-tailed fox is virtually a blue-grade monster. Of course, it is still an absurd monster that we are not allowed to fight against. Musashi will appear then. But Musashi was different. He and his sword Kusanagi could execute a fatal attack on the 8-tailed fox after it had weakened to a blue-grade level. He didn't have to attack many times, anyway. The Kusanagi was not a long-term weapon. Musashi could attack with the Kusanagi 3 times at the most. And 3 times was too many. It was ideal to finish it with a single blow when hunting. A blow. Because of this, Musashi would try to kill the 8-tailed fox with only one attack. If he hits the head of the 8-tailed fox with a blow, that's the reason for failure. Kim Tae-hoon was able to figure out here why they failed to hunt the 8-tailed fox after such preparation, determination, and sacrifice. At the moment he grasped the fact, he was no longer an audience. 5. 100 tanks were used as bait. The number of awakeners used was 5,549. And so far, the number of samurai put into kamikaze was 47. The face of Musashi, a battlefield in front of him which would inevitably result in a costly victory, was more peaceful than ever. It was not a pretense. The time has come. He felt more serenity than ever. There was only one reason. Now it was time for me to be the sun that will illuminate Kyushu. By killing the 8-tailed fox, the Kyushu region will be also filled with the same tranquility as Tokyo. That scene was glimmering in the eyes of Musashi. Simply put, Musashi was already sure. It was not just anyone who could kill the 8-tailed fox, but God's wish in heaven. Man proposes, God disposes. He prepared everything and even heaven wanted to do this, so he did not have any reason to doubt he would fail, rather than look for the reason for failing. Lord. And the time had come. The 7-branched sword is put in. The moment he heard it, Musashi opened his eyes. 6. The 8-tailed fox was still powerful. No matter how great the relics were, they were still just garbage in front of its claws and teeth. In fact, no one had even been able to counter the 8-tailed fox after it was weakened by the golden altar and the Tori. It was simply a fight between a fox and mice. All the mice could do was run as hard as possible and attract the attention of the fox. That was what the samurai who became kamikaze were doing. They tried to do their best to irritate the 8-tailed fox and attract its attention. They made the 8-tailed fox obsessed with catching the mice. And when the 8-tailed fox began to get angry beyond the level of mouse catching, when everything was focused on it, a samurai leaped up and fell on its body. In the hands of the falling samurai was the 7-branched sword with the 7 sword tips. One of those 7 tips stuck into its body. The depth was not deep, just of 2 joints of a finger. It was a scratch compared to a person. But when 7-branched sword was stuck in its body, the 8-tailed fox felt that this attack was more powerful and dangerous than any attack it had ever received. The dark blue eyes of the 8-tailed fox, which felt the fact, shone ferociously. At the same time, translucent beads appeared at the end of its 8 tails. The translucent beads that appeared began to sweep around it at a tremendous rate. The telekinetic beads that showed up began to hit everything around it. Boom! The power was enormous. They were like wrecking balls used to break down buildings, the power to make hard concrete and rebar lumps into cookie crumbs at once. Wake! Of course, the power was enough to make a human body into meatloaf. It was done in an instant. The samurai, who were bustling around the 8-tailed fox like mice, flew hundreds of meters away from it and became meatloaf. At that moment, the seven-branched sword stuck in the back of the eight-tailed fox drove in on its own. The second tip of the sword was stuck into it. In other words, the seven-branched sword was deeply set in now, deep enough that its depth could not be measured with finger joints now. Ka-hong! A painful cry came out of the eight-tailed fox's mouth, and at the same time, it began to shake its body to relieve the pain. It was just an instant, of course. At that moment, a black man appeared near the eight-tailed fox. Srung! The sound of pulling a sword from its scabbard sounded as soon as he appeared. Pull what? It emitted a huge light that's so intense that it blinded everyone. Crunch! The light that emerged cut everything apart. The first thing to be cut was the ground. A gap appeared which they could not measure right now. Then it was the head of the eight-tailed fox. There was nothing to interrupt it. There was not even a cutting sound. The light cut down on its head and soared into the sky. Click! The last sound was the one of the light that had appeared like that entering the sheath. It's over. At that moment, only Musashi was able to feel that all the situation was over. It was a proper intuition. It's over now. He cut its head off. Needless to say, it was perfect. Now its head would fall to the ground, and its body would be spraying blood like a fountain. There could not be any more definite finish. At least to Musashi, no, to all the Japanese, cutting off the head meant death. That was common sense. But that was the reason for its failure. This world was already beyond common sense. Bo-woon. It was a moment. As soon as the eight-tailed fox's head was cut off, its telekinetic beads approached the front and back of Musashi, like clapping with both hands to catch a mosquito. Bang! Two great forces struck Musashi's body, and his body and armor were crushed in the air by the absurd attack. The third telekinetic bead flew toward the floating body, and the crushed body of Musashi was smashed away like hitting a fly with a fly swatter. All this was done in an eye blink. Cock! This was done in such a short time that there was no time for Musashi to scream at the blow. Even those who saw it could not understand what was happening now. Thud! The eight-tailed fox's head, cut off in the midst of all that was happening in a flash, fell to the ground. A man fell down on top of the seven-branched sword stuck it in the body of the eight-tailed fox. Thunk! The fallen man, wearing a heedle, drove all the tips of the seven-branched sword into the eight-tailed fox's body, and its dark blue eyes on the ground grew bigger, like a flash lamp. I can hear it. But the man did not stop, because he knew the common sense that had not changed even in this age when all common sense was denied, this time of monsters. I can hear the sound of its heart. The common sense is that monsters die when their hearts are stabbed. And at this moment the man put the common sense into practice. Sun-young, 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 ... The three swords on his back showed up, and three swords were simultaneously stuck into the one place where its eight tails were gathered, its backside. The attack was not the end of it. Its heart beats. The sound of the heart pounding on his eardrum was still intense, even though three swords had been stabbed into it. More swords. It was aware he needed more swords. The man was not embarrassed by it. There was no reason to panic. Around the eight-tailed fox were powerful relics, the swords used by the samurai. Swish! Now the swords moved to the heart at the back of the eight-tailed fox, following the orders of their new master. Kia, Kia. As the number of swords that were inserted increased, the number of shrieks that its severed head yelled out increased, and in the end, it was no longer able to spit out the last shriek. That was the end of the eight-tailed fox hunting. I killed the eight-tailed fox. But the man's hunting was not done. Now they have to pay for the burning of the Tripitaka Koreana. The body of Kim Tae-hoon was covered with ice thorn armor, and at the same time, a ring of fire was created around him. Ice Blaster announced the start of a new hunt. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., Please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 113 An Eight-Tailed Fox, Part 3. Chapter 113, Episode 113 An Eight-Tailed Fox, Part 3. Chapter 39. An Eight-Tailed Fox, Part 3. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 7. Nature is always cold. Successful hunting does not guarantee a day when it is fully stuffed. Rather, if something succeeds in hunting, they have to fight to protect their game from others. So, one of the most dangerous things in the world is to touch a beast that is feeding itself on the prey after the hunt. It is war now. Kim Tae-hoon knew the fact better than anyone else. It was a completely different story to have a successful hunt for the eight-tailed fox, and to get the game that he killed. The fact was that when he succeeded in his hunt, everything around him would jump to take his prey. Therefore, he needed to show his power. The man who hunted the eight-tailed fox now was not just a lone eagle who took a chance, but a more brutal, cruel, and terrifying beast than the fox. The roar informing everyone was the ice blaster. The ice thorn armor wrapped around Kim Tae-hoon's body was shattered with the explosion of anger soaring, and it scattered all over with a thunderous explosion. The power was enormous. Just being exposed to the power was enough to wound even a blue-grade monster. The first group that was exposed to the attack by Kim were the samurai who had approached near the eight-tailed fox for hunting. There was no way to stoop the ice thorn fragments that were suddenly shooting at them, after they had already suffered a lot of injuries and damage due to the battle with it. Aorg. Get out of here. All they could do was to choose to run away with all their might at this urgent moment. Running away was the only possibility, but no one succeeded. I will kill all of the samurai. Kim had no intentions of letting them live. That reason was enough. Swish! Their fellow swords moved toward the fleeing samurai without showing any mercy. The result after that was obvious. Pook! The flying katanas penetrated through the armor they were wearing and they became dead bodies crumpled around the blades. The swords that had been prepared to kill the eight-tailed fox became daggers to pierce their armor. In the meantime, an attempt was made to save the samurai from a long distance and to take the game from Kim. Charge! Charge! Kim turned his head toward those who were approaching from a long distance. It was a long way. It was hard to measure the distance without the help of a telescope if there was a moving object at a long distance, but he was able to grasp the movements of those who came toward him clearly. He saw a samurai approaching with a lowered posture and a firm determination to kill him somehow in this situation. Kim painted a picture in the scene that looked like that. It's possible now, with the help of Hahidal. He painted a picture that a featherless arrow on his waist flew across the long distance and pierced the target's brow at once. Whiz! The arrow moved to make the picture its master painted in front of it real. Pook! The arrow, flying quickly, sleekly, and in a straight line, penetrated the samurai's brow at once. Kim turned his head and saw the men around the samurai. They were not only the samurai, but awakeners who were well armed. Thunk! And now they became dead bodies with a hole in their heads. They couldn't believe their eyes. Run away. The curse! The curse has come down. Those who experienced it in close proximity, however, denied reality regardless of their belief. It was natural to express the sudden death of a colleague as a curse. On the other hand, Kim did not feel much inspiration at this fact. Not bad, but not efficient. He realized that this was not a very wise way to solve this situation. In addition, he did not forget that what he should do now was not just murder, but make war to protect his prey. He swelled his chest largely. Foo-hoo! He began to breathe out a huge fire through his mouth. The fire started to burn rapidly and quickly with the surrounding grass and plants as fuel. That was the signal. It's the master's signal. It was a signal to Kim's men who were waiting in the distance. Start shooting! Start shooting! Bang! Shortly after Kim set the fire, gunfire began to spread on the stage, which was already a mess. It's an enemy attack. Despair began to spread in the eyes of those who had been staring at Kim. Not an enemy. There were two main ways to keep his game: showing the power of the owner of the game, and showing the owner of the game was a group rather than alone. At this point, it was only right to back down. In fact, no one was approaching near the eight-tailed fox. The Kusanagi. Get the Kusanagi anyway. Take your life and retrieve it. Instead, there were those who rushed toward the Kusanagi that Musashi had dropped as he had flown away. Of course, Kim did not intend to allow it. I will never give them anything on the wish list. Kim started running like an angry beast toward the Kusanagi. 8. What the hell happened? Matsumoto-kan, the head of the Imperial Hunting Unit, was negative from beginning to end about this eight-tailed fox hunting. There were more than 100 tanks sacrificed immediately, and dozens of samurai, regardless of the victory or defeat of the battle, were forced to receive notices of the required sacrifices. Moreover, Kyushu was not the only province which the Imperial Hunting Unit managed. Still, the Japanese archipelago was full of monsters, and the Imperial Hunting Unit had to deal with all of them. In such a situation, concentrating power for hunting the eight-tailed fox meant that there would be a power vacuum elsewhere. There was no chance that the monsters would leave the power vacuum alone, and if they added the damage that would occur that way, the eight-tailed fox hunt demanded so much in return. Therefore, the hunting of the eight-tailed fox had to be successful. Not just a success, but it needed success to become a legend of the history of the Japanese Empire in the future. So, when Musashi cut off the head of the eight-tailed fox by using the Kusanagi, Matsumoto Kanyo thought that this hunting barely made ends meet right now, rather than feeling joy. He thought it was more natural and proper than that it was great. He thought about like that. Who the hell is he? Everything fell apart. Of course, what should be done was now shattered. The hard-built tower was now being blown away as dust as it collapsed. Captain Matsumoto, orders. The worst was that Matsumoto Kanyo, who had the highest command in this situation, was himself. It was a hunt. It was strange that someone other than him, the leader of the Imperial Hunting Unit, gave orders in a monster hunt. In the situation that he was not able to confirm even the life and death of Musashi after the attack by the decapitated eight-tailed fox, it was impossible for someone other than Matsumoto Kanyo to make a decision. The order, the eight-tailed fox right now, Matsumoto Kanyo, of course, tried to order them to secure the eight-tailed fox at the urging of a subordinate. He could not even imagine such a thing as not securing the dead body of the eight-tailed fox, or even the crystal, as they had suffered so much damage. Regardless of the damage, it had to be secured, as much as the crystal of the eight-tailed fox. Now, wait. But at that moment Matsumoto Kanyo reconsidered the judgment he was about to spit in his mind. Is that really true? No matter what damage. How much damage do we have to take to regain the crystal of the eight-tailed fox at this moment? And can we really get what we want by taking that damage? The obvious thing is that we can't do what we want at any cost, because if it were a real world, it wouldn't have happened now. Not one enemy. We're being shot at from everywhere. We can't locate them. They're obviously soldiers, and there's been bomb attacks all over the place, as well as booby traps. There are fires everywhere, and the fires are getting stronger. The enemy prepared the fire attack. We have the sign of monsters from other regions who are coming here. In front of the new information, Matsumoto Kanyo rolled his head. Then someone exclaimed, "The man who killed the eight-tailed fox is Kim Tae-hoon, the monster of Joseon, Kim Tae-hoon." The moment he heard it, Matsumoto Kanyo turned his head and looked at the man who spoke. He was an IGA ninja in a black ninja suit. Originally, he was acting with his identity hidden, and now he was raising his voice in front of everyone. Even the IGA ninja was embarrassed and frightened. It made Matsumoto Kanyo's choice possible. He gave the order. Take all the relics we can secure and retreat to Kitakyushu City, and block all the ways from Kyushu to the mainland. Land route and sea route, of course. And contact Hiroshima port. All naval forces have to block Kyushu. Don't let anything get out of Kyushu. 9. There is a man who knows how to make bold decisions on the Japanese side. Kim Tae-hoon knew war better than anyone else. I know better than anyone that it is the commander who moves the flow of war. A commander of that kind never decides on the impulse of all or nothing. He knew of course what a bold, decisive commander would do. There is no all-in in this situation. Kim was confident because of this. In this confusion, the Japanese commander will never fight with all-in. Naturally, the forces that fill the surroundings will begin to retreat like the ebb tide. And his predictions came true. The sounds heard by Kim began to disappear gradually. He knew that it was not just a retreat, but an operational retreat. Now they're going to block Kyushu. Kyushu is a large island. If the land route and sea route are blocked, they cannot leave. In other words, from now on, Japan's power is concentrated on the outskirts of Kyushu. Now I can take a break. So Kim was able to take short rest for the first time and was able to inspect the game that he had succeeded in keeping for the first time, the dead body of the eight-tailed fox. Its head was cut off, laying on the ground, and the kusanagi was in his hand. 10. Equals sad-face the crystal of the eight-tailed fox. Telekinesis can reach the transcendental rank when ingested. The power of the eight-tailed fox, telekinetic beads, will be acquired when ingested. A dark night. Kim Tae-hoon was staying up at night, with a cup of coffee for company. Kim's whole body was filled with a sense of lassitude. He could not feel his energy, his strength, his mana. It was the price that he had paid for using the amazing power of Hahidal. It was a dangerous time. Now, in a situation where Japan was the enemy, it was eerier than being a normal human being and entering a lion cage with his naked body. But Kim did not feel particularly afraid of it. It was a usual routine for him. At this moment, it was not a fear of such a thing, but a choice that was tormenting him. The rewards were big. Today, Kim had really gotten so much. The biggest prizes were the crystal of the eight-tailed fox and the kusanagi. He had gotten the indescribable treasure. He had had many other relics. The number of relics that he had taken from the dead samurai was 27. Of course, there were things he had not gotten. He had not acquired the golden altar of the Kanjikido, it was too much larger than the others. It was possible to steal the golden altar, but it was virtually impossible to escape after stealing it. He felt sorry at the fact. But now Kim's anguish was not agony for his sorrow. The starting point of agony was the dark blue monster stone now grasped in his hands. If I eat a dark blue monster stone, I will definitely be cursed. Kim died because of the dragon's curse, not once, but twice. He eventually repeated the death he had thought would not be repeated. If I eat the crystal of the eight-tailed fox, I'll surely be cursed. From that point of view, it was also likely for him to be cursed if he ate this crystal. In the case of the curse of the dragon, the curse was not just a stigma caused by the fact that the monster stone was eaten. It's a price for transcendental power, rather than a clear curse. The curse was a kind of side effect of transcendental power, gaining its power, and overusing it. It would be strange to use such a crazy power without any cost. And it was a very reasonable side effect. No matter how an awakener is chosen, there is a limit, there is always a limit to everything, and among them, strong power always comes with danger. When mankind transcended the speed of sound with repeated technological developments, the air itself becomes a wall in the end. Like that, if someone gets the transcendental power beyond the superhuman level, the power itself will become a wall in the end. Of course, even Kim was afraid of it. He did not intend not to eat the crystal of the eight-tailed fox. Kim was a man who wanted to set a new record, by doping if necessary. What he wanted was to run faster than anyone else to survive, not Olympic medals. Even now, the resolution did not change at all. I'm not afraid to eat it. In an age already full of enemies, if I eat the crystal of the eight-tailed fox, I will die in the distant future, but if I do not eat it, I may die right away. No, if I had an intention not to eat it in the first place, I would not even have had to worry about it. I have to eat it, so I have to worry. I can't die of a curse again, in the end. The moment I eat it, I will be sentenced to a deadline. The curse of the dragon was so, but it is not so good to die of a curse, for the limits of what can be obtained by that death are clear. Above all, the death that can be seen as Napoleon's golden glass was very fragmentary. If Kim died again with the curse of the dragon or the curse of the eight-tailed fox, the time of death will not change much, and the reason for his death or the surrounding situation would not change much. The fact that the surrounding situation does not change means that the possibility of acquiring new information from the surroundings is lowered. In other words, the golden opportunity, Napoleon's golden glass, will be meaninglessly blown away. The next Napoleon's golden glass must be drunk by someone who can see the age after I die. That's why he needed someone who could drink Napoleon's golden glass on behalf of Kim Tae-hoon, and who would look after Kim's death. That was the reason for the trouble. It would be irresponsible to leave Kim's fate to someone else, in the end. Could Kim Tae-hoon do that? And was there anyone who would be willing to bear that fate on behalf of him? In the agony, there was one face which came up in the mind of Kim. Who? Kim drank his coffee with a long sigh. After a while, he swallowed his coffee and put the crystal of the eight-tailed fox in his mouth. Gulp! A small sound rang out in the dark night. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 114, The World After Death, Part 1. Chapter 114, Episode 114, The World After Death, Part 1. Chapter 40. The World After Death, Part 1. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 1. The worst that can be expected is not the worst. What do you mean by that? Well. Kobe and Osaka are in a state of panic over terrorism. Only the key facilities have been attacked with precision. Who did it? Well, we are trying to figure it out. You didn't even figure that out? I'm sorry. There would be no more appropriate expression to express Matsumoto Kanyo's current situation. What the hell is this? The body of the eight-tailed fox and the Kusanagi were taken away. Needless to say, it was the worst situation, and Matsumoto Kanyo had withdrawn all the forces at Aso Mountain in Kyushu that had been hunting the eight-tailed fox, bringing them back to Kitakyushu City. It was to prepare for the worst. How could this be? However, after retreating to Kitakyushu City, what was waiting for Matsumoto Kanyo, who was moving to prepare for the worst, was sad news from all over. Major and key facilities in each city were lost to sudden terrorism. The military facilities were hit particularly hard, and even though they were hidden from the outside for their own security, their opponents struck them as if they knew all about them. We were in big trouble. The peak of the sad news came from Hiroshima. What else? Hiroshima port has been attacked, and no ship can sail. Hiroshima port, where most of the Japanese naval forces were crowded, had been attacked, and Matsumoto Kanyo no longer even sighed in front of the sad news. He didn't want to be surprised by this anymore. He didn't deny the reality. Did you figure out who attacked? Instead, he just wanted to know the identity of those who were pulling this nonsense. But his little desire was not fulfilled, either. Well, it was attacked by monsters. Monsters? The monsters came suddenly. It seems that someone intentionally lured the monsters near Hiroshima. The moment he heard the story that it was attacked by the monsters, Matsumoto Kanyo's thoughts virtually stopped. We were fooled completely. At the same time, he realized that he could no longer serve as a commander. This is the worst. He could see that this moment when he could not act as a commander was the worst situation. Captain Matsumoto, the Lord has come to his senses. Really? What about his condition? All the practitioners are responding to treatment, and their physical wounds are likely to be treated soon, and there seems to be no major mental problems or abnormalities. For the first time, he saw hope in the worst. Good. Kano Matsumoto was delighted. His expression, which was so clear, was evidence that he saw hope. However, it was also the evidence that Matsumoto Kanyo did not know yet what the worst was. Yes, as long as the Lord is alive, there will be some chance. There is no place to fall any further, so there is nothing left to climb. The worst he could expect was not the worst. 2. Hiroshima team has succeeded in its operation. Kim Tae-hoon received the report, nodded, and drew an X on Hiroshima City, on the map of Japan that was unfolded in front of him. The map of the Japanese archipelago was now full of X marks. With this operation, we have succeeded in temporarily neutralizing more than 70% of the major facilities in Japan. It was evidence that Kim Tae-hoon, and the first Special Operation Unit that had landed on the Japanese archipelago at risk of their lives, had completed their mission perfectly. So, everyone with Kim Tae-hoon was looking at the map with a good feeling. We did it. We really did it. We have virtually neutralized Japan with less than 1,000 men. We won the war. If they did not cheer up at once, their big hearts would burst out. However, Kim did not give them the opportunity to cheer. On the contrary, he looked at the crowd with his cold sunken eyes. Don't relax. This was the enemy camp. And although they had been neutralized many of their opponents' forces and facilities, the difference in power in the Japanese archipelago was still devastating to the extent that they felt shameful using the words numerical inferiority. This is just the end of the second phase. Also, Kim knew well that there was no eternal victory in war. If we win a war, that's all. The loser will start a new war when the winner is careless. History proves that. There is still the third phase left. Above all, it was not over yet. He had certainly gained a lot, and he had acquired a great deal of valuable relics, including the dead body of the eight-tailed fox, and had also hit Japan with a fatal level of damage. But there was something very important that has not been done yet. I say again, I will not let you lower your guard or relax until the leader of our enemy is dead. Musashi, the head of the Japanese Empire, was not dead yet. And that was what Kim had intended. War never ends until a period is reached that everyone can understand. If he wanted to kill Musashi in the confusion, he could have done so easily. There was nothing hard about it. The Kusanagi basically consumes the energy of the owner at a tremendous speed when it is drawn. Energy is the source of life, and of course, the moment he uses the Kusanagi, his body will have a great decrease in resistance to external attacks. But in such a situation, being attacked unexpectedly by the eight-tailed fox was like being shot without a bulletproof vest. It would not have been difficult to get rid of Musashi, who was in such a defenseless state, even though it would have required some hard work for Kim Tae-hoon. But Kim did not. Musashi fits for the end of this war. The risk was much greater than the merits of killing Musashi there. It is always so. People hate defeat, and if they are defeated, they want to make excuses for the defeat somehow. Killing Musashi obviously stamps the stigma of a loser on Japan, but it also gives the most perfect excuse to them. Japan will not accept it as a legitimate defeat. The death of Musashi would not be a legitimate death, but the dirty work of Kim Tae-hoon. But even though Musashi might have died there, they would never have put all their weapons down and lifted the white flag above their heads. If Japan is the opponent, we need a more definite end. What was Japan like? In World War II, Japan, which had nothing left because of its defeat, did not give up the war. They were crying out, fighting spirit, fortune, divine wind. And just saying that they would die as a suicide squad, if they were supposed to die. In the end, it was a country with a madness that could not be understood by rational thinking and reason. We need a finish like little boy. It was 2 nuclear bombs falling on Hiroshima and Nagasaki that broke their madness. It was not any different this time. In a world where common sense and its value collapsed due to the emergence of monsters, a world where they could not survive without madness, a definite finish would be needed to end the war. Of course, there was a big reason for making this choice. Kim glanced at the back of his right hand. Basic abilities. Strength, 770. Health, 781. Special abilities. Energy, A rank. Mana, B+ rank. Telekinesis, S rank. Defense, A rank. Mana resistance, B+ rank. Achieved abilities. Telekinetic beads, grade 2. The power of the 8-tailed fox can make telekinetic beads, to which any ability of the maker can be applied. Musashi is no longer even an opponent to me. There is no possibility that Musashi, who has lost his Kusanagi, will win against me. Even if Musashi makes himself kamikaze right now, he cannot be the opponent of me. That was why he had made the choice to let Musashi go. The winner of this game is already decided, and the important thing is to get as much as possible from the planned victory. It is like trying to get more territory in the game of Go. We must prepare for war with China, beyond North Korea, with what we will get here as a foundation. What we get from Japan will be an important foundation for the future war. Furthermore, Kim Tae-hoon did not want to go to war with Japan behind his back, a country that had never been a true ally in the history of the Korean peninsula. I will get everything I can get from Japan thoroughly, terribly, and desperately, but send a war declaration to Kitakyushu City tomorrow morning. The starting point for it was a declaration of war to be sent soon. We start the 3rd phase. The moment the order was given, his men did not look any more expectant. They used his words as needles to burst their swollen hearts, and instead, had a determined eye. At the same time, they had faith. Yes, we have the master. All we have to do is follow the master. It's not our job to be happy and sad. Then a new man came into the room. The Okjo has arrived. A bird made of jade, carefully held by his subordinate with both hands, jumped over to Kim Tae-hoon's shoulder. I will report about the current situation. From the mouth of such a jade bird, along with the voice of Jang Sung-hoon, the report on the current situation in Korea flowed out without hesitation. Some details were important, and some seemed to have little meaning. Therefore, there seems to be nothing impossible now. The same was true of this phrase. When this phrase came out, no one thought it was a word with a special meaning. Only one, Kim Tae-hoon, grasped the meaning of the phrase. The golden glass is full. Who, at that moment, a long sigh came out of his mouth. 3. Jang Sung-hoon was always pleasant. He was a friendly man. He was young, he had lived a life that would not normally be experienced by young people, and he did not lose himself in such days. However, he did not feel good at this moment. Sitting in a chair with a table in front of him, he was holding his face in his hands. Ahoo! Through the palms of his hand, a sigh, which those who heard seemed to droop his shoulders, came out. On the desk in front of him, Napoleon's golden glass was dangling a red liquid of promise before his eyes. Standing beside the golden glass, an Okjo was looking at the glass and cocking its head. Ahoo! Once again, with a sigh, he looked at the Okjo, releasing his hand from his face. Then he remembered what the Okjo had said. The boss said that I have to drink it. It was he who had to drink Napoleon's golden glass on behalf of the boss. Boss. The Okjo had spoken in the voice of Kim Tae-hoon, not just anyone. And the words were not the end. It's been a long time since I heard the word, please, from the boss. Kim had added, "I beg you to do it, please." He had also added, "Of course, I will not force you to do it." However, Jang Sung-hoon did not listen to the words afterwards. At the word please from Kim Tae-hoon, he was ready to give his life. In other words, he had no fear of drinking Napoleon's golden glass. There was no reason to be afraid. I have often wondered how I will die. It's a dream in the first place. It is not a real death, but an opportunity to avoid death by experiencing it. It is a golden chance. But can I drink this? That was the reason for the worry. Can I do it like the boss? The moment of death which can be seen by Napoleon's golden glass is fragmentary, and it is extremely difficult to get an opportunity to avoid the death in that fragmentary situation. Since it was Kim Tae-hoon, he has been able to go to the next stage on the basis of his death. If it had been for others, they would have urged their death on rather than going beyond. A bloke like me? Jang was a person belonging to the others mentioned above. Jang couldn't help it. He was not an awakener, nor was he a great strategist, nor was he a leader who was willing to risk his life for what was just. He was just a young man with a good artistic eye. He was not just the second man of the Mac Guild, but a brother who stuck to Kim Tae-hoon. He was that kind of man. Well, could he get something to control the fate of the world in the fragmentary situation ahead of his death? Oh, God, really? Finally, his feelings were vomited out through Jang's mouth. At this moment, he no longer considered his feelings. He would never drink it that way. Instead, he tried to do what he could do better than anyone else. He measured Kim Tae-hoon's feelings. He imagined how Kim felt and how Kim thought about asking him for this. The reason why the boss wants me to drink this is that the boss wants to see the world after his death. In other words, the boss is not sure he's going to live too long. Jang picked up Napoleon's golden glass as if he had finished his determination. Then he prayed to God, "Let me live as a landlord in Gangnam, Seoul, in my future life." With an unworkable wish, he drank the liquid in Napoleon's golden glass, all in one go. At the same time, he started to dream about the world after Kim's death. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 115, The World After Death, Part 2. Chapter 115, Episode 115, The World After Death, Part 2. Chapter 40. The World After Death, Part 2. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 4. Tang. With a clean shot, a middle-aged man grabbed his chest and backed away. The man's back steps were immediately blocked by a gray wall, and the man fell back against the wall and began to slip to the floor. Flop. Blood began to gurgle out of the chest of the man that had fallen on the floor. No matter how much he tried to force himself to stop it with his own hands, he could not stop the blood that had burst out. The man realized then. Now I see how it feels to see red HP decrease in a game. At the words of the middle-aged man, the man who had aimed his gun at him put the gun down on the floor. The murderer and the victim. It had now become such a relationship, but there has been no vicious atmosphere between the two. On the contrary, the man who was shot had a bitter smile on his face, and the gunman was shivering. It was not a tremor of anger. It was a tremor caused by an overwhelming feeling, such as regret and confusion. The trembling young man seemed to be out of his mind. So, it was the man who was shot that said first, "You shouldn't have done it, if you shoot and regret it." But, I'm not hit on my heart, so I can talk to you a while, so why did you kill me, who was 40 years old and could not even get married? I heard. We ruined the world like this. I've heard that because of the Mac Guild, the world has become like this and monsters have come to dominate the world, and that if it had not been for the 6 snakes, mankind would have been destroyed? The man who was spitting out the words, Jang Sung-hoon, breathed a long sigh at the words. A long sighing cough was accompanied by red blood. Jang's vision also turned blurry, as if the lights were out before the movie started in the movie theater. Boss has been dead for over 15 years. Jun-hyuk, you've never seen him before? The first hunter. He was the first and strongest hunter, and he was the one who created the hunter system and the guild system, and he was the first person who had killed a dragon. But the Mayan calendar. He destroyed the Mayan calendar, and he lost the chance to turn all this around, to stop the monsters from appearing? Surely I heard that. Jang smiled lightly at the young man's objection. It's a lie, but I'm telling you clearly. If the Mayan calendar was destroyed or not, if the boss was alive. At this moment we could have been hunters hunting monsters, not saving lives from monsters. The young man shook his head in disbelief. That's ridiculous. Then, why did he die? Look. He fought against the Emperor of the Orcs. The Emperor of the Orcs was definitely killed by a nuclear weapon dash. We fired nuclear weapons, but the Emperor of the Orcs survived. It became a radioactive monster in the world, trying to cover the world with radiation. It was a funny nightmare. Who knew that mankind was going to pay for radiation that way? Jang, who was spitting out his words, coughed again. Blood was pouring out, but it was not severe. He secretly guessed his body condition. I could talk more, but anyway, someone had to kill it, and the boss went out. So he died of radiation? No, the boss was already dying at that time. Jang, who was spitting out his words, sighed again. It was a price because he had eaten so much, a very strong force, and the boss was willing to fight because he was dying. Yes? So someone would see the world after his death, and he thought it would be an opportunity. What? What? Ha ha. Cuck. Jang, who was spitting his words, threw up more blood. The amount of blood that he was spitting out was enormous, as if the composure that came after the cough was the calm before the storm. Now the real death is before me. So, he was able to feel that his death was coming. I think this is the right time. The time has come to spit out the last words. The Manpazigjiak can only calm down the curse of the dragon, but the boss will continue to decline. So to survive, he has to eat the immortal wolf Chernobog in Russia. The only answer is to get the power of immortality. Bogatri's great sword will make it possible. What? Jang smiled at the surprised man, and said, "This is my message to send to myself." 5. I finish my report. Oh, shit. What a funny. I did not get married even when I was 40 years old. I was the same as a eunuch. Wait. Take the words out. Delete the words. Damn it, how do I delete this, dash? In front of the voice of the Akjo, which was constantly talking, Kim Tae-hoon started to drip coffee down once again into an empty coffee cup. The room, which was already full with coffee odors, began to fill with the heavy aroma of coffee once again. He did not have to drink coffee, just with the coffee fragrance alone. However, he had coffee again, as if that was not enough after he had already had a lot of coffee. In that state, he closed his eyes. If I say this is the afterlife, it is the afterlife. He drew a picture of the world after his death in his mind. The monsters are still everywhere. After Kim died, it was the 6 snakes that brought order after such monsters, and the world was still overflowing with monsters. The world was dominated by the 6 snakes, and the Mac Guild was the only resistance to those 6 snakes, and I became the worst villain on the earth, who had led the world to its end. In the situation where they set the new order, the 6 snakes began to erase the history of the Mac Guild, and to paint over the colors where they had been erased. After all, Jang Sung-hoon, who led the Mac Guild to the end, was shot by a subordinate who had fallen to the temptation of the 6 snakes. The peak was Jang's death. His closest aide was tempted the 6 snakes, and a single shot became his end. Just before his death, he left a clue about how Kim Tae-hoon could survive. Chernobog and Bogatri's great sword, I think we need to investigate. When Kim finished thinking, he opened his eyes. There was no nervousness or shaking in his eyes. Not bad. If he said that there was no agitation, it would be a lie. But the situation was not complicated enough to shake him long. The situation was rather simple. Nothing is complicated. There was no need to doubt someone new, and what to do right now was also clear. Furthermore, the distinction of the enemy was clear, and the clues were overflowing. There was no loss at all. Most of all, the most faithful thing was that Jang Sung-hoon followed Kim Tae-hoon until the very end. I think I've earned more than ever. The fact that there is a man who will work hard for me in the world after my death means that I have already acquired thousands of troops and horses. Why should there be anguish and distress in such a situation? Thanks to this, I don't need to change my plans now. Kim smiled lightly and rose up from his seat after the last coffee. When Kim moved on, left his room, and entered the new room, all the people in the room got up and started saluting. Kim asked them, "What's the answer to the declaration of war?" "None yet. Did the other party confirm the declaration of war?" "I don't know." "Then send it again." "Yes. A declaration of war." It was a letter of war, literally, and the contents of it were equally simple. And on October 31st, as scheduled, we attacked Tokyo. On October 31st, 2017, Korea would launch a national offensive against Tokyo, Japan. It was a basic courtesy that the nations had to fight a war. It was also the last courtesy to be used. Everyone in Tokyo is an enemy unless Japan surrenders unconditionally. There is no more courtesy after this. There is only inhumane and more irrational violence than anywhere else. But there was no new resolution to that. We will keep in mind. It was Japan that had pointed the gun at Korea and pulled the trigger first. If their opponent ignored the declaration of war in a situation with justification and courtesy, then they believed they didn't need to respond. All they needed would be anger. Then deliver it to everyone. At the words, the people in the room moved briskly. Someone rushed into the room. "Master, this is their reply." Kim read the letter in a loud voice that his subordinate had handed him immediately. "They want a summit match." "Yes?" The men reacted in surprise. Kim explained at the surprise response. "It's not a notice of a war between nations, but a dual notice that says Musashi and I will bring an end to this with our bare hands." "Fighting unarmed?" "No way." There was a violent reaction. It was a natural response to this funny situation, where they had sent a declaration of war and been answered with a duel. They even suggested unarmed combat? It would be better to put a head full of blood in the hungry tiger's mouth. However, instead of answering the reaction of his men, Kim took out the letter he had already written in his pocket and handed it to his subordinate. Then he said to his man, who looked puzzled, "It's a reply, send it." 6. There was a letter in the hand of Matsumoto Kanyo. It was a declaration of war from Korea. Korea would attack Tokyo on October 31st, and that the only way to avoid war was the unconditional surrender of Japan. It was plain in many ways, and the use of the words and sentences in Japanese was also flawless. Even a young child could understand the contents of this declaration of war. It's the worst. It was the worst, since Matsumoto Kanyo could easily predict what Musashi would answer when he saw the contents of this letter. "Captain Matsumoto, the Lord calls for you." And now it was time to check on his predictions. Matsumoto gave a long sigh as he realized it was not the heavens that saved the Lord. He, the monster of Joseon, deliberately saved the Lord. He really recognized what the worst thing was. It's a war. Musashi was fine. There was no sign that he nearly died a few days ago. The secret was the bottles with the long snouts beside him. They were filled with waters of therapy to the brim. The first secret was to drink the healing water made by the power of the relics, and the second secret was to fill up the powerful recovery items obtained by killing the monsters. The last secret was the anger he had now. I saw the letter. Kim Tae-hoon declared war on us. There will be no surrender. Musashi, who had everything away by Kim Tae-hoon, could no longer afford to see anything else. Now there was only a life to kill Kim Tae-hoon. That was why Musashi was more energetic than ever. As the racehorse runs toward the finish line, it is the fastest and most energetic. Of course, Matsumoto Kanyo had no power to stop such a Musashi. And there was no reason to stop it. Lord, suggest a duel, not a war. He just turned the direction. Duel. This is war, but the times have changed. We don't have to use bullets. I think it's right to end with a summit match. Do you want me to fight him alone? Yes. Why should I? Musashi's expression was cold. Because I have no doubt of your victory. Matsumoto Kanyo answered him calmly, and the answer relaxed the hard expression of Musashi. Yes, it is you who understands my heart and will, and you are right. However, what's bothering me is that the Kusanagi is in his hands. It doesn't matter, because the Kusanagi is like a double-edged sword. The moment he lifts the Kusanagi, it will be the moment he dies, and he won't use the Kusanagi against me, either. But just in case, you have to ask for a duel of empty hands. Is it because I lost the Kusanagi? It's a fight that will decide the fate of a country, and it's not good to have something to argue about. What if he avoids the duel? No one is afraid of a dog with its tail down. By the way, no matter how much they prepare for it, it is not enough against Tokyo. In Tokyo is our entire power. He may have provoked this with that in mind, and he is thinking of a duel, not a war. Kim Tae-hoon, does he have the confidence to win against me? It seems that he has the capacity and ability. Of course, you're right, Musashi nodded and gave him a quick glance. Matsumoto Kanyo nodded in his eyes. Then I'll prepare a duel notice. Show me when you're done. I'll sign it myself. Yes. Matsumoto-kan, who came out like that, immediately painted a picture in his mind. If he accepts the duel, we will use the Lord as bait and put in all our power and take Kim Tae-hoon down. Matsumoto Kanyo had no intention of having a legitimate duel. If it makes the Lord angry, that's all. Rather, he was trying to kill Kim Tae-hoon by putting all the power into the fight using the opportunity of the duel. He didn't mind if it became a disgrace and shame in the history books. History is written by the winner, anyway. When Kim Tae-hoon dies, Korea loses all the cards it has. As Matsumoto Kanyo thought, history would be written around the victorious. If we win, the shame of the day will remain a very clever and great tactic, an operation and deception, not a disgrace. So, at this moment, Matsumoto Kanyo had to worry about only one thing, to assess Kim Tae-hoon, who would be caught in the trap. It is important to measure his strength. We have to think that Kim is as strong as the eight-tailed fox. At this moment, Matsumoto Kanyo began to worry about Kim Tae-hoon being at the same grade as the eight-tailed fox. A reply came in while Matsumoto Kanyo was worried about it. Acceptance of the duel. The place is the Asajiri Jamboree Golf Club, east of Fuji. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 116, The World After Death, Part III. Chapter 116, Episode 116, The World After Death, Part 3. Chapter 40. The World After Death, Part 3. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 8. Asajiri Jamboree Golf Club. It is a golf course located on the east side of Fuji, the divine mountain of Japan, and it has many advantages. Famously, it is one of the few golf courses where someone can see his own ball flying toward the top of Fuji. It is also a place where many golfers want to play around once. Of course, all of this was before 2017. As it entered the fall of 2017, it was not possible to find an image of a golf course anywhere in the Asajiri Jamboree Golf Club. The lawns, which had always been neatly trimmed, were dead, and the place was occupied by swaths of hardy weeds, and the landscape trees were now showing a wildness belying the hands of man. The finishing stroke was taken by two guests who had visited this golf course about a year ago. Kim Tae-hoon appeared in the black military uniform of the Special Forces, and Musashi was wearing a colorful kimono. There was no room for the words golf course to intervene in the presence of those two. Kim Tae-hoon. They were facing each other, 10 meters away. I heard you speak Japanese. It was a distance where they only needed to raise their voices a little to talk to each other. So I'll speak Japanese. The voice spitting out the words was loud, and the emotions in the voice were also strong and explicit. He was angry, wary at the same time, and yet confident on the other hand. You touched something you shouldn't have touched. On the contrary, there was no sign of fear. Now, you will pay for it. Starting with your death, everything will be ravaged. Everything you want to protect and everything on the Korean peninsula will be wiped out. I promise. However, the words of Musashi, which were blocked by nothing, did not continue. Why don't you speak? Kim kept silent. It was not so good to see Musashi talking to Kim, who was not answering. Kim finally answered at the question of Musashi. 10 seconds. I'll attack in 10 seconds. This is the last of my courtesy. After finishing his speech, he shouted 10. In Japanese. Then, he began to lower the number in turn. How dare you? Musashi's face was firm. It was the first time he had ever been ignored since he had become an awakener after the monsters appeared. He had never been ignored, even by monsters. He was always a threat to monsters. It would be strange if he was not angry. But he did not leave himself in anger at this moment. Yes, this is the end of your bluff. The opponent in front of him was such a monster that he could not guarantee his victory. No matter how much they promised to fight without the help of any relics under the understanding, he was the monster of the monsters who ate a dark blue-grade monster stone. I'm the one who will win. Of course, Musashi could not guarantee victory, but he did not doubt his victory. He would be hurt, but there was no doubt that God would choose him in the end. He thought this moment was one of the great hardships and adversity that God gave him, and the page he had to go through before he moved on to a new chapter. When Musashi was preparing for his decision, the moment the number 1 was spoken, the number made Musashi charge ahead like a Formula racing car. Jerk! He injected the power God had given him to his powerful body, his Arank energy. His body was an iron horse moving at a dead run. It became a monster that nothing could stop. It was at the level that just bumping into it was enough to crush someone. Even few monsters could avoid him physically. Don't ask for mercy. There was nothing wrong with his action. His choice was right, his body and energy synergized wonderfully. The only problem was one: the man in front of him was Kim Tae-hoon. Huck! His rush stopped. The chains of an enormously powerful telekinesis had tied his whole body in a moment. He stopped and stiffened up. Oh, no way! He struggled to tear away this oppressive power, but it was not easy. No, if he was given time, Musashi was confident of being able to shake off this power. But he didn't have a long time. He needed just a second. He was confident that he would be able to shake off the chain if he was given about a second, frankly. On the other hand, a second was all the time Kim needed to kill Musashi, who had come too close to him. Ah! Only then did Musashi actually see Kim Tae-hoon. It was all his aim, he thought, and the countdown was a trap. Musashi could see the hair that had turned white, like the fur of the eight-tailed fox, and the eyes of the fox that reminded him of it, and the image of Kim's black fist coming at him. Pak. And that was the last thing he saw. 9. Kim Tae-hoon and Musashi promised 3 things ahead of the battle. 1. Only 2 fight. 2. They don't get the help of relics. 3. Defeat is accepted as a defeat of the nation. The reason why the wide golf course became the stage of the duel was due to the first promise. If they see something, if a lot of power moves, there are not many stages where they can notice it. Of course, this promise had a blind spot. For the IGA ninjas who could hide themselves in the shadows, it was not difficult to hide in the golf course and approach them without being seen by the target, with the power of the relics. Matsumoto Kanyo secretly called the ninjas and ordered them, when the Lord and Kim Tae-hoon attack together, when the battle begins, and when the gap is seen, all of you attack Kim Tae-hoon. Don't worry about the Lord's anger. Kill Kim Tae-hoon with enough determination to crush your own bones. It wasn't over there. Since then, the disciplined ninjas began training with a number of scenarios in mind. They made a manual for all situations. Huh? What? But there was no such thing in their manual. After the battle began, a single punch shattered the sun they were supposed to protect and serve. It was a shock that didn't even allow for embarrassment. And that was what Kim Tae-hoon aimed for. He had already anticipated that there was no reason for Musashi to come alone, and there was already ninjas everywhere. So, he intentionally provoked Musashi to end the duel in one punch. He knew that if the battle against him was prolonged, it would be dangerous for himself. Of course, having achieved what he wanted, he moved on to the next step. A ring of flame began to hover around his body. Anger soaring. The skill that had already worked against the ninjas hidden in the shadows once again appeared. The explosion that burst out with thunder and fire blew away the ninjas as they were quietly breathing around him. Aorg. Cuck. Screams began to rage all over the place. But even those screams didn't last long. Kim, whose hair had turned white, lifted his palms and showed a lump of basketball-sized bundle of translucent spheres. They were telekinetic beads. The beads were the power achieved after eating the crystal of the 8-tailed fox. He gave his power to the telekinetic beads that he created. I did not expect that the power of Ghost Turtle is used like this. As he injected the power of the Ghost Turtle, the Devil Shield, into it, the shape of the telekinetic beads changed to the devil face on the back of the Ghost Turtle. Ugh! Huck! The Devil Shield that terrorized everything it faced made them mannequins as those who survived in the explosion regained consciousness and attempted to attack him. The battlefield began to tingle with fear. Kim moved in the fear. 10. A man was walking on the golf course, now reddish with blood. The man was Matsumoto Kan, who had to lead the battlefield from a safe distance. But now he was on the battlefield himself. There was only one reason, to declare surrender. It was my misjudgment. I dared to misjudge the monster Kim Tae-hoon, and I ruined everything. I have to surrender unconditionally. It was an inevitable choice. The result of a war of attrition is destruction. Japan has lost Musashi. He was hope. He was the sun that rose in Japan, and he was the only sun. His sun could brighten the nightmare world dominated by the 2 dark blue-grade monsters still in Hokkaido, and a monster called the King of the Sea ranging the East Sea. But now there was no Musashi. There was no way to stop one of the monsters of Hokkaido coming down to Tokyo right now. That was the first reason for surrendering. I will surrender unconditionally, and I will hand over all the rights of the Japanese Empire to Korea. I will also humbly accept any punishment for this. And the second reason for surrender was to plan the following. I will give you everything. I will dedicate you everything. I will plan the following in return. There is nothing perfect in this world, nothing eternal. The same is true of defeat. There is no perfect defeat, no eternal obedience. I'll bow my head right now, but one day I'll look up and see the sun again. There was no way that Japan could not do that. Joseon was independent only until the Japanese colonial period. At least that was what Matsumoto Kanyo thought. So, he came here to survive, and then he knelt down to make life somehow in exchange for the unspeakable humiliation, and to get Kim Tae-hoon's sympathy and mercy by showing the most depressing appearance that could be shown. Please accept our surrender. Matsumoto Kanyo's attempts and thoughts were not wrong. If you survive, you can do anything. The only problem was that the man in front of him was Kim Tae-hoon. Betrayal, revenge, retaliation, reversal, those are the things you can do when you are alive. Nothing is possible if you die. Kim Tae-hoon blackened his fist with his words. Matsumoto Kanyo, so will you. If you want to survive, you'll do anything, and wait for a crack. Matsumoto Kanyo shouted with some embarrassed eyes at the words. Show me mercy. If you do not, you will be criticized internationally. In such a situation, Matsumoto Kanyo made his last vocalization. An international criticism? Yes, yes. In this way, the world will think of you as an enemy. Will you turn the world against you? At the last words, Kim punched with his fist instead of answering. Pak! A horrifying sound rang through the world. 11. Kim knew the fact better than anyone else about what the group that the collapsed command team would face later. He had to know because it was the main mission he did during his military days to remove the head of a group, the leading members, and the command structure. Surprisingly, the time for confusion when the command collapses is not very long, because they are human beings. When the head at the top is cut off, those who are below him start their own judgment. Now they start tapping the calculator without reading the countenances of their superiors. The confusion comes when the thoughts and judgments from a lot of heads are set to a controversy. In other words, the time they knock on the calculator is a golden time that can calm the confusion. Hayashi, the Kyushu branch manager, I will now appoint him as governor of the Japanese government general. Kim had no intention of missing the golden time. At the same time, he knew who should be his agent at this moment. You mean the Kyushu branch manager, Hayashi? Yes. Kim Tae-hoon was planning to put Hayashi as the new head in Japan when its old head disappeared. Can I ask you why? It is hard to understand, of course. The Kyushu branch manager Hayashi is not a man close to Korea, nor is he a man of respect and courtesy to Korea. He is not a faithful, loyal man. Rather, he is a man who is willing to give the profit of the organization to a dog for his own benefit. Is not that the reason why Kim Tae-hoon and his men were able to enter Japan without blood? He's already a traitor. It was the basis for setting him up as a head of Japan. If I give him power, there will be a group of rebels against him and then he will want to crush them to live, because he is greedy. He'll fight to keep what's in his hands. But he's Japanese. As we remember Yi Wanyong the traitor, who we should have killed more than Ito Hirobumi, most grudges will turn to him if Hayashi becomes the head. The men nodded at the explanation of Kim, who was so reasonable. At the same time, the men had their last question. Hayashi, will he accept this offer? Kim answered the question calmly. Do you think he'll choose to kill himself? There were no more questions at the answer. In addition, Kim no longer filled his mind with worries about Japan. Now, the six snakes won't be still. As long as Japan had been attacked and had fallen, the six snakes would not let this fact go. So, Kim was worried. What would I do if I were the six snakes? What will be the next step the six snakes take? At that moment, Kim's gaze turned in the opposite direction of Fuji, where the largest island of the Republic of Korea was located. They'll use that method. After finishing his thought, Kim turned his head north. Then I'd better clean up North Korea first. 12. It was a more luxurious room than anywhere else, a room filled with brilliant relics, powerful and unbelievable relics that emitted light on their own. There was a young man, with a magnifying glass, staring at a globe. Then the man began to write something down on a sheet of paper, as if he had found something over the magnifying glass. A woman entered the room where the man was. Mr. Mao. As soon as she appeared, the man, who was still looking at the globe with a magnifying glass, said to the woman, who had knelt on the floor and bowed her head, "Tell me briefly." "Musashi has died." At that, the young man, Mao, turned his head and looked at the woman. "Send an Akjo to Major Chinshan, who entered North Korea." "What's the contents to be sent?" "We must withdraw the troops." "What does it mean to hit Korea right now, when Japan is down?" "Then what about Japan?" Mao paused and began to worry at the question of the woman. The woman spoke to him cautiously. "If Japan's military and South Korea's military forces are combined, it will not be easy to put pressure with military action. If you want to do so, you have to lead a lot of troops, and it will be easier to become a monster's target." "I suppose so." "And the assassination of Kim Tae-hoon?" "It's not possible. According to the information of Major General Lee Ki-soo, he's the best assassin in the world, and we appreciate him being a hunter." Mao, who was speaking, smiled lightly as if something had come to his mind. "Then we just have to give the hunter a suitable, serious problem. Send some people to Jeju Island." "Yes? I'll see if Kim Tae-hoon can stand in front of a real dark blue monster." "It can't be. Wake up the dragon." Readers, I will not be posting new chapters from tomorrow even though I've nearly finished translating the first Hunter. There's some stuff going on behind the scenes at Chidian here, and I am going to wait for them to get resolved. It may be a few days before the story restarts, or never, if these things don't get resolved. I thank you for your understanding, and I hope to get new chapters out to you as soon as possible. From Khan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 117, Pyongyang, Part 1. Chapter 117, Episode 117, Pyongyang, Part 1. Chapter 41. Pyongyang, Part 1. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 1. Everyone, check your clothes again. Yes. Busan Port. Like a wall that had collapsed in a brutal attack of barbarians, the voices of the people were echoing for a long time in the place where container boxes collapsed by the monsters were scattered around like playing cards. "Hey! Put your hat on right." "Yes." At the heart of the activity were soldiers. They aligned in straight rows with strict discipline, each dressed in a neat military uniform that showed their belongings. The tightness of the strict discipline was so sharp that it seemed to cut their skin. Pay attention. The person they would face from now on was a man who had no shortage of achievements compared to anyone in the history of the Republic of Korea, and even in the history of the Korean Peninsula. It's the first time for us to meet the master who has conquered the archipelago. Don't look distracted. Yes. Kim Tae-hoon was the man who took over the dark blue monster, the eight-tailed fox, who crushed Japan alone, when it claimed itself to be an empire and showed an unbelievably arrogant ambition toward the Korean peninsula. Finally, after finishing the conquest of Japan, he would arrive at Busan port with his spoils. He was the man who the soldiers gathered here now had to meet. It was a historic moment. In the future. No, it was a moment that would be a legend tomorrow morning, not to mention in the future. Maybe it would be no wonder that today would be established as a national anniversary, in about 10 years. So, it would be strange to be without strict discipline. They are in sight. Soon, a ship showed its presence in Busan port. The type of the ship was an Aegis destroyer. It was the youngest of the Aegis ships owned by Ashigara and the Japan Maritime Self-Defense Forces. It was a treasure that could not be exchanged with anything in the Japanese Maritime Self-Defense Forces. But the flag above the Aegis destroyer was not the rising sun flag of the Japanese Maritime Self-Defense Forces. The Taiguki, the Korean flag, which could not be confused with the rising sun flag, was flapping on the top of the Aegis destroyer's mast, and indicated intensely and fiercely about who the owner of this ship was. Oh, my God! Something more incredible than the monsters happened. Gulp! Some of the people who checked it through the telescope first swallowed without knowing it. He has really brought back warships. Has there ever been anything like this done in the history of war? An Aegis destroyer. In truth, the utility of the Aegis in the present situation was definitely worse than before the monsters appeared. The best value of the Aegis was not only its combat capability of a simple battleship, but also the ability to respond after processing the information through a supercomputer, acquired through a high-performance radar system. It was clear that the value of the Aegis destroyer was not the same in a world where radar didn't work well. However, for that reason, no one deprecated the value of the Aegis ship approaching Busan port. Bringing a battleship worth over $1 billion in as spoils of victory was hard to find anywhere in the history of human war. That's the beginning. Since all the warships of the Japan Maritime Self-Defense Forces have become ours, how much is that? Moreover, the Aegis ship that was now coming to Busan port was just the beginning. In fact, all of Japan's warships had become spoils of war, and their value was virtually beyond the level of money. Who would have expected the Republic of Korea to take these spoils from Japan? Huck! Sitting on the Aegis was a monster's body that chilled their spines. The eight-tailed fox. Wow, he killed it by himself? The dead body of the eight-tailed fox. Although it was cut off and bloodstained, the remains of the eight-tailed fox, who still had its charming white fur, were decked out, and those who identified it could no longer think straight. They were blank, forgetting that they had to report the facts they had checked with a telescope in real time. As soon as the Aegis arrived at the port, the soldiers' discipline reached their peak. Here he is. I can finally see him. Even the officers, who were watching for those who were disorganized in posture and uniform, were dumbed down. So, they waited for the appearance of the man who would mark the end of this historical moment. Why isn't he coming? But the man they were waiting for did not appear. Rather, the man who got off the ship was the first person they saw. Even the man who got off the ship began to run in front of the soldiers, showing an urgent appearance. The man stood in front of Colonel Yang Young-hoon, the conductor directing the scene at Busan port. The master is not coming. Colonel Yang's eyebrows wriggled when he heard that. What do you mean? It was only a little earlier that I was told that the master was on board. It was yesterday that he was informed that Kim Tae-hoon would come to Busan port with his spoils, and of course, Colonel Yang prepared to welcome Kim with all his might. The soldiers had also prepared all the cameras for the historical scene, fearing it might not be recorded properly due to lack of historical records. But Kim Tae-hoon was not coming? Didn't he get on board? Oh, no, I'm sure he was there a little while ago. A little while ago? And now? Well. The talking soldier looked up at the sky. That was enough explanation. There was no one in Korea who did not know how Kim Tae-hoon appeared. Of course, Colonel Yang did not intend to finish the story there. Let's say he flew into the sky. Where did he go, then? Didn't he leave any words? Where the hell had he gone? No, he told me where he was going. Where is it? He replied with an expression that he who was speaking words even he could not believe. Well, he is going to Pyongyang. 2. When the monsters appeared, Kim Tae-hoon thought, we can be self-sufficient on the Korean peninsula, but it is impossible to maintain military power through self-sufficiency. To survive, we must eventually take over North Korea and then advance to the continent. In order to secure the future, not for our immediate survival, we must go through North Korea and to the continent. This idea was not for just Kim Tae-hoon. There was another man who thought the same thing, Colonel Lim Hyun-jun. He, who had taken control of the 8th Mechanized Infantry Division and succeeded in winning the forefront power in Kangwon's military forces sequentially, knew that he could never guarantee the future with having North Korea as it was above South Korea. So, he started preparing to advance to North Korea early on. He dispatched a search party to the border, as well as the military demarcation line, to collect information, and worked to secure a route to advance to North Korea at any time. The work was accelerated when Kim Tae-hoon occupied the Capital Defense Command, in fact, and when the Republic of Korea began to function again and confirmed that the North Korean regime had collapsed. Under the command of the 8th Mechanized Infantry Division, the entry into North Korea began. 222. 2222. Keep shooting. Yes. Don't stop. Shoot without being seen. If the shots stop, the damn goblins will come in flocks. The advance to North Korea that started like that was not easy. Once, the route itself to North Korea was basically limited. It was not easy to get past the demilitarized zone right now. Passing through one of the densest minefields in the world was virtually the same as crossing a bridge between two cliffs. It was not easy to move armored power, and supply was not easy. It certainly proved true here. There seems to be no end to the damn monsters, no matter how many we killed. I've never seen a North Korean before. North Korea was full of monsters. It was because no monster hunting had been done. This was a natural thing. It would be strange to expect the right preparations for an unprecedented disaster which no other country in the world had responded to, in a country with an abnormal dictatorship that did not control even its own people. Perhaps the demilitarized zone stopped the monsters from coming south, or we would have been no different than North Korea. I agree. Moreover, the monsters in Manchuria, China, and Russia also flocked to the Korean peninsula. In the position of monsters who recognized humans as food, it was natural for monsters to follow survivors, and it was also natural for such monsters to be driven to the Korean peninsula, where many people still survived. If the minefields in the demilitarized zone had not prevented the enormous number of monsters from stepping into South Korea, Korea would have become no different from North Korea, which was now a world of monsters. In other words, they could no longer rely on the protection of the demilitarized zone, as they stepped onto the North Korean land beyond it. When is backup coming? Master Sergeant Kim, we are running low on ammunition. They could not expect protection, support, or supply. Master Sergeant Kim. What's going on? Smoke. There's smoke. What color is it? It's green. God damn it. Of course, there was no such thing as freedom to avoid the fear and despair that would dare to challenge them. Who? And they had no intention of avoiding this fear and despair. There is no backup, no ammunition left, and what are the chances of running away and surviving? When we throw a coin, we're going to get a chance of the coin standing. Really? If they had intended to avoid fear and despair in the first place, no one would have come here. How many stimulants do you have? There is only one doping left. Okay, let's buy some time for others to run away. At the words of Master Sergeant Kim Tae-hoon, all of his troops began to smile at the firm expression. It was not a pretentious smile. They smiled sincerely. The fact that they had to face death now only made them harder. I'm sorry, guys. Kim Tae-hoon asked for forgiveness for such troops. It's okay, you know that. Well, it was good to survive. How many of the GOPs have survived and stepped on North Korea? The troops were willing to forgive Kim Tae-hoon. Finally, they were silent for a moment. 222. Everyone prepared for a worthy death among the scattered shots to check the crowd of goblins. They took out a plastic wrapper that reminded them of candy. They took the edge of the sawtooth off by hand and peeled off the wrapping paper, and the pill hidden in it appeared. Arousal. It was made from a monster as a material, and it had the effect of raising resistance against monster fear for a time. It was not something easily made. It was virtually impossible to hold on against the fear of a green-grade monster. They just didn't lose their temper. The moment they faced a green-grade monster, their whole body would shake, and at that time they would not even be able to pull the trigger of the gun, or even shake their legs. Gulp! But no one hesitated to swallow it. Everyone ate the stimulant at the same time. A yellowish aura began to circulate in their eyes. Whew! There were strong breaths everywhere. Their actions were not over yet. Everyone put their hands in their pockets again. They brought out something that reminded them of candy. No, it was candy. It was coffee-flavored candy. The brands were different, but all of them were coffee-flavored candy. Everyone took out the coffee-flavored candy carefully, with a more serious look than when eating the stimulant, and they ripped the wrapping paper off and put it in their mouth. And they wished, "Please, let us have luck. Please let our sacrifice be the basis for our colleagues, not the struggle. Please be a survivor and enjoy the sad luck of telling our child or grandchildren what we are doing today." When everyone was so eager to speak, something fell from the sky. Thump! It fell like a lightning bolt, and without looking around, it approached Kim Tae-hoon, who was the highest ranked here, straight away. Report the situation. Kim Tae-hoon, who was chewing a candy, was so surprised by this sudden situation that he swallowed the candy. Cock! His esophagus and stomach screamed. Kim Tae-hoon's instincts also screamed. Of course, the scream of instinct was not a scream of pain. I am Master Sergeant Kim Tae-hoon of the 22nd Division, and I am reporting now. There is a green-grade monster ahead and we are working on buying time to help the troops retreat. Did you take the stimulant? All of us took it. Then we'll resume fighting. Yes? At the words, the men, who were making surprised expressions, stood up without knowing it. Ki. At the same time, the goblins who had been after them began to rush toward them. Everyone turned their heads in surprise. Some of the quicker responses in the crowd immediately moved to point their rifles at the goblins. But there were no gunshots. Thud! The 30 goblins that were approaching began to fall on the dirty ground, with blood dripping through the holes in their heads. Ha! What? Kim Tae-hoon stepped forward to the scene. Kuyo-eo. At that time, a scream that could not be produced without a monster burst out from a place not far away. Qua! There were two screams, not one, bursting out at the same time. The cry reminded everyone of what they had learned, the information that among the green-grade monsters, the twin-headed ogre was the most powerful. Twin-headed ogre. The green-grade monster is twin-headed ogre. Ah! They remembered the story of the hunter who had first killed the twin-headed ogre. So, in front of it, Kim Tae-hoon and his troops smiled instead of crying. Kim Tae-hoon also smiled gruffly. If I stay this way, I will be fooled by the tricks of the 6 snakes. Kim Tae-hoon was convinced that the 6 snakes would not stay still. He knew that they would use all means and methods to destroy him and the Republic of Korea. Of course, he was going to stop their work. Being hit is not in my personal history. Of course, he didn't want to be satisfied with the blockade. No, Kim Tae-hoon was not such a man in the first place. He was a man whose job had been to destroy impregnable fortresses and to destroy the elements of hostile groups. The essence now was no different. The best defense was an attack, and Kim was willing to carry out the needs of the war. He would be beaten, but would pay back as much as he had taken, and would further infringe their territory so that they would not even think of doing it again. We take over North Korea and then we go to the continent. North Korea was a bridgehead for it, and that was the reason why Kim crossed the military demarcation line without wasting time at the parade of Busan port. Of course, there was no time to waste against a twin-headed ogre. Kim turned toward the direction of the twin-headed ogre. We will take Sariwon today, and cross the Daedong River tomorrow. At those words, Kim Tae-hoon and his troops shouted with all their might, yes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 118 Pyongyang, Part 2. Chapter 118, Episode 118, Pyongyang, Part 2. Chapter 41. Pyongyang, Part 2. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 3. The Kaesong Industrial Complex. It was the only place where landmines had been removed between Korea and North Korea. Of course, the South Korean army was supporting all soldiers and hunters working in North Korea, using the Kaesong Industrial Complex as a base for the occupation of North Korea. A green-grade monster appeared in Seohang County, and many victims were reported. I think we need some support. Yangon County has requested assistance. It's an urgent request. Jumcheon County has also requested for assistance. It was also a place where all the sad news in North Korea was gathered. Damn it! Colonel Lim Hyun-jun, who was in charge of this Kaesong advance base, clenched his teeth tightly in front of the repeated sad news. It is not even Pyongyang, it is so hard to reach Sariwon, which is just on the way to Pyongyang. Colonel Lim Hyun-jun. He was only a colonel, but in fact, he was the commander of the Korean army. He seemed to be the person who was in charge of the advance base of the Kaesong Industrial Complex. But the reason why he stayed himself at the Kaesong advance base and took the risk was simple. We must build defense lines in North Korea as soon as possible, and at least secure supply routes over Pyongyang, if not the Yalu River. The fate of South Korea was at stake in occupying the land of North Korea. The minefields in the DMZ stop the monsters from coming down to the south, but if we fail to move up, we're virtually isolated. If we are isolated, we will die. That was a good reason. It would be strange for a soldier, whose duty was to protect the fate of the nation, and carry out missions with the fate of the nation at stake, to not do all he could. Moreover, Colonel Lim knew the army better than anyone else. The army is an organization, as the highest must put to practice and the subordinates do their best. In other words, if the superiors spare themselves, no army can exert its ability. Damn it! So it was more problematic. Although Colonel Lim Hyun-jun, who was now the chief commander of the Korean military, became the general manager of the Kaesong advance base, the situation showed no sign of improvement, even though his men were exerting more than 120% of their power. The wall before them was still solid when they could no longer squeeze more power out. The number of monsters coming to the south recently increased. In the worst case, there is a possibility that the forces of China and Russia are coming to the south for the occupation of the Korean peninsula. The recent increase in the number of monsters southward had been shaking Colonel Lim's spirits. Because of that, Colonel Lim's expression was solid. It's an urgent report. A man rushed into the operating room. We succeeded in killing the green-grade monster near the Pyongyang-Gaeseong Expressway, which is located on the way to Sariwon City. Oh, my God! Is it true? At the voice of the man who conveyed the good news, the faces of the crowd who had only heard sad news glowed. Colonel Lim was also the same. The green-grade monster? Yes. The monster they killed. Once again, the man who answered in a loud voice read the note in his hand, which had been written by a bad writer. Twin-headed ogre. Twin-headed ogre. What? Wait. The expressions of the crowd were more doubtful than joyous when he said that they had hunted a monster like a nightmare, beyond their power. Colonel Lim was also the same. Twin-headed ogre. How did they kill it? It is very difficult to kill a twin-headed ogre. In order to hunt it, a large number of the armored hunting unit must be put in, and even that is not easy either. In the past, the armored hunting unit succeeded in hunting the golden horn spider, but it was thanks to the tendency of the golden horn spider to work in its own domain. Thanks to its tendency, they were able to build a siege network around Yurisan safely, and after that, they could kill it because it was hit hard by the salvo bombing. The activity radius of the type of monster that actively wanders is unreachable, such as the twin-headed ogre, and it is the most difficult type for the armored hunting unit to deal with. But they hunted it. Which unit? Colonel Lim asked on behalf of all who had doubts, and the subordinate immediately read the note in his hand. The 22nd Division's Master Sergeant Kim Se-hyung and his platoon. No, Kim Tae-hoon killed it. At that moment his subordinate's expression was stiff. Wait a minute, well? Then the subordinate, who felt something strange, began to go white with embarrassment, and the color of his face began to spread out. Really? The master? There was no person who did not know the name Kim Tae-hoon here. On the other hand, Colonel Lim shook his head with a bitter smile. Kim has not been changed at all. He knew so well that Kim was such a man. I'll check it out again. You don't have to do that, because he is the master. Furthermore, Colonel Lim was able to gauge what Kim wanted at this moment. The master will secure the way to Sariwon City, and the rest of the men will follow him. Give my order to them, the monsters on the Pyongyang-Kaesong highway will be cleaned up, so move with peace of mind. What Kim wanted was to occupy North Korea as soon as possible. That was all. We are bound to believe him. Such a figure of Kim Tae-hoon takes away the freedom to doubt from those who follow him. I will just believe and follow him. An informed soul. What shall I say? The master is back. 4. Sariwon City. It was a place they could reach if they followed along the Pyongyang-Kaesong highway connecting Kaesong and Pyongyang, and a place where the railways connecting Kaesong and Pyongyang passed. If Korea takes over North Korea and the trains can run again on the Gyeongui line, it will be a key point of transportation. That's why so far, many people have tried and been sacrificed to secure this place first. When I last heard it was definitely a monster's heaven, but I think it's like a hell of monsters. And now no one was needed to sacrifice themselves to recapture Sariwon City. Boss, it's been a long time. It's been a long time. Kim Tae-hoon and Jang Sung-hoon. When they faced each other for the first in a long time, they looked at each other and sighed as if they had promised. For a moment after that they were silent. Oh, it's cold. It's definitely winter, and it's finally coming. It was Jang Sung-hoon who spoke in the silence first. How was your trip to Japan? It wasn't bad. Then, of course, you brought me a souvenir? A souvenir. At the word, Kim Tae-hoon said with a bitter smile, there's a ship at Busan port. I'll give it to you as a souvenir. You can sell or use it. Hey, you learned how to joke since I last saw you, boss, and I'm thrilled. The atmosphere of the conversation that started was not bad. It could not be bad. Rather, what was I like? What did you think of me when I was 40 years old and never forgot my loyalty to you? Now, beyond the relationship between the boss and the subordinate, it was the relationship that they could understand best as survivors of the world. I don't have time to waste on such a story. We will take over Pyongyang in the shortest time, and then build a line of defense around Pyongyang. Of course, Kim did not waste his words for a good conversation. Jang nodded at Kim's appearance. There was no sadness or anything for him. This was what Kim looked like. What's the next thing we need to do, if we need to do it in the shortest time? I will kill the dragon that has settled on Amtahala, Jeju Island. Wow. Of course, Jang was forced to pause in front of Kim's announcement, which was so sudden and shocking. I expected something, which was not a joke, to come out, but I never thought it would come out. Jang heaved a long sigh at the words of Kim. Well, I'm not going to stop you, because you don't want me to stop you. Tell me why. We'd better get rid of the 6 snakes before they touch us first, and if I want to fight against them, it's best to fight on Jeju Island. Is there a reason for the 6 snakes to touch the dragon? Why not touch it? Well, Jang, who was about to ask a question in return, gave himself an answer. Now that neither Korea nor Japan is the 6 snakes, they don't care about them. No matter where the dragon is on the Korean peninsula, or on the archipelago, they will merely look at it from the position of the 6 snakes. It was as he said. From the standpoint of the 6 snakes, they must now clean up Korea and Kim Tae-hoon by all means possible. In such a situation, the dark blue-grade monster, the dragon, which was on a mahala in Jeju Island, was the surest bomb they could blow. When Lee Ki-soo was alive, or when Musashi led the Japanese Empire, they could not blow it. On the other hand, there was no reason not to burst it now. Even if the bomb is disposed of, it is a very terrible bomb that leaves a fatal aftereffect to someone in some way. We haven't found the Manpazikjiak yet. The Dragon's Curse. You're the one who advised me to take the power of immortality because I'll die of another curse if I undo the Dragon's Curse. Jang shook his head at the answer. In front of Jang's eyes, Kim's hair color began to turn white. Jang looked surprised. That's... Even if it's not a dragon's curse, I already have one curse. Is it the curse of the 8-tailed fox? It's the price for using the transcendent power rather than a curse, and if you put an airplane engine into a small car, it's like the car breaking down. With a long sigh, Jang had many worries. But he did not express his concern. He was worried, and he just buried what he was worried about for later. He didn't need to speak. It was Kim Tae-hoon who was determined to do so, anyway. What Jang should do was not break Kim's determination, but give his strength, instead. Do you need anything for the dragon hunt? As I said, first of all, clean up Pyongyang. Do we really have to go to Pyongyang? If we were to build a front line in the north, it would be enough to settle down near the Daedong River. There is nothing left to take in Pyongyang. We'll have to kill the rest of the party. The rest of the party? The North Korean leaders. Jang asked, will they be alive? North Korea had virtually collapsed, according to current figures. For a country that had been at the brink of collapse in the first place, the monster's appearance was like strangling a patient who could not live without the help of a ventilator. Now it was not easy to find survivors. As proof, the number of survivors found in recent months by South Korean troops working in the north was only 100. It was a disastrous result. We are almost a year away from the appearance of the monsters. I wonder if they're all dead or ran away. Under such circumstances, it was unlikely that North Korean officials would be alive. However, Kim's ideas were different. The enemy of North Korea was the United States. Yes. It was the main enemy. In other words, the underground bunkers made by North Korea were made with the United States in mind. Kim knew North Korea better than anyone else. That would certainly mean that they have the most amazing underground bunkers in the world. But who knows the bunkers' locations? And Kim had no choice but to know. Boss was a top expert in this field. The original purpose of the unit Kim belonged to was to assassinate the North Korean VIPs. Though the greed of those in power had led him to a mission that had nothing to do with him, it didn't mean that its essence disappeared. Kim had all the rights to access all the information needed to assassinate the North Korean VIPs, and he always took full advantage of it. There was a more complete map of Pyongyang in his mind than the citizens of Pyongyang. Then, all we have to do is follow the boss. Then it is dragon hunting after cleaning up Pyongyang? Yes. So, after you finish hunting the dragon, are you thinking of going to Russia to get the power of the immortality? To withstand the curse of the dragon? Kim answered Jang's question without any consideration, no. Then where are you going? China? Europe? Or America? Shall we go to the Louvre and clean it up? I'm going to Taiwan. Yes? Kim answered the surprised Jang quietly, it's much wiser to deal with them before we are hit by them, rather than to pay it back after we are hit. With that answer, Kim rose from his seat. The operation is simple. If I make a way, you follow. Tomorrow evening, we eat in Pyongyang. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 119 Pyongyang, Part III. Chapter 119, Episode 119, Pyongyang, Part 3. Chapter 41. Pyongyang, Part 3. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 5. We will eat dinner in Pyongyang tomorrow. When the words were delivered to soldiers and hunters who were active throughout the country trying to advance to Pyongyang, no one accepted it as a serious story. We are having dinner in Pyongyang tomorrow. We can't get to Pyongyang even if we start to run right now. There are so many monsters around Pyongyang. Did he say that from the heart? I think that it's just the name of the operation. It was natural. Even though they had tried to go north for several months, they had never even drunk water from the Daedong River. Therefore, it was impossible for anyone to reach Pyongyang in just one day. Kim Tae-hoon? The master is here? That's why we came up with that operation. But it's impossible to eat dinner in Pyongyang tomorrow unless the master eats alone. No matter how Kim appeared on the battlefield, they did not believe that it would be possible. However, they began to change their minds when the sun went down and the new year came up. Am I dreaming? If this is a dream, we're having the most brutal lucky dream in the world. Pyongyang Kaesong Highway. The road that should have been filled with cars was now occupied with the dead bodies of monsters. What was more surprising was the state of the dead bodies. The monsters' bodies were all beheaded and crumpled on the street. It was a sight that even hunters who had hunted many monsters could not easily accept. How the hell could he kill all this? It is possible to cut off the head. No, it was not just because the heads were cut off. Cutting the head off was a very effective way, because some of the monsters were still alive even after they were struck by a hail of bullets. So, cutting off the head was one of the most obvious treatments, after destroying the heart. I don't know how it's possible to make hundreds of monsters into a pile of bodies dead at once, but the problem was the numbers. Usually, when a monster group was hit hard enough to almost wipe them, it was when an artillery-led intensive bombardment was carried out. Of course, in that case, the condition of the bodies was far from clean. In other words, it was a common-sense picture to those who had survived in the present era. The testimony of those who witnessed the scene in person made the already unusual sight more unusual. It was 5 swords. What? 5 swords moved to the monsters and cut off the monsters' heads together. The fact that 5 swords moved freely and cut off the monsters' heads was so unusual that even those who had seen it were unable to express it properly and explain it. But no one was frightened by it. In a word, it was wonderful. Rather, they were the opposite. I just felt that when I saw the monsters came in a horde and then fall to the ground as a headless body, all I have to do is trust the master and follow him. Everyone was encouraged by the dead bodies of the monsters and the stories of their colleagues who were witnesses. Of course, those who gained that courage no longer doubted. If I trust the master and follow him, I can eat dinner in Pyongyang tonight. And their faith had become a reality. 6. Pyongyang. The capital of North Korea was more or less as attractive as expected. The presence of the Ryukyung Hotel, once the highest building in Asia, was much more intense than expected, as well as the high-rise buildings that did not match terrible North Korea known to the world. But those who visited Pyongyang directly felt something heterogeneous in its splendor. Eventually, they realized that Pyongyang was not a city, but a film set that directed the city. So if a stranger who did not know anything saw Pyongyang now, he would think they are filming a movie on the set. They would also think that the actors were monsters, not humans, and among them was a giant bloody-furred bear man measuring at least 10 meters long. Blood Warbear was the leading actor in a movie filming in Pyongyang. Koruru. Of course, as soon as they stepped into Pyongyang, they realized that it was not a movie, but a tragic reality. The blood werebear's blue eyes were full of the fear that could not be produced in any other way. But now there were groups approaching the blood werebear, monsters made of golden smoke. Starting with an elephant, the group comprised a lion, a tiger, a bird, and humans. It was a herd of animals that had no sense of unity. At the same time, it was a group that could not be any threat at all. There was no reason to be afraid of their claws and teeth, which were otherwise devoid of substance. Blood werebear was one of the monsters with blue eyes. It didn't even intend to take this ridiculous threat seriously. Therefore, blood werebear opened its mouth and vomited its fear out through its huge mouth. Kuyo Iyang. The ferocious fear that could destroy the heart of the listener shook Pyongyang. The animals in gold smoke were the same. Their bodies began to tremble like a haze in front of the fear that the blood werebear was letting free. Twang! It was nothing but the sound of a geomungo, a six-stringed Korean zither, that stopped the shaking. Toot toot! Then the two sounds of the tungso, the six-holed bamboo flute, and the zither began to blend together. Dum-da-dum! Dum-da-dum! Drumming began to give strength to the performance. That was how the five musicians, made up of golden smoke, began. The golden beasts of the play began to change. The golden smoke beasts, which were swaying like a haze in the fear, were no longer shaken, and it wasn't just that. Po-woo-woo! Every beast began to get bigger, and their claws and teeth turned sharper and sharper. They became beasts which even blood werebear could not help but respond to seriously. Q-wang! Of course, the blood werebear did not feel a sense of crisis or shrink back. On the contrary, it charged toward the golden beasts that were now clearly its enemies. The blood werebear started to run on the road, its paws thudding loudly, while golden beasts also began to race, too. The battle that began was astonishing. Kwang! Whenever the blood werebear swung its arm, the building nearby became a garbage dump. Furthermore, unlike regular bears, a two-legged blood werebear had longer arms than legs, and its upper body was larger than its lower body. Its offense was very diverse. As long as the blood werebear just ran up and swung its arms, it used its arms as if it were a human boxer. Above all, its power was enormous. Its might, which made the twin-head ogre's strength laughable, was so powerful that it could fling the golden smoke elephant nearly 100 meters away. The elephant was oppressed that much, so the tiger and the lion couldn't do their best. Kwang! They tried all they could to leave the marks on the body of the blood werebear with their teeth and claws, but the damage was only a scratch. They were clearly inferior. No one could see a winning chance for the beasts of the golden smoke. At that time, a sword flew from a long distance and stuck into the blood werebear's chest with breathtaking speed. Kyo? While the surprised blood wearer was in a state of confusion, another sword flew over and drove into its chest again. Hua! The blood werebear, who had been attacked on its chest twice in a row, looked in the direction the swords had come from with surprised and angry eyes. Puk, puk! At that moment, two more swords, two katanas, dug into the eyes of the blood werebear. That was the beginning. Puk! From a long distance, a kilometer or farther away, a sword began to fly unceasingly and stuck into the body of the blood werebear. All the flying swords were katanas. However, they were not ordinary katanas. The named swords, which were treated as national treasures in Japan, had now become relics and the teeth and claws of humans hunting monsters. They were also no ordinary relics. Puk! The seventh Japanese sword in the body of the blood werebear was a katana named Tojijiri Yasutsuna, which was one of the 5 most powerful swords in the world. Puk! The eighth Japanese sword was one of the 5 most powerful swords in the world, named Mikazuki Munakika. Puk! The ninth sword was named Anamaro Kunitsuna. Kuyo-iyo. This sword, which pulled out the loudest scream from the blood werebear's mouth, was considered to be the peak of the Japanese swords. King's use. It was a treasure among the treasures, and not even designated as a national treasure because it was a possession of the heavenly king, the Japanese emperor. Only one person would use such a treasure as a substitute for an arrow, and that was Kim Tae-hoon. It's more powerful than I thought. From a distance where they could not see the blood warbear with human eyes, he saw it very clearly with his black eyes, as 25 swords waited for their owner to call them. So wrong. Now the 10th sword showed itself, and without delay began its flight toward the blood warbear. 3 p.m. By the time hunger began to circulate, soldiers and hunters began to enter Pyongyang City. For monsters, it was a pleasant situation that their prey appeared at their feet after a long time. But no monster dared approach the crowd. It was because of the man who led the crowd, Kim Tae-hoon. There was no monster willing to show its teeth to him, who had defeated the blood warbear and become the new owner of Pyongyang. From now on, we are getting rid of all the monsters in Pyongyang. Of course, it did not mean that Kim Tae-hoon was giving mercy to the monsters who did not attack. There is no meal until we clean up the monsters in Pyongyang. Furthermore, Kim did not give unconditional mercy to the soldiers and hunters either. What they needed in the first place was not mercy. I certainly ordered that we will have dinner in Pyongyang tonight. What was needed was a command from a trustworthy leader and its leader. Yes. At Kim Tae-hoon's order, the soldiers and hunters who came to Pyongyang felt their eyes burning, and so the cleaning began. Boss. The conversation between Kim Tae-hoon and Jang Sung-hoon began. You easily killed a blue-grade monster now, that's great, At the words of Jang, Kim rubbed his temple with his right hand instead of answering. It's not enough. Yes? I'm not sure about the dragon hunt with this much. In fact, Kim was not very happy now. He was not as sure as he had claimed. This isn't enough? Jang was dumbfounded at the fact. Moreover, Kim's poor appearance and uttering that he was not so sure about his hunting was almost unheard of in his memory. If Kim made a weak sound, those who followed him should have exaggerated their pain. However, he did not want to hide the reality with his awkward confidence at this moment. I've already died once. He had already experienced that death. The first. The first death he had experienced after drinking Napoleon's golden glass was the one by a dragon. So he knew better than anyone what the level of battle with the dragon was. Jang, who knew that fact, shook his head. So you came to Pyongyang, he suddenly said. At the words, Kim cocked his head. So I came to Pyongyang? Yes? This time, Jang cocked his head. Isn't this reason why you came to Pyongyang? The reason I came to Pyongyang was to take over Pyongyang and deploy a defensive force here, as I explained yesterday. That's natural, but what I'm saying, at that moment, Jang made a sudden expression, as if he had just realized something. You didn't know. No, you could not help but not know, because I never told you. He continued carefully, there is a royal tomb of King Dongmyong in Pyongyang, the tomb of Dongmyong Wangwang, also known as Jamong of Goguryeo, but if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 120, The Sword Given by Heaven, Part 1. Chapter 120, Episode 120, The Sword Given by Heaven, Part 1. Chapter 42. The Sword Given by Heaven, Part 1. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 1. The underground bunker hidden by the North Korean officials is closely connected to the subway station building of Pyongyang Metro. It is natural that the Pyongyang Metro itself was not built for transportation purposes in the first place, but as a concept of air defense against propaganda and bombardment. Therefore, all the subway station buildings in Pyongyang are the entrance to the underground bunker. They don't have electricity to run the subway, that's why they cannot operate it. When Kim Tae-hoon went through hard training and joined the Secret Special Forces, a so-called ghost unit, the first education he received was about their goals. The most secret underground bunker among them is the Tungil station of the Kalamo line. It is located deep enough to take 20 minutes down the escalator and is located closest to the Taedong River. Because securing drinking water is easy, it is possible for them to survive for 5 years in a secret underground bunker located here. There are also things that North Korean officials can cash in at any time, including the Rolex watch Che Guevara liked, gold, artworks, and relics. The targets of the Ghost Unit were, of course, North Korean officials. It was their duty to get rid of those who had helped and served as tools to the North Korean dictator. In other words, it is virtually impossible to get in there and escape after the mission is complete. As I said earlier, the place is deep and well guarded. It's impossible to kill someone and to come out alive. Only the mission was all about the existence of the Ghost Unit. I tell you clearly, if you complete your mission at the Tungil station, kill yourselves as soon as you complete it. In other words, at the moment of completion of the mission, the reason for the existence of the Ghost Unit seemed to disappear. I say again, kill yourselves as soon as you complete your mission, and I will not allow you to die until then. These were the orders he had received in training. At this moment, Kim Tae-hoon was walking toward a secret underground bunker hidden in the Tungil station of the Kalama line. This day finally came. Each step was strange. It was as he said. At this moment, Kim did not know exactly what his feelings were. He did not know whether he was happy, sad, regretful, or satisfied. Here. Kim's footsteps stopped in front of a big iron door. The iron door was so firm that the scars created by the monster's claws were nearly nothing, and it revealed its determination that it would not allow an unpermitted person to visit. In front of the door, Kim was able to make one thing clear. This is the end of the duty of soldier Kim Tae-hoon. Today, the military's mission for Kim Tae-hoon will be over. But it does not mean that Kim Tae-hoon will be killing himself here. If there is anything that will die here today, it is only the soldier Kim Tae-hoon, not the hunter Kim Tae-hoon. Therefore, Kim Tae-hoon did not hesitate. His right fist, standing in front of the iron door, began to blacken. The black skin passed his arm at once, making his upper body and even his face black. Then he threw his black fist toward the iron door. 2. The royal tomb of King Dongmyeon. Located a little distance away from Pyongyang, it was literally the tomb of King Dongmyeon, the founder of Goguryeo. Is this really the tomb of Jamun? I don't know. Of course, there were different opinions about the fact that it was the tomb of the real King Dongmyeon. Yes? It was called the royal tomb of King Dongmyeon, and King Dongmyeon must have been Jamun. No, it is clear that Pyongyang is not the first place where Jamun died. Once King Dongmyeon, Jamun, became a king, the capital of Goguryeo was Jalban. Pyongyang became the capital of Goguryeo when it was under King Jangsu. You learned that in the class on Korean history, didn't you? Silla and Beach formed the Nage Alliance against the southward advance policy, which was established during the reign of King Jangsu. You've been getting tired of hearing it in elementary, middle, and high school, haven't you? Isn't it Korean history we forget first when the college scholastic ability test has ended? It was during the reign of King Jangsu that Pyongyang became the capital of Goguryeo. King Dongmyeon's tomb in Jalban was moved to Pyongyang at that time, which was the current speculation about the existence of the royal tomb of King Dongmyeon in Pyongyang. There was no definite evidence found that it was truly the tomb of Jamun. But the historians would not have called it the royal tomb of King Dongmyeon. There is definitely some reason for it. That's what we do, in common sense, but this is not a country of common sense. North Korea never conducted a full-scale investigation and research to confirm the authenticity of the royal tomb of King Dongmyeon. Even after the North Korean officials who visited South Korea saw Cheonmucheon, the tomb in Gyeongju, he insisted that the height of the royal tomb of King Dongmyeon not be lower than that of the South Korean Cheonmucheon, so they raised the height of the royal tomb of King Dongmyeon by 2 meters. For that reason, they raised the height? Yes. The high official of North Korea said that it was the royal tomb of King Dongmyeon, but what kind of crazy historian would try and work to deny it? So far, the royal tomb of King Dongmyeon had never been properly verified, unlike the royal tombs of Beech or Silla. That was why Jang was concerned. Even if it's real, it's a problem. Yes? And that was not the only reason Jang Sung-hoon was worried. My specialty is the forgery of art. Well, is that true? Come on, everyone knows about it. Why do you pretend you don't know? Anyway, North Korean relics are classified separately at the art black market, especially in the Chinese art black market. What does that mean? It means that the trade volume is high. North Korea was a paradise for robbers. Survival was the supreme task of the nation, so to protect their national treasures and history was another nation's story. For example, if we say that the mayor of Gyeongju ran away stealing the relics of the Chanmachong on one big last job before leaving Korea, no one would believe it. But if a North Korean official stole the royal tomb of King Dongmyong and fled to China to secure funds for escaping from North Korea, most people would believe it, right? If it were real, the relics in it would be even more dangerous. First of all, the worst murderer in the world is reigning as king in North Korea, and it may be too much to wish that the real relic in the murderer's front yard is intact. Then it's no use investigating the royal tomb of King Dongmyong? Nevertheless, the reason why Jang Sung-hoon came to the royal tomb of King Dongmyong was simple. In Lotto, you have to scratch it before you know whether you won or not. We need to know whether we lost the draw, so we can move on to the next bet. And I told you honestly, but my feeling is telling me that I'm going to get a bit hit in Pyongyang. Furthermore, Jang felt that something great would happen when he stepped on Pyongyang. Is that very accurate? I had a similar feeling about 11 months ago. 11 months ago? It was when most of my fellow troops were eaten by the mud troll in the Ojungdong military base, and only Lieutenant Kim Soo-ji and 20 of us were still alive and trembling. Did you find a treasure then? Jang smiled before the answer to the question of his subordinate. No. Then what dash? I met the boss. Finally, Jang held a prepared shovel with his last words. Now, let's get started. 3. Colonel Lim Hyunjun's armored hunting unit was the best combat unit combining Awakeners and the army. Naturally, with confidence in the armored hunting unit, he wanted to create a power of the new generation that combined Awakeners and the army. Here, he once again came up with a new idea. The Special Engineer unit is not a joke. I think it's faster for them to use a shovel and a pickaxe than a folk crane. After combining Awakeners with the engineers, Colonel Lim created a very strange unit called the Special Engineer unit. It wasn't the end. In planning a Special Engineer unit, he visited Park Kap-soo, the chief of the workshops, and demanded the production of powerful engineer equipment with the materials from monsters that could break iron. The chief of the workshop, Park Kap-soo, produced better equipment than Colonel Lim had expected, and the ability of the Special Engineer unit was beyond his imagination. The following was the creed that Colonel Lim gave to the completed Special Engineer unit: when a General Engineer unit sets a tent, a Special Engineer unit builds a house. It was not a big task to work on the small royal tomb for such a Special Engineer unit. They started to work after breakfast, and before lunch, the royal tomb of King Dongmyong was already revealed. Fuck! Jang Sung-hoon was also revealing his inner self. Shit! He could not be sure of the truth of the royal tomb of King Dongmyong. But there was no relic in it, not even one. He didn't even see the sarcophagus to enclose the bones, just a few cement structures supporting the empty space. It was not even made properly, some space was buried as it was. Fuck! Jang Sung-hoon had no choice but to swear. For the Japanese, the Kusanagi just fell out of the sky by itself, but why are we like this? Honestly, expectations were high. The desire was even bigger than the big expectation. Damn it, Kim has to kill the dragon, Kim was ready to kill the dragon right now. He was going to try what no one else in this world could do. It was a great job, which no one could even sacrifice for on behalf of Kim Tae-hoon. In such a situation, a legendary relic was the most obvious thing to save Kim's life. Therefore, Jang had to be desperate. Of course, in the situation that his expectation and longing were crushed, the disappointment that he felt was also great. I felt it. Moreover, Jang really felt something. If not, there was no reason to have expectations. As he had told his men, the probability that the royal tomb of King Dongmyeon was a real tomb was low, and even if it was real, the probability that the things in it would be fine was even lower. I still feel it. Even Jang was strongly felt that something would come out at this moment. Isn't there anything in it? No, there's nothing more to come out, unless they built a tunnel and hid in it, but just in case, take a look at it again, especially things that look like an arrowhead or a bow. No, even just sticks are okay, so take a picture of everything that comes out of it. I understand. Therefore, Jang could not easily turn his back on the royal tomb of King Dongmyeon. He measured other clues in his mind. Is there something in the Kumsusan? According to the records, there was Jokyeon-sik, a stone to heaven, in Kumsu Mountain, on which King Dongmyeon stepped when he went to heaven. Maybe there is a giraffe cave in Kumsusan where Jamung raised a giraffe. Or maybe they had hidden all the relics from the royal tomb of King Dongmyeon at the Kumsusan Palace of the Sun. In order to get something somehow, Jang wandered through his historical knowledge. He overworked his mind to the point of bursting. It was the appearance of the person who made Jang so desperate that stopped such self-abuse. The master is here. Kim Tae-hoon showed up at the royal tomb of King Dongmyeon. He appeared above people's heads, as always, just as Hamosu, the father of Jamung, came down from the sky in the myth of Goguryeo. In front of Kim, Jang gave a long sigh. Boss, I'm sorry, I thought something might come up, but there was nothing. It was Jang who had given Kim an expectation. If he had not brought up the story of the royal tomb of King Dongmyeon, Kim would not even know there was such a thing. So, Jang did not stop here. But something was kept in the royal tomb of King Dongmyeon, and there is a sign that someone took it. If we look through the Kumsusan Palace of the Sun or wherever, something will come out. Jang couldn't stop there, because he could not stop Kim Tae-hoon's dragon hunting. So if you give me a little more time and budget dash. It's okay. Kim stopped Jang's words and handed him a sword in his hand. I'm sure of the hunting now. I'm sure. Jang looked at the sword with surprised eyes at those words. It was a sword made of gold, the length of an adult man's arm, and it had a form that would have been used in rituals, not combat. Most impressive of all was the pattern carved on the blade. A peculiar pattern, made of the scales of an animal, covered the blade. The pattern of a dragon's scale, it was like a dragon's scales. Also, the light emitted from the sword was not an ordinary one. It was not golden. The radiance like the sun, it was a radiance when he looked up at the sun, a mysterious light that could never be measured by the naked eye of a person. The dragon pattern, the radiance, the sword. The dragon, the radiance, the sword. At that moment, Jang thought of a story closer to a myth rather than the history of Goguryeo. Oh, my God. 3. Taiwan. There was still warm weather, and there was no winter season. Mao's attire was the same. Even in November, he was wearing only a thin black silk suit. In front of him, there was a pile of fur leather clothes that promised to be hot even if he wore them in the winter when the cold wind was blowing. A woman entered Mao's room. As soon as she came in, she bowed her head and handed Mao the note she had in her hand. Mao read the note and said, "The Six Snakes meeting came to a conclusion. Is it about the dragon? The deadline is after December 1st, and the conclusion is that we can wake up the dragon any time after that. Why December 1? They'll need time to prepare for the situation after the dragon wakes up. What are they preparing for? I think there's a lot of stuff they are not telling us, just like a typhoon isn't something people can do." The woman nodded. She looked at the furry clothes. It was a dress that did not fit in the season and weather of Taiwan, but on the other hand, the woman knew the reason for the existence of the clothes. Are you going to take over Russia, Audot?
The only time that we can move in Russia, which has already become a world of zombies, is in the winter when the zombies freeze. Above all, if the dragon wakes up, it will not be satisfied with Japan and Korea alone, and its anger will reach China, or even where we are. We must pioneer a new path in preparation for that time. The woman asked carefully. It may not happen, but if Kim Tae-hoon kills the dragon, what kind of measures?
Measures?
Mao made a somewhat fishy smile at the question.
It's absolutely impossible. I admit he's great, but he can't do what is impossible.
With that somewhat fishy grin, he asserted, unless he's been dealing with a dragon, he'll never kill a dragon.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 121, The Sword Given by Heaven, Part 2. Chapter 121, Episode 121, The Sword Given by Heaven, Part 2. Chapter 42. The Sword Given by Heaven, Part 2. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 4. Oh, my God, this is Johnny Walker Blue Label, isn't it?
The underground bunker the North Korean party leaders made for themselves was more like a treasure storage than an underground bunker. There's a room filled with Ballantines here, 21 years old.
Crazy bastards, how much is it in total? The warehouse in the bunker was full of fancy drinks, closer to luxury goods rather than just liquor.
Inside the safe, there were valuable relics, art, gold, silver, and a bundle of dollars. The obvious thing is, if they had sold everything here, the North Koreans would have never starved. It was a product of intense bloodshed extracted through mad exploitation. But why did they tie this dollar bundle with the white paper, and this dollar with the red paper?
Maybe one of them is a superdollar. A superdollar, a counterfeit note made by North Korea? They can't use them if they mix them.
Furthermore, there was a pile of products of vicious crimes.
What a crazy country.
The secret underground bunker in North Korea was a space filled with all the maliciousness that humans could show. Even the soldiers who came to get the goods there would sigh rather than express admiration and joy in front of the treasures before their sight, and they felt terrible instead of joyous. God damn it, when the world was dying for the monsters, the North Korean party leaders were here enjoying their lives, drinking Ballantines or gorging themselves. But because they survived, they met the master, and they paid the right price for their crimes. What comforted them was the current image of those who had enjoyed themselves in the bunker. This is the Politburo Commissioner Lee Seo-hoon, this is Cabinet Deputy Prime Minister Im Won-cheon, and this is the Big Fish. Their bodies and heads were neatly separated, and their dead faces were filled with screams and pain. It was proof that they had not died easily. This is the second-ranked North Korean leader, Park Kwang-seo, who is the head of the Military and Political Affairs Department. Colonel Lim Hyun-jun, who was examining their bodies one by one, straightened up after checking the face of the last body. Then he looked back along the road he had walked. On the road, about 40 bodies were arranged, all headless. Most of them were in the top 100 of the power order in North Korea. It is surprising and wonderful that so many powerful men who survived the advent of the monsters and the capture of Pyongyang by monsters died in an instant. Colonel Lim's gaze immediately turned to the goods that the soldiers had brought up from the deep underground bunker. He could see alcohol, all kinds of luxury goods, and gold and dollars they had collected for their escape overseas. Even the crumpled bodies were wearing expensive luxury watches on their wrists. There were also some with 2 watches on their wrists. Although measures were taken to prepare for an emergency escape, not just Colonel Lim, but all the people of the world knew that those watches were not earned by their own sweat and effort. Hundreds of North Koreans' blood and tears would have been forcibly drawn for just one watch. I never imagined that this was what they had collected through exploitation. The fine liquor in gold wine jars is the blood of 1,000 people. It was a scene where Lee Mong-ryeon yelled out a thundering cry toward the corrupt officials.
I'm sure since they kept this kind of stuff hidden in a secret underground bunker warehouse, they could say they didn't have any money. They couldn't have had money to spend because it was all there.
Soon after, Colonel Lim turned his head and saw Kim drinking coffee while standing there. Colonel Lim walked up to Kim and said, "Congratulations, you've completed your mission.
You don't have to be a ghost anymore."
At that remark, Kim added a bitter smile. Colonel Lim also had the same bitter smile. The bitter smiles gradually disappeared.
The story to be shared from now on was not a story that they could laugh at. The war for over half a century has come to an end. The war, which had begun on June 25, 1950, ended on November 9, 2017. The bodies killed by Kim Tae-hoon actually meant the disappearance of the North Korean regime, and it was an evidence that the Republic of Korea had finally won a war that had lasted for 67 years. However, Colonel Lim was not pleased with the fact. The monsters helped us unify. The reality was still too terrible to be happy. Above all, the end of the occupation of Pyongyang meant that a new page, a new enemy, would be welcomed. So, who is the next enemy? The new enemy would be decided by Kim Tae-hoon. It is Jeju Island. I'll kill the dragon on Jeju Island. Colonel Lim made a surprised expression at the calm reply of Kim. However, Colonel Lim seemed to accept the situation and gave a long sigh instead of an agitated reaction. Who? Now, because of the chilly weather, the white breath added color to his sigh. At the end of the sigh, Colonel Lim said briefly, "I'll risk my life to protect this place." After that short talk, Colonel Lim turned his back, because he realized that it was not the time for him to feel sentimental over the spoils in front of him. Boss.
The place where Colonel Lim disappeared was immediately filled with Jang Sung-hoon. He was holding a lot of pictures, using both hands.
Kim asked a question, "Is it an important relic?" "Oh, this? It's not important.
These pictures are for praising Kim Il-sung and Kim Jong-il."
"Why did you bring them?"
"I could not bear that this shit was in the treasures.
I brought them out to burn."
As soon as he finished, Jang threw the pictures on the ground.
"Can you spit on them?" Kim was willing to spit at his request. Tui.
The spit started to burn the pictures, which were now not different from garbage.
The heat gave warmth to the cold air. Jang rubbed his hands toward the warmth and asked, "Did you tell the colonel?" "A little while ago."
That's why his face was so. Jang looked at the golden sword hanging on Kim's waist. Kim followed Jang's eyes, and he also looked at the golden sword on his waist. His eyes were black.
Dragon Light Sword. Relic grade, grade 1. Relic value, legend. Relic effect, under the sunlight, it can cut any monster.
The value of the Dragon Light Sword was plain. Under the sunlight, it can cut any monster, but the content was not plain.
It could hurt any monster under the sunlight. It meant something amazing. It's the sword of Hamosu.
There was no shortage of those using the name Dragon Light Sword, which was one of the 3 sacred treasures which Hamosu, the son of the heavenly god, had borne, he who was called the father of Jemung in Goguryeo mythology. It was the sword given Korea by heaven. I don't know why this was in the hands of the trash guys. If it had not been given by heaven, the Dragon Light Sword that was sleeping in the secret underground bunker would not have come into the hands of Kim Tae-hoon, who was about to hunt the dragon.
But, boss, can I ask you a question? Were you confident you would kill the dragon without the Dragon Light Sword?
On the other hand, there was the question of Jang. It was not a thing that Kim found, but a thing that came to Kim. Kim didn't even know where the Dragon Light Sword was in the first place. Kim Tae-hoon was already preparing for the dragon hunt before finding the Dragon Light Sword. It meant that he was going to hunt the dragon without the Dragon Light Sword. I was sure of the plan I had prepared for the dragon hunt, and I was sure if I moved on with the plan, I would kill the dragon.
Really? I just didn't have the confidence to do it 100% perfectly. At the answer, Jang gave a long sigh. So are you confident that you will carry out the plan now?
The dragon light sword is in my hand, so it's about 80% confident.
20% short? That 20% is filled.
At that question, Kim looked at his right hand for the answer.
Basic abilities. Strength, 824. Health, 857. Special abilities. Energy, A rank. Mana, B+ rank. Telekinesis, S rank. Defense, A rank. Mana resistance, B+ rank. Achieved abilities. The Heart of the Bloody Warbear, Grade 3. The power of the Bloody Warbear allows you to have a heart that emits a powerful vitality. If you have even a tiny bit of remaining power, your heart does not stop. The power of the Bloody Warbear, which he had newly acquired. The power made the blood of Kim Tae-hoon's heart special. It was like the coffee that always woke him up was hanging around in his blood vessels on behalf of his heart. This power gave him confidence. He was convinced that he could stand in front of the dragon in a completely different way from the first time it had passed by him on January 1, 2017. At such an image of Kim, Jang realized that no one could stop Kim anymore. Boss, won't you say hello to Hyunwook or Sister Sunmi before you go? Kate or Lieutenant Kim Soo-ji, too. Why don't you come and have a reunion once? Jang did not want to stop Kim anymore. He was ready to send him on. There is no time for that. By now the Six Snakes must have sent a commando team to the Jeju Island to stimulate the dragon, and there is no guarantee that the dragon will not come to Seoul tomorrow. Would you like to leave a message for them? Do you know how hard it is being in between you and them?
Kim left a word at the repeated requests of Jang: survival.
It was a good enough word. 5. Jeju Island.
It was always a bright place, even far from civilization, where its beauty could not be denied by anyone. The blue sea, which filled the surrounding area of the island, made the sky blue, and the sunshine scattered the forest around Manhwa with green and pleasant scenery. Right now the beauty of Jeju Island was reaching its peak. The world was full of green trees and green shades. Nature was openly revealing its existence.
There's not a single survivor.
In other words, it meant that no person had survived. No matter how much people tried, nature was the liveliest when there were no people around.
The same was true of Jeju Island's full vitality, as there were no survivors on Jeju Island. Most people died of heart attacks. It's so scary.
Even within the same dark blue grade, it is not like those in Japan or China. It was the dragon who had caused the heart attacks, and who had made Hala Mountain of Jeju Island its own territory. The 300-meter-long dragon with dark red skin had landed on the top of Manhwa, and it immediately cried out with its huge body.
Dragon fear. In front of the fear, the nasty monsters and humans on Jeju Island could no longer continue to live. It was just a disaster. A terrible disaster that could not be compared to typhoons and earthquakes. The scariest thing is that it is not the end. What was even more devastating was that such an outrageous disaster was not alone. And even more frightening is that when the orders are given, we must wake up this crazy monster. At the moment the last words came out, the others shut up. At that remark, the crowd once again realized their position. They were not survivors of Jeju Island, but they were willing to come to hell to make one place of the world hell. There was no vitality in their faces, and the silence that came over them could not be easily loosened. In the silence, one began to feel something strange. Something strange, he felt a sense of it and tried to express it in words. But the man did not have to finish all the words. Cuck. The unspeakable fear struck their place and encircled their bodies.
In front of the fear that made their souls stand up, not just their hair, they practiced what they had trained thousands of times. They put mana into the relics, the crosses, or the pieces of jade they had, and at the same time chewed and smashed the little capsules that were already in their mouths. The moment everyone swallowed, a cry that could not be explained by anything began to tap their eardrums. Qua! At that moment, one of them fell to the ground, bleeding and vomiting. The rest of them were not fine, either. All 4 of them began to shake and shiver madly. For 3 of them, the shaking was so intense that their teeth began to break. Recover your senses. Hey, wake up. Only one person spoke to his colleagues repeatedly, holding his reason. But even that person barely kept his reason, and he was not in his best mind either. Even here, the owner of Jeju Island did not stop using its fear. Qua! Once again, it let out the fear. Only then did he realize that the dragon was not simply awakened from sleep, but it had started fighting something. Oh, it's a fight. The dragon has started a fight with something. But, what the hell dares go against the dragon? Of course, at this moment the man could not even guess. What could fight against an overwhelming creature like a dragon? This is not the time for this. I have to let them know. I have to figure this out and report it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 122 Dragon Slayer, Part 1. Chapter 122, Episode 122, Dragon Slayer, Part 1. Chapter 43. Dragon Slayer, Part 1. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 1. Who?
Kim Tae-hoon's world, which was seen between rough breaths, was shaking red. The redness was due to the blood flowing from the burst veins in his eyes, and the shaking was due to the power of the low energy which could no longer endure the presence of the monster in front of him.
KRRRRRRRRRRRR. And the monster was the dragon. Just looking at it, I feel I have a long ways to go. The dragon.
The body of the monster, which did not tolerate any enemies, was covered with wounds that did not suit its dignity.
Among them, the biggest wound was its right eye.
The blood was dripping out through its closed right pupil. It was a wound created by Kim Tae-hoon's Sword of the Imperator.
At that moment, the dragon opened its right eye.
The eye which reappeared was scarred, and the pupil of dark blue had cracks like spiderwebs. The lines were gradually fading, just like rainwater wet dry rice fields after an endless drought.
It's really a long way to go.
In the end, the dragon's dark blue eye was restored to its original form, the wounds were gone, and the center of its normal dark blue eyes began to split vertically. It looked at Kim Tae-hoon with eyes that had returned to normal. In front of its eyes, Kim once again recalled the battle.
Surprising defense and amazing resilience.
The dragon was very special.
The skin of the dragon was strong enough to be barely hurt by the Sword of the Imperator, which had the full power of the energy of Kim Tae-hoon behind it, but even so, the wounds that were inflicted were recovered surprisingly quickly. The defense of its scales is natural, and T's amazing resilience is the result of the formidable level of mana of the dragon's heart. It was a long way off. What amazing resilience the dragon has! It is hard for me to hurt.
Even worse, it was just the beginning.
Cool.
The dragon fear it was crying out was already a formidable weapon in itself.
Fear, no matter how high his energy level was, he would be hurt, and if he was exposed to the fear when he ran out of energy, no more battle was possible. It was really a long way to go.
It was not easy to hold on against the fear with a low energy rank, and even if the energy rank was high, the amount of energy consumed to withstand the dragon fear each time was terrible. The worst thing was that it was a dragon. It had wings. This sight is so embarrassing. It had unbelievably huge wings which lifted the colossal body and made even ridiculously acrobatic flight possible. Q. Q. Q.
Every time it flicked its wings, it created a small whirlwind around it. It created a gale that was not easy to hold on against, and it began to fly with the wind. This alone was already despairing. The ways a wingless man could hurt a monster who had just started to fly were extremely limited and weak. But as always, the worst was more terrible than he had imagined. Krrrr. It did not allow the wounds, it did not tolerate the scars, it demanded a terrible price just for revealing his hostility to it, and now the neck of the dragon, who did not tolerate any adversary in the sky, began to heat up. Eventually, the dragon opened its tightly closed mouth. It is really impossible to defend the dragon breath. If it grazes me, it would be over. Dragon breath. The worst peak in the ending, the dragon breath flew toward Kim Tae-hoon, who was standing on the ground and who had lost his power at that moment. An attack that no creature could withstand, a spear that could penetrate any shield, had come. Kim closed his eyes to the fact. End. His recollection ended right there. Kim opened his eyes. He saw the dragon sleeping with its huge body sprawled across the top of Himalaya, where he could see Baekrakdam Crater Lake. 2. The first death Kim Tae-hoon dreamed of was a battle with the dragon. He fought hard, but he was defeated in the battle. It was not a defeat to be desired much. The gap between that Kim Tae-hoon and the dragon was so big that he could not feel sorry for the loss. It had become a valuable defeat, and through the defeat, Kim Tae-hoon knew what he needed to kill the dragon and how to kill it. So he set 3 of the most important details. 1. If I fight from a distance, I die. The most important thing was not to keep away from the dragon. The moment the distance was far, especially when the dragon started its fly, he could no longer chase it. The dragon's movement in the sky was astonishing, and the dragon, once it began to move, was a weapon in itself. A massive body 300 meters long. It is not the physical power of its body, even if it is calculated by tons, but a body weighing that much flying at hundreds of kilometers per hour. I can be killed if the dragon just passes by. So, to hunt the dragon, whatever it does, I have to stick to its body. And I have a very good ability to make that possible. I will use the golden web. The golden web, the power of the golden horn spider. The golden web, which was made up of energy, was strong, very adhesive, and ultimately its bond with Kim Tae-hoon was crucial. The golden web was actually like his skin. It conveyed the feeling of something being touched to him, even far away. Thud. Kim landed on the body of the dragon, and immediately began to apply the golden web created on his palms to the body of the dragon. Flash. It was at that moment that the dragon's eyelids rose. The dark blue eye showed up, split again vertically, and the darker blue light inside appeared. Coo. At the same time, it began to straighten itself out, roaring out the dragon fear. The intense fear attacked Kim's body. Hoo. At that moment, Kim's eyes were shaking. But the tremor calmed down quickly. 2. The power to withstand the fear. The power of various relics, including the energy of a rank, made it possible. I can hold on. Kim was satisfied with the fact. The dragon noticed that. It grasped the existence of Kim, who was not afraid of the fear it had given voice to. Coo. It let out the dragon fear again. But the fear was no longer a threat, it was the proclamation of war. Kim Tae-hoon was not just an annoying fly, but a threat to itself, and now it was announcing that it would start a war to crush the threat. Coo, coo. With that, the dragon began to flap its wings to drop Kim Tae-hoon and kill him surely as he fell. That was the way the dragon did things. The winged dragon never fought on the ground. There was no reason to fight like that. The moment it started to fly, everything was in the dragon's favor. He would die to the dragon's breath if he remained on the ground because he was afraid. Clinging to the body of the dragon who started to fly up in the sky, meant death from a fall the moment he was thrown off. Of course, Kim Tae-hoon had no intention of falling down.
Furthermore, he hoped that it would fly higher and higher. He hoped it would fly closer to the sun.
As if answering his wish, the dragon began to fly high into the sky. The sunlight in the clear sky of Jeju Island began to shine brightly on the dragon's black-red scales and his white hair clinging to it. 3. A weapon sure to hurt him.
Kim began to shine the golden sword in his hand.
His second dragon hunt began. 3. We have succeeded in securing the legendary relic Gondibag, and luckily we figured out Vasvi Shakti. We believe it's in the Ellora caves. We'll move right there and secure Vasvi Shakti.
Mao smiled lightly as he listened to the constant mutter of an Akjo. Then, as the story of the Akjo stopped, Mao immediately wrote something in his pocket notebook.
Tap tap. Another Akjo appeared at his desk and immediately spoke.
We found the Qin Shi Huang sword. The words from the Akjo's mouth were short, and Mao immediately wrote something down in his pocket notebook and recorded what he had gained in a new code letter he only could recognize.
It's going smoothly.
There was a smile on his lips.
But the smile began to contort at some point.
I'm sorry I missed the Kusanagi.
It was because of the name of a man who came to his mind.
His smile was so distorted that it didn't come back easily. Mao clicked his tongue briefly, his face crumpled. If it was anyone else, but the Kusanagi is in the hands of such a man.
Mao knew how to survive in the age when monsters appeared.
Furthermore, he knew how to rebuild the order of the world that had collapsed with the appearance of monsters. That's why I missed the crystal of the eight-tailed fox.
The damage is already severe.
The key was to get as many monster stones as possible. In short, the world had a limited number of monsters, and the man who secured as many monster stones as possible would be a king.
The world was not like a game. In the case of the Kusanagi, I can retrieve it any time, but I can't replace the monster stone.
The problem was that no matter how many monster stones were eaten, it was impossible to raise the ability above a certain level of monsters. It was necessary to have a powerful relic to hunt monsters of the dark blue grade, which was hard to even label as a mere monster.
In other words, monopolizing the powerful relics was like monopolizing the opportunity, ability, and conditions to hunt dark blue grade monsters.
Mao gave the answer when the monsters appeared and exactly a week had passed. He, who found the right answer sooner than anyone else, immediately put his answers into action. He contacted survivors from all over the world through Akjo, and the community that was created was named the Six Snakes. The activities of the Six Snakes that were born like that were going smoothly. The plan is still being distorted because of Kim Tae-hoon. It was successful until Kim made the Mac Guild and actively moved. He is a monster. Kim Tae-hoon's performance was tremendous. No, beyond the tremendous level, he denied the new providence that had arisen since the monsters appeared. Of those who had survived the appearance of the monsters, those who gained strength and power were lucky. Luckily, those who had acquired powerful relics and legendary relics in the world had become men of power. Musashi was typical of them, and that was no strange thing. Human beings were originally animals with tools, and surviving in a world full of overwhelming beasts was easier for humans with better tools.
But Kim Tae-hoon was not.
He survived, eating strong monsters even when he was thrown into the wild with his bare body.
No, he's already a monster.
In the end, Kim became a monster. That was why Mao wanted to wake up the dragon.
In order to remove the monster Kim Tae-hoon, he had to borrow the power of a more dangerous monster, the dragon.
So, we gave up the Korean peninsula and the Japanese islands because of him.
In addition, it was a pretty big loss for the Six Snakes.
As soon as the dragon wakes up, the Korean peninsula and Japan will actually become the territory of the dragon, and there is no guarantee that the anger of the awakened dragon will be satisfied with the Korean peninsula and the archipelago alone.
But this is the end.
In other words, there was no more definite method than this one. He can either abandon them all and run away, or he can fight for everyone and die. The only choice Kim Tae-hoon in Korea could choose against the awakened dragon was desperate.
The fact let him smile again. We have a problem, but it'll be settled. It was a new Okjo that interrupted his smile. Unlike other Okjo, Mao's expression wrinkled as soon as the Okjo made of red jade appeared. The red Okjo. As soon as the red Okjo stood on Mao's desk, it said in a trembling voice, someone is fighting with the dragon. In front of that voice, Mao rose immediately. No way.
His racing footsteps brought him over in front of the globe of Martin Behaim.
No way.
He stood in front of the globe and immediately brought his eyes close to the globe with a magnifying glass. He could see that two small lights were glittering at the end of the Korean peninsula, so small they could not be seen without a magnifying glass. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 123, Dragon Slayer, Part 2. Chapter 123, Episode 123, Dragon Slayer, Part 2. Chapter 43. Dragon Slayer, Part 2. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 4. There are many ways to hunt.
There is hunting using bows, using spear and sword, and using traps.
And there is fishing. In addition, fishing is a very good hunting method.
When they pick up only a few kilograms of fish, they don't realize it, but they can see it clearly why fishing is good hunting when hundreds of kilograms of fish bite the hook. As soon as people take a fish weighing hundreds of kilograms, far out at sea, with a fishing rod, they know how great fishing is.
It's impossible to kill it with a single stroke.
The hunting method that Kim Tae-hoon prepared against the dragon was fishing. Of course, it was not about putting a hook into the mouth of the dragon. What I want to use is the method of anglers who have a long battle with the fish, to wear the fish's stamina down to the bottom and then fish it out. Kim Tae-hoon was planning to have a long battle with the dragon. In case of the eight-tailed fox, it died immediately after 8 swords were stuck into its heart. If it is the dragon, even if I stabbed a knife into its heart, it would not stop its heart immediately. It was a natural choice, the only one. The weakness of monsters was definitely the heart.
But stabbing its heart didn't end everything.
In addition, as everything about the monsters of the dark blue grade was beyond the standard, the hunt for them did not end just by stabbing its heart. It was even more so when it came to the dragon's ability to regenerate. Even if a sword was stabbed into its heart, the wound was healed away.
So, what do you do to weaken that recovery?
So, I have to consume the health and mana that lays the foundation of its ability to recover, somehow. As I said before, I have no choice but to wear down its stamina to the bottom. I have to make it exhausted, giving it repeated fatal wounds and forcing it to regenerate them.
Stabbing its heart is after that.
To put it simply, Kim Tae-hoon's work from now on was to hurt the dragon until it became noticeably weak in its ability to regenerate. The problem was that the work had to be done on the body of a giant dragon flying a few kilometers in the air at a speed of more than 300 kilometers per hour. His eardrums screamed at the sound of the wind passing through his ears.
Woong.
The dragon's flight was not a simple flight, but an acrobatic course meant to fling off Kim Tae-hoon, who was sticking to its body. It rose freely, fell arbitrarily, drew a big circle in the sky like the blue streak at Cedar Point, and in the process, it turned its body like a top.
It was using everything. KRRR.
The dragon began to rise up at right angles to drop Kim Tae-hoon, who still occupied its back.
However, Kim Tae-hoon did what he had to do on it.
Pook. He drove the dragon light sword into the body of the cliff-like creature, and then hung his whole body on the dragon light sword. Then the sunlit dragon light sword began to cut through the scales along the back of the black dragon. Moving with it, Kim Tae-hoon's body also slid down the dragon's body. Kim Tae-hoon's body, which had been near the neck of the dragon, arrived near the tail.
More.
If he fell a little more here, it was time to fall to Jeju Island, which was now the size of a fist below him. I need to make deeper, longer wounds. In that situation, Kim Tae-hoon was greedy, and eventually, the dragon light sword that hung Kim Tae-hoon fell from the dragon's body. At that moment, Kim Tae-hoon reached out his left hand. The golden web which came out of his left hand became a rope that caught Kim Tae-hoon as he fell off of the body of the dragon. Kim Tae-hoon used the rope to climb back onto the dragon's body at once. He put the dragon light sword onto the back of the dragon's neck again, or he had just wounded it. Pook! The act of madness which had to be called beyond crazy began again.
Kim Tae-hoon did it over and over again. He went through the acrobatic feat of risking his life. Qua! The series of acrobatics of Kim Tae-hoon also gave the dragon a sense of crisis. The dragon, soaring high into the sky, turned over with a scream. The sunlight that was shining on Kim's body disappeared, and a deep shadow was cast to him. At the same time, Kim's body fell from the dragon's body. But there was no fall. Kim had the golden web and telekinesis that was more useful than any rope. Just like a spider hanging from the ceiling, Kim hung himself on the back of the dragon. Rebound. Kim drove his body with the force of telekinesis. Kim Tae-hoon drew half a circle around the body of the dragon and reached its belly. Sunlight fell on him again. Kim cut dragon's belly scales again with the dragon light sword. The wound was deep, but the cut began to heal immediately. Recovery speed is a little slower. But at that fact, Kim had hope instead of despair. If it was like cutting down running water when he had first slid down the body of the dragon, it was now like cutting mud on a rainy day. The ability to recover was slower than at the beginning of the battle. I can plant it now. At the fact, he added something new. A grenade was drawn from his waistline. Ting! As soon as the grenade was out, the safety pin and safety ring were removed on their own. Kim planted the grenade into the wound of the dragon, which is now ready to explode. When the dragon's wound healed over and the grenade was covered, the wound exploded. Pull what? Kwaang! The dragon, who was flying in the sky like doing the backstroke, looked up at its belly skin in fright. Krrrr. It stared at Kim Tae-hoon, there on the scales of its belly. Kim did not avoid the cold-hearted eyes. He looked at them with his black eyes. Still, a long way to go. It wasn't easy. Just having a staring contest, the energy settled in Kim's stomach, even though it was huge, began to churn. On the other hand, the two relics soothed his roiling energy just like that. The couple burial mound gold earrings on his wrist and the gilt bronze Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva statue in the bag on his back quickly refilled his exhausted energy. But there's nothing if I can't hold on. The two relics also filled Kim's confidence. In his confidence, he put the dragon light sword back onto the belly of the dragon. Pook! The sunlit dragon light sword cut the unbeatable dragon's belly easily. The dragon just watched the process. Instead of crying out in pain, it just looked at it without spitting out a roar of anger. Kim Tae-hoon was willing to show it again in front of such a fellow. He put a grenade into the wound which was being healed over. It was a special grenade made by melting relics, not just iron. Pull what? Then the grenade exploded again, and the blood and flesh of the dragon scattered in the air. Krrrr. At that moment dragon looked straight ahead again, and it turned itself upside down again. Kim moved along the dragon's body horizontally, in line with its rotation. Ho-hoo! Then dragon began to fall towards the blue sea of Jeju. It seemed about to fall into the sea. It was a declaration, let's see how far you can hold on. The dragon's blatant will was conveyed through his whole body as he clung to its back. He, who grasped its will, clenched his teeth tightly. That's what I want. Bang! Soon afterward, Kim Tae-hoon and the dragon drove into the sea. 5. National Palace Museum in Taiwan. It was considered one of the 4 greatest museums in the world. The outside image was unusual.
The National Palace Museum, which had a blue-green roof and yellow walls, settled between the feet of a mountain full of green trees and shade, showing off its splendor by shining gold when the sunlight came down.
It was the same now.
The sunny old palace museum was shining more brightly than ever.
But the people who gathered at the museum looked the opposite.
The colors of their faces were the black of a dead body.
It doesn't make sense.
No matter how great he is, he's making a preemptive strike against the dragon.
Korea can't afford it. Even they can afford it, there's no reason why we didn't notice an inkling. Right now, Korea's whole power is concentrated in the occupation of Pyongyang. But Jeju Island, where the dragon is located, is in the southernmost part of the Korean peninsula, and he had to cross the sea.
No matter what South Korea wants to hide, it can't hide a large troop movement over that long distance.
But if Kim Tae-hoon goes on a solo dragon hunt? Don't talk nonsense. Is that possible? A solo dragon hunt?
Those who looked so dead were now all in power in Taiwan and the Six Snakes.
Mao, why don't you give us your opinion? Please tell us something.
Of course, Mao was at the center.
Accordingly, he also had a terrible face.
No matter how I think about it, it's impossible. Mao, no matter how hard he tried to think, could not figure out how Kim Tae-hoon planned to hunt the dragon. Even if Kim has the Kusanagi in his hands, nothing would change. Clearly, Kim had the Kusanagi in his hands.
The Kusanagi was definitely a powerful weapon. If it was the power of the Kusanagi, it could rip through the dragon's scales and stab the heart beyond it. But if Kim could kill the dragon with only the Kusanagi, we wouldn't have suffered this much. However, the duration of the Kusanagi was limited.
If he were in combat, he would have about 30 seconds to maintain the Kusanagi. The problem was that if it was a dragon, it would not die by being stabbed into the heart.
Moreover, the target that the Kusanagi stabs is still the dragon.
Furthermore, energy is also the resistance to monsters' fear. If energy is consumed quickly, resistance to the fear also reduced.
This fact is bound to be even more deadly in the dragon hunt.
Even if he has energy of a rank, in fact, it's only 10 seconds or so. If I calculate the time correctly, the effective window of time to use the Kusanagi is 10 seconds.
He can't kill the dragon unless he totally mutilates the dragon's heart for those 10 seconds. However, the Kusanagi is not a weapon capable of mutilation.
It is not easy to swing once, and it is not too much to say that it is a miracle if he does it twice. In fact, Musashi was also able to cut with it only one time, apart from maintaining the Kusanagi. With this in mind, the probability that Kim would succeed in the dragon hunt was 0.
Even if he has a new legendary relic, it's unlikely to become a game changer.
No matter what a new legendary relic he acquired, nothing would be changed greatly.
Then, what the hell? But Kim had moved.
He was hunting the dragon. And given the circumstances, it was highly likely that Kim went on a solo hunt, unlike when Japan had fought with all their might to kill the eight-tailed fox.
On what basis does he dare to hunt the dragon?
Even Mao, who had been called a teacher, was unable to understand the situation, although he has shown his insight with the same information as the wisest man so far. That was why his face was so terrible. Even a desperate story could be accepted if he could understand it, but the situation itself was not understandable.
Red Okjo.
A crow made of red jade came into their place, landing right in front of Mao. He met the eyes of the red Okjo with a stiff expression, and the red Okjo said with its beak wide open, "The DRA, dragon went into the sea." The words frightened the crowd.
What? Why did the dragon go into the sea? Does it intend to swim to the Korean peninsula?
Stop talking nonsense, it doesn't need to swim since it has wings. Mao was the only silent one in the space where everyone was vomiting out their horrified feelings.
Quiet.
He was only aware that the crow made of red jade had not shut its beak. As he expected, the open-beaked red Okjo spoke again after about 10 minutes.
The DRA dragon has risen out of the sea. Its whole body is bleeding. The DRA dragon is screaming. Once again, the red Okjo stopped talking. But it did not shut its beak. The red Okjo was still open-mouthed. Oh, that's not the end. It has more to say. Everyone swallowed, looking at the red Okjo. That was all. No one spoke in this situation. After a long time, about 30 minutes, it spat out more words from its open beak. A flash shone over the dragon. The voice of the red Okjo was no longer shaking. Ah, the dragon is falling from the sky. At the end of those words, the red Okjo shut its beak. It was now time for anyone to talk. But there was no one who could open their mouths. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 124, Dragon Slayer, Part III. Chapter 124, Episode 124, Dragon Slayer, Part 3. Chapter 43. Dragon Slayer, Part 3. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 6. It fell like a meteor coming down. Boom. It was like a bomb went off. A huge disaster struck the middle of Imtihala and the vast expanse of green grass. It was literally a disaster. The earth shook with the roar, and with the powerful shock, a huge dust-colored shockwave swept out. Cuckoo cuckoo. The world let out a wild scream. The identity of the disaster was revealed after the eerie scream that, "Oh, my God." And now the first witness of the disaster, Ji-hoon, was unable to shut his mouth at the sight that had unfolded before his eyes. Did you really kill it? At the center of the disaster was the dragon, full of wounds. It was deeply wounded in its long neck, a huge wound passing right through it. Did he kill the dragon? There was a dragon that had now become a corpse. What the hell? The sight was incredible. In fact, Ji-hoon did not believe what he saw and heard at this moment. At this moment, his body was the only thing he could trust. The fact that there was no more tremor was the true evidence that the dragon in front of him was a corpse. What the hell is this nonsense? Even with such evidence, Ji-hoon was unable to move his feet easily at this moment. Crack! It was only after he pounded his cheeks with his hands that he began to move. The intense sound of his face burning red at once changed his eyes. He had the same eyes as his first time here on Jeju Island. Confirmation is first. He moved toward the body of the dragon, the trigger that would lead to death and despair for tens of millions of people who had survived in the Republic of Korea and Japan, and with the eyes of those who were willing to pull the trigger of a massacre that no slaughterer had done in human history. This may be an opportunity. In the mind of Ji-hoon, who changed his eyes, the calculation began immediately. No, it's a chance. In fact, this moment was a lifetime opportunity for Ji-hoon. In a time when the body of a monster had more value than anything else, the body of a dragon was in front of him at such a time. The chance of a life change was in sight. If only I could eat the crystal of the dragon. Above all, Ji-hoon had a mark on the back of his right hand, and he had the minimal qualifications to be the owner of the priceless treasure in front of him. Yes, I will eat it. The only thing left for him was to remove his rival, who was only as qualified as he was. As soon as he thought of that, Ji-hoon began to search for something other than the dragon. There he is. And he found him. Over near the great crater the dragon's body had created, a man was lying on his back. Is he dead? He was like a dragon, as if he were not different from a corpse. The man was in such a terrible condition. He looks terrible. All his clothes were torn to pieces, and the bare flesh that had been revealed was just a lump of flesh, even though the bruises that had been painted all over his body made it impossible to imagine what kind of shock he had. His left knee was also turned the wrong way, and his right arm was broken, its bone coming out through his skin. He is surely Kim Tae-hoon.
It was a corpse, no matter how he looked at it. So, without hesitation, Ji-hong approached the body and turned the body over. Then he saw the man's face. High heel. The man was wearing a high heel. On the other hand, it proved his identity.
It is Kim Tae-hoon.
The only one who would be wearing a high heel beside the dead dragon in this world would be Kim Tae-hoon.
And as soon as he found out, Ji-hong's heart began to throb violently with anticipation and joy.
Once if I make sure he's dead, once he had confirmed life and death, if he found out that Kim was dead in front of him, everything here would be his. With that expectation, Ji-hong, whose heart swelled, lowered his posture and carefully brought his ears to Kim Tae-hoon's chest.
Pow! At that moment something caught Ji-hong's neck. Ugh!
There was a breathless noise from his throat, and it was the last sound he would make. Kim Tae-hoon's left hand, which had caught Ji-hong's neck, ripped out his throat. Ji-hong fell to the ground without even spitting out his last breath.
Gasp! Gasp!
Kim Tae-hoon, who had fallen down, rose up. He was in danger. As soon as he got up, his body staggered again and again. Even now, his left leg, which was no longer functioning as a leg, was stifling, but there was no sign of him calming down.
Thump!
In the end, Kim fell to the side of Ji-hong. He reached out and pulled out the pistol at the waist of the fallen Ji-hong.
With one gunshot, Ji-hong's struggle stopped. Hoo-oh-oh!
At the same time, a long sigh came from Kim's mouth.
If he were a student of mine, I would be dead.
Kim Tae-hoon did not put his ear to the enemy's chest to confirm the enemy's life and death, and he did not teach his men that kind of thing. If Ji-hong had been Kim's student, he would have pulled the trigger until the magazine was empty as soon as he saw Kim. I was lucky. Kim was as lucky as he felt. He kept his life because of the inexperience of a man named Ji-hong. And I was so lucky. The dragon who had become a dead body would save the life of Kim Tae-hoon, who was dying now.
Literally. Kim was dying now. His physical body and health had already bottomed out due to the long battle with the dragon, the high heel which he wore in such a situation setting fire to his body, and the unsheathed kusanagi from the sheath made the fire a short and strong explosion. Everything in Kim Tae-hoon was burned out.
After that, his remaining body would not be intact, nothing but ashes in the wind. It was a weak, emaciated body which was staggering in the passing wind. I expected it, and Kim was expecting this sight as well. He did not intend to hunt the dragon in a relaxed manner without burning everything.
He was not so arrogant.
At the same time, Kim knew what would save him dying at this moment.
Ugh!
Kim, who rose again to perform the method, moved toward the dragon, limping with his left leg, which had already become useless. His footsteps stopped in front of a huge hole in the neck of the dragon. Beyond the level of ripped flesh, there was a light beyond the hole that penetrated the dragon's neck.
I can't say a word.
But what came into Kim's eyes was a sign of hope. Even in the situation of being stabbed by the kusanagi, there was a sign that somehow it was trying to heal the wound. If the power of the kusanagi was insufficient, or if the dragon had any remaining ability to recover, he would have been passing through its throat at this moment, chopped into small pieces by its teeth. At that moment, Kim put his body into the hole in its neck. When he pulled out himself again, he had a shiny jewel of dark blue hue in his hand. Kim put it in his mouth.
Gulp! There was no hesitation in swallowing it.
Furthermore, he was not hesitant to use the power of the dragon that became his own from now on.
It was quick.
His body, which was colored with blood and bruises, began to regain its original color at an amazing rate. Not long after Kim forced his left knee back to its original position, he was able to move his left knee at will, and the bone in his right arm was forced back to its original position. His whole body recovered its original state very quickly.
The
change was not the end of it. Kim's normal arms began to change into the height of a dragon, and his black eyes began to split vertically. He looked at the back of his right hand, which looked like a dragon's hide now, with his dragon-like eyes.
Basic abilities. Strength, 999. Health, 999. Special abilities. Energy, A+ rank. Mana, A+ rank. Telekinesis, S rank. Defense, A+ rank. Mana resistance, A+ rank. Achieved abilities. Draconian, grade 2. You can open the dragon's power, but you can't use any special abilities with the dragon's power open. The change was like a death sentence Kim had never passed. However, he did not make a bitter expression. He was very satisfied. With this power, it deserves to be a death sentence. The open power of the dragon was overwhelming beyond the level of attraction, even the death sentence seemed sweet. However, his appreciation of the power of the dragon was totally valid. Kim turned his head and looked over at Jihoon's body. The 6 snakes must have figured out I started hunting the dragon. He expected the 6 snakes would use the dragon to play tricks. Anticipating it, he went on the dragon hunt. And now, when he had succeeded in hunting the dragon, there was one thing to do: make them pay for trying to play tricks. I will attack them before they prepare. 7. The National Palace Museum in Taiwan. The place, which was shining with golden light in front of the sunlight, regained its original colors as the sun went down. The spectacular scenery disappeared as if the plating had been peeled off, and scenery that seemed to be childish took its place. A man was walking down the street in the landscape. He killed the dragon. Mao felt a sense of crisis at this moment for the first time. The Codex Gigas clearly described the dragon as one of the strongest dark blue-grade monsters, but he killed it. It was the first time. Mao had never felt a sense of crisis in the first days when monsters appeared. The globe he had, the globe of Behaim, and the Codex Gigas, called the Devil's Bible, made it possible. The Codex Gigas had information about the monsters that had appeared in the world, and the globe of Behaim had information about the legendary relics, the only way to kill them. It was actually like an answer sheet. It was an answer sheet with answers to the problems mankind was now facing. He caught a monster we couldn't kill. But not anymore. He felt a sense of crisis. What he had dared not expect had happened. God damn it. I have to give up on the plan I've been preparing for because of one human being. The problem that Mao had not had anywhere in the answer sheet was now beginning to threaten him. That was why he felt a sense of crisis. His first sense of crisis in the era of monsters shook him greatly. But I can't help it. Shaking, Mao was forced to make a decision. The size of the 6 snakes is too big. The bigger size makes me unable to escape or hide. I must reduce the size of the 6 snakes first. He needed to destroy everything he had made using the names of the 6 snakes. Survival is now a priority. If I am alive, I can make new plans. He was going to give up the plan in which the 6 snakes became saviors and created a new order in the world. I'll have to break the balance at the same time. Of course, Mao did not intend to leave a balance in a world without the 6 snakes. Kim Tae-hoon, if you want to be a savior, be the only savior. Mao intended to pass everything on to Kim about the huge chaos that began like that. Be the sole savior and die bravely. When Mao thought up to there, he stopped walking. So. Standing in place, he called someone's name and immediately a woman came from a long distance. Yes, sir. Tell Major Chinshan to destroy the Great Wall. What? Destroy the Great Wall. Yes? It is just as I say, tell Major Chinshan to destroy the Great Wall. Then the monsters will cross the continent. The woman named Soso looked at Mao in surprise. Mao said firmly, that's why I'm telling you to break it. And one more thing, tell Major Chinshan to get ready to greet us. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.
Please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 125 Judgment Day, Part 1. Chapter 125, Episode 125, Judgment Day, Part 1. Chapter 44. Judgment Day, Part 1. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 1. Move it carefully.
Just as the flowers bloomed on the spot where the typhoon passed, and the grass grew on the ground collapsed by the earthquake, vitality began to flow around the mid-slope of Manhwa in Jeju Island, where there was an unbelievable disaster. If you can retrieve a drop of blood, you'll get it back. The earth on the spot where the dragon was, dig it up to the end. Dig it all out. It was soldiers who were exuding the vigor. Uniformed soldiers were carrying the disassembled dragon carcass, like holding eggs to their chests, and descending the mountain. They were carefully digging up the soil soaked with the blood that had flowed from the dragon's body, and carrying it in prepared plastic bags. That's great. I can't imagine how many great items will come out with this dragon. It was a job that only the hunters who succeeded in a hunt could enjoy, so all the soldiers who participated in the work were lively. I can't imagine the master killed this crazy monster alone. Furthermore, the fact that this amazing achievement was accomplished by the man who protected them, not just anyone, fueled their vitality. It was the reason why everyone was smiling, and some of them were working without any complaints, even though it was difficult to climb and descend in Manhwa. It seems that the world has changed since the soldiers are doing their best to participate in the work. Originally, the soldiers were the men who swore when they were given work. Jang Sung-hoon, who was watching the scene, expressed his appreciation. Kim Tae-hoon, standing next to him, tilted a mug in his hand instead of answering. Kim, savoring his coffee, watched the scene taking place slowly before his eyes. "You're here, boss."
"I thought you'd just run to Taiwan," Jang asked.
Of course, he waited after asking the question until he heard Kim swallowing. It was evidence that he was now used to the habits of a man named Kim Tae-hoon. There were awakeners sent from Taiwan here.
"Yes, I checked the dead bodies."
Considering that they already sent a group of awakeners to Jeju Island.
"I am sure you're right."
"No, I guess they moved much faster than the boss expected. So the 6 snakes are likely to have figured out now that I killed the dragon."
"Then, you have to move earlier, don't you?" Jang knew the moment Kim killed the dragon faster than anyone else.
There was nothing hard about it.
He could always figure out the life and death of the dragon using Didangyo-jido. Of course, he contacted Busan Port as soon as the dark blue light disappeared from Jeju Island.
There was nothing strange to say after that. However, when he arrived at Jeju Island, he had no choice but to question the moment he heard that Kim was still there. As you said, they're starting to prepare, and it is the boss's style to attack them first before that. Kim Tae-hoon said that Taiwan, the main body of the 6 snakes, would be next after the dragon. If he had not been ill, he would have gone to Taiwan as soon as he killed the dragon. In fact, his original plan was to do so. He had a plan to move on Taiwan if he could afford to at the moment he killed the dragon, until he checked the awakeners dispatched from Taiwan to wake up the dragon. No, there are no 6 snakes in Taiwan.
Yes?
I honestly didn't expect them to move so early. It was something Kim did not expect. The reason why Kim was in a hurry to hunt the dragon in the first place was to hide the whole process from the 6 snakes. However, the movements of the 6 snakes were much faster than his expectation.
What does it matter?
It means that there is at least one person in the 6 snakes who thinks like me and has the ability to put that idea into practice. It meant that there was someone in the 6 snakes who was at least half a step ahead of Kim Tae-hoon.
So,
if I were the 6 snakes, I wouldn't even think about fighting against a man who had killed the dragon alone. Kim was convinced that if the person had such judgment and behavior, he would surely think about what was best at this moment and put it into practice.
That was the reason.
Well, if I were your enemy, I wouldn't stay in Taiwan, an island country where there is no place to run away. The reason why Kim stayed in Jeju Island was that the real snakes that he wanted to catch right now ran away, so there was no reason to hurry.
So are you going to leave Taiwan as it is?
No, of course, it did not mean not to attack Taiwan.
Hey, boss, I don't want to be surprised anymore, saying yes or ah. Can you just summarize and tell me?
At the words of Jang, Kim was silent with coffee.
Gulp.
After summarizing the words in his mind, he said, the 6 snakes would have left Taiwan with important relics and awakeners, but on the other hand, the Taiwanese authorities would have been left as they were.
Those remaining are bait.
The bait that attacked us, without any declaration of war, unilaterally, with inhumane values and ideologies. With the words, Kim got up.
Then I'll have to let them pay for it.
At that remark, Jang did not ask why Kim gave them time to prepare. He knew better than anyone that they could not stop Kim, no matter what they prepared for. So, he prayed briefly instead of such a question. The day the boss arrives in Taiwan will be Judgment Day. He prayed for those who were as good as dead now.
2.
On December 2, 2017, snow was falling in the sky in Taiwan, which had entered winter. It was mysterious in Taiwan. It was hard to see because the temperature here stayed above 0 degrees year-round.
But it was dangerous.
In Taiwan, if the temperature dropped below 5 degrees Celsius, dozens or hundreds of people could freeze to death, and cold weather was a more frightening disaster than a storm. They could not afford to appreciate the snow that fell on the Taiwanese. The same was true of the citizens of Taipei.
Monsters that had appeared on December 31st last year took much from the Taiwanese.
The raving monsters had crushed everything in Taiwan. To counter such monsters, Taiwan had to unite around the military, and everyone who survived in the process had to give up their freedom and human rights to survive. Everything was centered around the military, and the Taiwanese fully cooperated with their military. That was why they couldn't afford to look at the snow.
Don't play the wag. The lazy cubs will be executed by firing squad.
At the angry scolding of the soldier with a gun, the movements of people who clearing away the wreckage of the building became busier. Moreover, as soon as the snow began to fall in this site, it was no longer the scene of Taiwan that the world remembered. It was a sight that was only seen in North Korea. A man appeared at the scene. The man in black uniform was carrying 2 swords and a bag on his back. It was a heterogeneous dress.
What is it?
So, when the man appeared, some of the soldiers were willing to show interest in the man.
You there? What the fuck are you doing?
The man who appeared before the attention brought the loudspeaker in his right hand to his mouth. Then the man said through the loudspeaker, from 2 p.m. On December 2, 2017, the Republic of Korea will begin a war against Taiwan, and the Republic of Korea will wage a war with a fair and full force against Taiwan. The Chinese language spread through the loudspeaker was very awkward and uncolored, the mark of a person who did not know Chinese speaking with memorized words. Of course, no one really accepted the man's words.
No one warned the man.
The only reaction was that a soldier aimed at the man with a loudspeaker with his M4 carbine rifle.
2-2.
It was not long before the shooting surprised the neighborhood. Those who were work slowed down reflexively, as if they were familiar with the gunshots, and the soldiers also smiled reflexively, as if they were tired of the familiar situation.
Ha! What?
But the crowd froze at the sight of the man who tore off the distorted bullet heads from his cheek with his hand, rather than bleeding and screaming at being shot.
What?
Everyone froze in front of this ridiculous sight. In front of the scene, the man once again spoke to the loudspeaker. This time, it is fluent Korean, not awkward Chinese.
It's 11:22 a.m., I'll attack Taipei City at 2 p.m. This is the last courtesy.
At the end of the words, the man Kim Tae-hoon turned his back.
Kim later appeared at 2 p.m. 3. Draconian.
This ability acquired through the dragon's crystal was fearsome. As soon as the power of the dragon opened, his physical defense was invulnerable to bullets, and his mana resistance and tolerance to fear also rose very sharply. At the same time, the basic ability was strengthened beyond the numerical representation. His strength was at the level that he could carry a mid-size car like a shield, and the meaning health was virtually eliminated. There was only one constraint, that he could not use special abilities if he was in draconian mode, and using the power of the dragon. Literally. In draconian mode, he could not use special abilities. In other words, in draconian mode, he could use any basic abilities and achieved abilities, except special abilities. Fu. On December 2nd, at 2 p.m., Taipei City, Kim Tae-hoon announced his appearance by throwing out huge flames. Of course, this fact did not matter to the Taiwanese soldiers who started fighting not just a battle against the enemy, but a war for their nation. Shoot. To. Don't stop and shoot. To. The important thing for the Taiwanese soldiers was that Kim Tae-hoon's absurd physical defense ignored the bullets, and his crazy strength let him throw a bigger passenger car than the medium-sized car they using as cover at them. Bang! It was a ridiculous sight. Crazy. Even if they concentrated on the battle, their lives were in danger, but the soldiers who pulled the triggers forgot to shoot for a while at the sound. The sight of the Lexus LS flying towards a Toyota Camry was tremendous. Be careful. When a Ford truck, not a small car, flew toward the soldiers who were shooting from the window of the building, there was virtually no one eager to fight anymore. This is a ridiculous battle. It's a monster that cannot compare with a monster. The rabbit's front teeth were never eager to bite a lion. I'm going to get out of here. Soldiers who lost their fighting spirit naturally wanted to escape from the fight. Several soldiers, not one, began to flee the battlefield, as if the platoons had made a mutual promise. It was true that fleeing during wartime would be judged by summary execution immediately. But no one judged them. It was because a lot of commanders who had to judge them also ran away. The problem was that Kim Tae-hoon did not intend to allow them to escape. His vertical split black eyes swept around. It was not the eyes of the black snake, nor the eyes of the white snake. The eyes of the dragon. Everything was visible to the eyes of the predator who was at the peak. Each one of the fugitives was clearly visible. It was like looking at ants and identifying them one by one. Of course, it was pointless. When killing ants, it was not necessary to distinguish and identify the ants one by one. All he needed was one method: overwhelming violence. Kim Tae-hoon used the violence at this moment. He raised his head and opened his mouth. His heart began to swell up. Soon he released it from his chest. Qua! The sound of a dragon's roar shook Taipei City, a sound that could not be produced by a human voice. The legs and heads of the soldiers who ran or fought shook together. Cock! Those who fought fell down on the spot, and those who ran away crashed down as they were. Everyone began to tremble with fear. Only one person, Kim Tae-hoon, who had created all of this fear, walked leisurely in the world where everyone else had collapsed. Walking casually, he showed a cold heart and determination that matched the war. Instead of punching the fallen soldiers in this situation, he showed the wisdom of using the guns the soldiers had. To. So, the Judgment Day began. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 126, Judgment Day, Part 2. Chapter 126, Episode 126, Judgment Day, Part 2. Chapter 44, Judgment Day, Part 2. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 4. The world's assessment and view on Taiwan was not good. It was not because Taiwan lacked potential and national power. The biggest reason was that it had an enemy, China. The national power and military power of China were behind that of the United States, but the fact that Taiwan had the more ruthless and amoral China as its enemy, had made the world look at Taiwan with a sympathetic eye.
Taiwan's military power was not at a level of sympathy.
On the other hand, they still had the power not to kneel against China, and were even playing a mean trick for their own benefit that a small man would not do.
Major General Lee Sukwang was a person with faith and pride in the potential of Taiwan.
So, he accepted Mao's proposal, allowed the Six Snakes to play in Taiwan, and gave them full support. Furthermore, he dreamed of Taiwan becoming the Republic of China and a great nation to dominate the world beyond Asia, with the Six Snakes, to win the Chinese Civil War, the war against the Chinese People's Liberation Army that Taiwan and China have been playing out for over half a century. Lee Sukwang dreamed of becoming the protagonist and the leading player of historical achievements. Why the hell did this nonsense happen? It was not until 3 hours ago that he had given up on the dream. It was the same when he had heard that the dragon of Jeju Island was killed. It was certainly a matter of caution, but he didn't want to give up everything he'd ever achieved, and the dream. Therefore, he just kept alert and had only prepared for it. He still had the same dream, preparing to guard against an attacker. What on earth is this Kim Tae-hoon? But now his dream was blurring for the first time. Kim Tae-hoon, the man who had killed the dragon, declared war in person and alone in Taipei City, Taiwan on December 2nd. Often, in the history of war, civilians were informed of an attack in order to reduce death tolls prior to the massive bombardment and air raids, but it had never been done in the history of human war like Kim Tae-hoon, who appeared in the center of the city alone and gave notice of the attack with his own voice. What was even more surprising was that he started the war alone, and now the war situation was overwhelmingly directed toward Kim Tae-hoon.
What kind of monster can do this? What kind of monster is he?
Even Kim Tae-hoon's tactics, which were reported in real time, had embarrassed Lee Sukwang.
Kim Tae-hoon was moving himself openly.
He ignored the concept of modern warfare that a soldier should not be a target, and he appeared in front of an armed army, ignoring the concept of numbers and firepower, and he won with simple and one-sided violence against the bullets and shells that were pouring toward him. There was no concept of tactics in Kim Tae-hoon's movements.
How the hell do we stop this guy?
It was not a tactic, so it was not possible to aim for the gap in the tactics.
Major General Lee Sukwang.
A man appeared in front of Major General Lee Sukwang urgently.
Major General Lee, who confirmed the face of the subordinate who had suddenly appeared, asked instead of shouting at him, "What did Mr. Mao say?"
Well.
He's not there."
What? No one is there, and I didn't even see the relics that Mr. Mao kept. The moment he heard it, he did not dream anymore. Instead, he faced reality, a very cold reality.
We'll move to the port.
We'll leave the island as soon as possible.
5.
Ugh, the car that he had been riding in a while ago came to the eyes of Major General Lee, who opened his eyes with a low groan. The car he was riding in was turned over like a dead frog. There was a man near the upside-down car.
Kim Tae-hoon.
Lee Sukwang had never seen Kim Tae-hoon, but he was convinced that the man in front of him was Kim Tae-hoon. Furthermore, he was sure that Kim Tae-hoon's actions of not using tactics at all were the result of his shaking the grass of Taiwan to pull out the snake. He stirred the bushes to surprise the snake.
He did it on purpose. It was the right answer.
The reason why Kim showed a clear and active movement, as if he were putting on a show, was to stimulate the key commanders of the Taiwan army.
In fact, Taiwan was a place harder to attack than he thought. Just as North Korea has created countless secret underground bunkers to survive from the enemy, the United States, Taiwan also had a lot of secret underground bunkers to survive from their enemy, China. Moreover, Kim knew about North Korea well, but there was not much information about Taiwan.
If the VIPs of the Taiwanese military hid in the secret underground bunkers that Kim did not know about, it would be inevitably painful. So, he did this, and the trick succeeded in pulling out the biggest snake. Kim stood in front of Lee Sukwang. Wait, Lee Sukwang barely squeezed his words out in front of Kim.
He also used English, not Chinese.
At this moment, Lee Soo-kwang was calmer than Kim had thought, evidence that he was not a normal person. Kim looked down at him without taking any other action. I am Major General Lee Soo-kwang, and I have all the military power of the Republic of China in my hands. In front of Kim, Lee Soo-kwang introduced himself. It was the most miserable introduction in the world. Let's negotiate. After completing his introduction, Lee Soo-kwang immediately made a proposal. If you will save me, I will give you full cooperation. A lot of people died because of the work of the 6 snakes, and you guys would have sat at the table and applauded and delighted in it. Of course, Kim did not intend to receive the proposal.
Well, that's dash. And now you propose a deal? Do you think I'll accept it? With the people who tried to kill me and used the dragon to destroy my country? The 6 snakes in Taiwan.
They had incredibly good luck. The relics in the National Palace Museum, the number of monsters appearing in Taiwan, and being an island gave them a choice of becoming a savior to the world, or a conqueror to infringe on others and reign over the world. However, they chose the latter without hesitation among the 2 options, and they made a move to attack and reign over the world. Instead of reaching out to those who were hanging on the cliff and asking for help, they stepped out and trampled on the hands of the people barely holding on. Kim did not intend to ask why they acted. He just came here for revenge of those who were killed by the choices of the 6 snakes, and to administer judgment for the choice. Nevertheless, it's good to save me. However, in front of Kim, Lee Soo-kwang repeatedly proposed negotiations. It was a matter of his life, and at the same time, he knew his worth better than anyone else.
I'll give you information. Information, EUB.
Kim said quietly, after blocking the mouth of Lee Soo-kwang with the golden web, that's why I will keep you alive, to get information.
6. The situation is terrible.
Kim Tae-hoon is attacking the mainland of Taiwan. The faces of those who listened to the story of the Okjo were hard.
Nonsense. How could this be? The story that the Okjo relayed was so unbelievable. Who can believe that an individual has won an overwhelming victory against a nation?
But Mao was not surprised by the story because he was expecting it. As expected, if he is a human being who has killed a dragon, he'll have to show this much. He knew so well that Taiwan could not do anything to the great monster that had been a monster before the monsters appeared, the monster that had been a monster after the monsters appeared, and now a monster that had even eaten a dragon.
Rather, he was satisfied.
I see Kim Tae-hoon attacked Taiwan much later than I thought. He expected us to run away.
And he gave up chasing us and decided to clean up Taiwan first.
The fact that Kim Tae-hoon attacked Taiwan later than he thought meant that Kim would give up chasing him and destroy Taiwan alone. In other words, Mao had succeeded in escaping from a monster called Kim Tae-hoon. There were more reasons for Mao to be satisfied with this situation.
I've got all the relics.
He had taken the important relics, and all the powerful relics he had collected so far. Mr. Mao, Major Chinshan is here.
Mr. Mao, I'm seeing you for the first time.
And he also had powerful awakeners, to bring out the value of the relics at 100%.
Major Chinshan. It's good to see you like this.
Furthermore, Mao knew that he had nothing to lose now. So far, he had a lot of things to lose. However, he has nothing to lose now that he has lost enough. I have destroyed the Great Wall as ordered.
Good work, it could not have been easy.
The Qin Shi Huang sword, the new sword, was very helpful, and so we didn't have to worry about our lack of troops.
And what about the movements of the monsters?
The monsters that have been waiting for the Great Wall to collapse are crossing the Great Wall, and some of them are expected to head toward the Korean peninsula.
I suppose so.
From now on, Kim Tae-hoon would be a man who would keep a lot of things. He would not have time to worry about other places as he had to protect his country from the monsters that were coming.
Where would you rather go?
We are going to move to Moscow along the Siberian Railway, and then we are going to England.
That amount of time would change the winner and loser again. There was no doubt that it would happen. I'll be home in a year.
His home ground was not Taiwan.
7. Kill him. Taipei City.
The capital of Taiwan, where violence was now raging, screaming, and bloody. At the center of the violence were the Taiwanese
soldiers and civilians.
The two groups, pointing their guns at each other, began to fight a civil war of life and death. It was a natural procedure. In the situation where the soldiers who maintained order with strong violence were completely collapsed by Kim Tae-hoon, the civilians who had been persecuted could not stay still. They began to spit out their anger in the most violent way after being suppressed for nearly a year.
Kim Tae-hoon was watching the scene. It was proof of their determination. What he did today was a judge with a justification, but that did not mean that he could become a warrior of justice. He knew that fact better than anyone else.
He had no right to ignore the sight, and he had no intention of turning away.
Mao.
Therefore, Kim made his determination stronger by watching the scene in front of him. Furthermore, he reminded himself of what he should do and what he should be again, in front of the scene. If you think of me as a hero and play a trick about it, you will surely die to me. On December 2, 2017, the Day of Judgment was over.
8. Pyongyang.
It was hard to find the past image after it had become a city of the Republic of Korea, no longer the capital of North Korea.
The most prominent new thing was the presence of torii, which had once been seen at the entrance of the Japanese shrine. The red torii were showing their presence everywhere in Pyongyang, like utility poles.
Around the planted torii were tanks and self-propelled guns, and the soldiers and awakeners who were fully armed around them were refilling. Once we build a Maginot Line.
It was a way which Colonel Lim Hyun-jun prepared to protect Pyongyang and Korea from monsters. It was a wise method.
The torii weakens the monster's power after injecting mana, and at the same time creates a protective area around itself. In such a protective field, resistance to the fear increases greatly. Even if some appropriate monsters appear, it will be a situation where we can use close to 100% of our firepower. Furthermore, it was not the only thing that Colonel Lim had prepared. I'll report, the dragon armor and the dragon bone lance made from the dragon, and the leather armor made from the eight-tailed fox, have arrived from the Mac workshop in Bucheon.
They have finally arrived. I'll check them right away.
Please tell the head of the Mac workshop, thank you for making them so fast, and I'll send you the results after checking the power of the prototype goods.
Yes. Colonel Lim planned to do everything he could on the final defense line in Pyongyang.
He was going to test the power of the powerful items that were now being created. He would not be satisfied with winning the battle and surviving, but he was going to grow and develop everything based on the battle.
I won't just bleed.
One of his men came up to him.
The soldier was wearing thicker clothes than the other soldiers, and although Pyongyang, which had entered December, was cold, it would be a little overdone in Pyongyang in December.
But it was not a strange outfit.
We are reporting on the search for the Rasan Special Economic Zone.
They were the ones who had returned after the end of the search for the Rasan Special Economic Zone, the northernmost in North Korea, which was located in front of the Tumun River. That was why his thick clothing was not strange.
Report. We have not found any surviving North Korean residents in the Rasan Special Economic Zone.
Colonel Lim was convinced after the soldiers' report.
It's over. The fact that there were no survivors of North Korea even at the northernmost point meant that there were no survivors of North Korean ancestry anymore. But we contacted a group of awakeners from Russia during the search. There were survivors, not North Koreans. Russia?
Yes, they expressed their intentions to cooperate in any way, and to be protected by the Republic of Korea.
In addition, one of them identified herself as a member of the Russian SSO unit. SSO?
Colonel Lim responded for the first time.
The SSO unit was worthy of that reaction. Yes.
A member of the Special Forces of the Russian Defense Ministry. The
The Special Forces of the Russian Defense Ministry. If someone was a soldier, he would have to respond to the unit like that. Once you disarm them, investigate thoroughly. Of course, Colonel Lim did not intend to believe what they were saying right away. Investigate thoroughly. You can push them to the limit. If you see anything strange, you can kill them right away on the spot. Colonel Lim didn't want to show them a favor of mercy and kindness. I'll take responsibility for everything. Yes. It was the surest way to protect his country in this world. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 127, Musical Chairs, Part 1. Chapter 127, Episode 127, Musical Chairs, Part 1. Chapter 45. Musical Chairs, Part 1. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 1. To 2-2. Key. The ear-splitting gunfire and screams from monsters shook the city area of Daedong County, South Pyongan Province. Shoot. The main characters of the gunfire were the soldiers who wanted to defend the final defense line built around Pyongyang. Kai. Key. The main characters of the scream were the giant wolf ants covered with shaggy hair. Fuck, we've met the ones we didn't want to see most. Wolf ants. The monsters who started to appear on the Korean peninsula recently were very scary and threatening ones. Captain, I think we've lost the draw. 1. Each individual was strong. The lower-class wolf ants with red eyes could not be killed with 1 or 2 bullets, and the strength of the yellow-eyed wolf ant leaders was the highest level of yellow-grade monsters. But the scariest thing was not the strength of such an individual, but the habit of the wolf ant race. The proportion of soldier wolf ants is high, and they must have come to build nests, not just search stations. The wolf ants had the habit of crushing everything in their territory and building their new own nests there. We have to stop them unconditionally. When the nest is built. Yes, the queen will come. And as soon as a nest was built, the queen wolf ant would move there, with hundreds and thousands of troops. We must stop the queen wolf ant from settling here. If they take over this place, Pyongyang will be very dangerous. The distance between Daedong County and Pyongyang City, where the battle was now being held, was less than 20 kilometers in a straight line, and in the middle of it was just a plain. If the queen wolf ant settles here, it might be an hour to Pyongyang. At the words of the soldiers, Captain Park Il-sung, who led the 9th Squad under the Armored Hunting Unit and was in charge of guarding Daedong County, gave a short sigh. What about support? We'll need a battalion force to deal with the wolf ants, and I expect it will take more time for backup. Then, we'll hold on until backup comes. Il-sung clenched his teeth tightly after sighing. I am sorry, but there's no retreat, but. If they were other monsters, he would have been willing to retreat, and join the backup forces and sweep away the monsters. But the wolf ants were different. As said before, the moment the wolf ants built a nest in Daedong County, the queen wolf ant would come here. Building the nest did not mean building a splendid palace, but the moment when the wolf ant recognized Daedong County as their home. That was why they couldn't retreat. Until the backup forces came, they had to convince the wolf ants that Daedong County was not their home. You don't have to be sorry, we'll be able to hold on until we get the backup. At the words of Captain Park Il-sung, the subordinate soldier replaced the answer with a determined smile instead of a desperate expression. Captain! A soldier rushed in, with a hail of gunfire sounding behind him. Support troops have arrived. Then he said something everyone wanted to hear. Of course, Captain Park turned his head back, but his turned face immediately stiffened, because there was no sign to be seen after he turned his head. What do you mean support? Where are the backup forces? At the words of the question of Captain Park, the soldier pointed to the north, the front which the wolf ants were advancing in a rush. There! What the hell is that nonsense? At that,
Captain Park turned his head to the battlefield again with a strange expression.
What?
And he could see that the wolf ants who had been running madly toward them turned their heads and ran backward.
Boom.
He also saw that the dead bodies of the wolf ants scattered all over by a huge explosion.
Could it be?
The most powerful support force in the world had arrived.
2. The landscape is always the same every time I meet you. Colonel Lim looked at the scene in front of him for a while.
The dead bodies of the powerful wolf ants were scattered all over. It was the scene which Kim had made.
Are you looking for the most dangerous place on purpose?
It was always like that. When Kim returned to Korea after finishing his work, he appeared in the most dangerous place and made it the safest place.
I don't want to waste time walking down the flower path.
It was not a coincidence, and it was intentional. Kim always focused his 5 senses when he returned to Korea, and he headed toward the place with the most gunshots and screams in the crowd.
Colonel Lim smiled lightly at Kim's appearance, not hiding his admiration.
That's great.
It was an admiration for the existence of Kim, who allowed a smile in a world full of monsters, and in a situation where everyone risked their lives to protect their country from monsters in the world.
Please report the situation. However, Kim was not happy with the admiration. Colonel Lim erased his smile and started reporting.
We are currently building a defense line around Pyongyang. The immediate threat is the Queen Wolf Ant and Wolf Ant Army in Kachon City, South Pyongyang Province.
The number of wolf ants now is about 1,200, a mixed number of lower wolf ants and soldier wolf ants.
I'll remove the Queen Wolf Ant tomorrow. I want you to organize a backup unit. Anything else special?
After discovering a group of Russian survivors in Rasan City, we're currently investigating them.
One of them has identified herself as an SSO operative.
SSO, the word changed Kim Tae-hoon's eyes. Colonel Lim immediately began a briefing on the reaction, as if he had expected such a reaction from Kim.
She is 29 years old, and her name is Maria Alexandrovich Solovajov. As she said.
She must have said that after working for KGB for 3 years and becoming a member of SSO, she was in Syria and Libyan civil war until the monsters appeared. But the briefing was over immediately.
Do you know her?
She is a daughter of Viktor Solovajov, deputy director of the FSB.
The daughter of the deputy director of the Russian Federal Security Agency?
She was originally a member of the Alpha Group, a counter-terrorism unit of the Federal Security Agency, and was recognized for her ability to intervene in the Syrian civil war. She made such a great contribution that the Syrian government officially obtained support from the Russian army.
Colonel Lim's expression began to harden at the story that was much more amazing than expected. I think there's an amazing story, so what's your relationship with her?
I saved her life 3 times at the request of our government. In this part, Colonel Lim shook his head. It was pointless for Kim to get his briefing if they were in such a relationship.
Then it's you'd better meet her than I do. She's in detention in Pyongyang now. I'll arrange the meeting now. Kim did not nod at the proposal. I'll kill the Queen Wolf Ant first. You don't have to hurry.
It's much more important to hunt the Queen Wolf Ant and reduce the damage to soldiers and hunters than to talk to a smuggler from Russian whose intentions are unknown.
I'll prepare for it right away. Colonel Lim did not try to persuade Kim.
What he had to do was not to stop Kim, but to provide full cooperation and support for what Kim wanted to do.
Captain Park Il-sung. Yes, Commander.
Colonel Lim called Captain Park, who was standing nearby as firm as a mannequin.
You'll lead the 9th Squadron to help kill the Master's Queen Wolf Ant. He ordered on the spot.
It was not really an order to those who had risked their lives to defend Daedong County until just a while ago, and those who had not even taken a proper rest yet. At the order, Captain Park shouted as hard as he could, since there was no safer order in the world, it's an honor.
3.
There was a room full of frustration, and a small light the only illumination. A woman was sitting in a chair. The tall woman's hair was very short, and yet she had a beautiful appearance that was not lacking for all her nearly 180 centimeters height. Maria Alexandrovich Solovejov was the name of the beautiful woman, who was still attractive even after a wound that passed through her nose. But those who knew her remembered her by a nickname, rather than a real name.
It's been a long time, writer.
Maria turned her head at the word writer from the man standing by the now open door.
She was surprised. Messiah?
The man who appeared was Kim Tae-hoon.
You call me Messiah?
Because I owe you 3 lives.
Rather, why on earth you here?
From this side, I want to ask you why, of all occasions, the person from Russia is you.
Maria answered Kim's question immediately.
I have only come this far since I ran away. It is such a world, isn't it? There was no problem with that remark.
Maria's expression was showing her feelings, as well.
There was nothing to find fault with.
Kim did not think she had any fault. If the opponent is another person, it will be no problem, but not you. The only problem was that the opponent was Maria. You always move to write a scenario.
Writer. Even in the Alpha Group, Russia's leading special forces, the nickname was not fit for a soldier who had been recognized for her ability. Nevertheless, it was because of her role that she had such a nickname. Before the advent of the monsters, the world powers longed for the pretext to exert overwhelming violence in an era where violence could no longer be exercised, and they tried to create a cause. Maria was a writer who wrote the necessary scenarios to make the cause. It was Maria who was able to intervene in the Syrian civil war. It was the Syrian civil war that showed the most promise. If she hadn't caught the weak spot by entrapping a CIA agent inversely who had been caught in the Syrian civil war, the US could not have just watched a blatant intervention of Russia for its ally, the Assad regime of Syria. It was Kim Tae-hoon who saved her and her unit when they were in danger of an ISIS attack after that had happened. And as she said, it was the 3rd time. He moved to rescue her whenever she was in a crisis while carrying out a very close scenario.
Don't play a clumsy trick.
Naturally, Kim knew what kind of scenario she wrote every time he went to save her.
I have no intention of playing with you, and there is no time.
With the words, Kim immediately took off his pack and started putting it on the desk. He down-put his bag first and then put 2 swords on the desk. As soon as he sat across from Maria, he grabbed the sword of the Imperator, which he put on the desk, and pulled it out.
Srung. The sword sounded eerie and revealed its hideous nudity.
The naked body of the sword was covered with blood that smelled rotten. The evidence showed that Kim was in the bloody battlefield just a little while ago.
Maria's eyes changed before the evidence.
Suitable for her nickname as a writer, she understood the meaning of Kim's actions.
Kim Tae-hoon will kill me without hesitation, the moment he judges me to be a threat.
Maria also knew Kim as much as the man in front of her knew her. That was why at this moment she was able to see the priority of what she had to do first. She did not play tricks on Kim.
The first thing is to prove that I am not a threat. Do you know the current situation of our country? I asked the questions. Kim also had no intention of letting Maria off because he knew her.
He had a slight acquaintance with her. Never have they been together in the concept of co-workers.
There is a possibility of contact with the 6 snakes.
Above all, it was more likely that she came here because of the 6 snakes.
If I find any problems with her, I will kill her.
If she showed any signs of working as an agent of the 6th snake, Kim would kill her with a single stroke, and he showed it without hiding it a bit. That was why he took a sword and wiped the blood of the queen wolf ant on the sword.
It was a blatant threat. Maria, sensing the meaning of the threat, did not play any tricks. Russia has become a zombie overflowing world with the advent of Chernobog.
She only talked about the truth that she knew.
Tell me about Chernobog. I don't know its identity.
There is only a vague clue about a monster with a wolf figure, but no one knows exactly what skin color of the wolf or what size is.
No witnesses survive seeing it that close. Instead, I'm just sure it has purple eyes. Abilities? The places where Chernobog has passed are full of zombies. The dead rise and use violence. I'd be glad if it was just people, but it's crazy and includes monsters. Is it a virus? Fortunately, it's not contagious. Being bitten by a zombie doesn't make people a zombie. Of course, it's not certain. What is the Russian government's response to them? Nuclear weapons. At that moment, Kim stopped wiping the sword and raised his hand. The conversation went off without a hitch. Soon afterward, he tapped into space with his hands as if he were knocking on the air. Tap tap tap. The door in the distance knocked on its own. Immediately a man opened the door and came in. The man had a kettle of boiling water, a coffee dripper, and a tray of crushed coffee beans. Maria sighed briefly at the sight. Drinking coffee instead of polishing a sword, she didn't have to explain which was less threatening. Kim used his telekinesis to move a coffee draper and a kettle in front of Maria. He continued his talk after lowering his coffee, using his telekinesis. In winter, zombies freeze and cannot move, and it's the only time a nuclear operation can perform. But if it had been simply because of that, Maria, you wouldn't have come to the Korean peninsula. You are opposed to the plan. Maria nodded at the remark. That's right. I'm against using nuclear weapons. Of course, this is not because I am an opponent of nuclear weapons. All I'm worried about is, it's a case where they can't get rid of Chernobog with the nuclear weapons. That's right. What you need is some forces to support the opposition. Finally, Kim stopped talking and immediately picked up a cup of coffee. Then he drank coffee. The hour of silence had begun. After the silence, Kim said, "I'll help you." Maria did not cheer in his reply. What do you want? She knew that Kim's answer was never an answer from justice and charity. And as she thought, Kim wasn't helping her for charity and the right value. Everything. All? The cost of helping is all the resources and supplies Russia has. At the words, Maria revealed her feelings for the first time. She shouted with a surprised look, "What's that nonsense? It can't be possible, right? Does it mean we should actually be a colony?" Kim responded calmly to her reaction, "Ask Japan whether it is possible or not, of course, if I have a chance." Kim Tae-hoon drank his coffee and closed his eyes. Maria clenched her teeth at the sight and racked her brain. Kim Tae-hoon is a cool-headed man. He is not talking nonsense. He knows his ability better than anyone else. She imagined why Kim said this, and she made a story out of her imagination. He really wants everything, so he asked for it all. And he thinks he is worth asking for all of it. In the end, she was able to come up with the most obvious way to sort out countless stories in her mind. I want to know your ability. That way, I can decide whether to bet or not. At the words, Kim once again knocked into the air. Tap tap tap. There was a knock again, and the man who brought some coffee came back. Kim said to the man, swallowing his coffee, "Deliver my order to Colonel Lim, get ready to climb into Baekdu." And Kim, who had his coffee again, thought, 6 snakes, I'll take the place you fled to. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 128 Musical Chairs, Part 2. Chapter 128, Episode 128, Musical Chairs, Part 2. Chapter 45. Musical Chairs, Part 2. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 4. Sejong Center Chamber Hall. It used to be a performance hall representing Korea. However, it faded after the establishment of the Seoul Arts Center. This place, without showing its past reputation and presence, was finally crowded with people after a long time.
In many ways, it was a strange thing. It was strange that people gathered at a performance hall like the Center Chamber Hall in an era when the monsters still dominated the world, and it was also strange that the faces of the gathering were various. It was also strange that the languages spoken by the gathered people were varied. If anyone who does not know sees this, they would think you are hosting a UN conference. Of course, the strangest thing among them was Jang Sung-hoon, who had appeared in a tuxedo. His tuxedo was not lacking, he wore a fedora, and he appeared with a cane that seemed to be useless, attracting everyone's attention. There was no shame in the appearance of Jang Sung-hoon, who responded with a bright smile to such gazes.
Hey, you should have worn like that?
In the end, the shame fell on those who came with Jang Sung-hoon. Cho Sung-yeon and On Sunmi, both of them were digesting the shame of Jang Sung-hoon instead. No, I think it's polite to dress up for the invitation of the ambassadors to Korea, but you're rather weird.
Didn't you both get tuxedos and dresses?
I'm pissed off that it's not a serious talk.
It's a serious talk. Let's not talk, let's not.
On Sunmi closed her mouth at the end of the words, and Cho Sung-yeon said carefully between them.
More than that, brother, can you tell me why you've assembled this meeting?
In the mind of Cho Sung-yeon asking the question, the memories of the last 2 days ago came to mind. 2 days ago, Cho was doing support activity for survivors. It was a task to find survivors who they might not know, to rescue those who had suffered from the monster damage, to collect children who had lost their parents, and to create a database so that parents who had lost their children could see their personal information. It was a task that someone had to do, but nobody was doing, so Cho was willing to spend his days doing it. But 2 days ago, Jang suddenly sent a letter to him, "I am going to gather all the ambassadors to Korea and talk." It was a letter stating that Jang would gather the surviving ambassadors to Korea at Sejong Center Chamber Hall and talk.
It was a letter asking them to attend, and when.
There was nothing strange about it. Now, for the Republic of Korea, which had begun to function as a nation once again, it was necessary to go beyond internal stability and strengthen diplomatic interests. For diplomatic interests, the role of the ambassadors to Korea was very important, and was something that even anyone who had no deep knowledge of diplomacy knew.
What is he going to tell them? The problem was that it was not exactly stated what he was talking about.
It was a place to invite all the ambassadors to Korea. It was not for one or two, but a place to gather a large number of them, and it was also a place where various races, nationalities, and cultures would meet. It was very inefficient to go beyond politeness to just talk without a more definite proposition. Nevertheless, until this moment, Jang did not tell anyone what the topic of the meeting would be here today. At this point, it was no wonder Cho was not curious about what Jang would talk about, and he was worried. "It's nothing, I'm going to negotiate with the ambassadors to Korea today." At this moment, Jang told them why he gathered people here today.
Negotiations?
Now, there are just a handful of countries around the world that are functioning as nations. Its function is not a matter, but in most countries, their survivors are dying right now.
Of course, they will need help. That's a natural story, isn't it?
It is no wonder that the ambassadors to Korea should work hard to negotiate with Korea, which can help their country at this moment. At that moment, Cho Sung-yeon's eyes changed.
On Sunmi also opened her mouth as if she understood the situation, and asked, "So, what are you going to ask for in negotiations?"
Ah! When she asked her question, Jang made short exclamations of admiration, as if he had something in mind.
"I'll correct my words." "What are you correcting?" "I think I used the wrong expression. It's not a negotiation."
Cho Sung-yeon and On Sunmi looked at Jang Sung-hoon, their eyes narrowed.
Jang smiled and said to the two, "I am going to threaten them."
5. It was like a medieval armory, where classical weapons, such as well-sharpened swords and armor, were breathing while waiting for the time of the battle. There were two notable ones among the weapons. A vest made of a dragon's dark red scales, and a leather coat made of the hide of a fox with white hair. Equals sad face the leather of a dragon. Resistance to fear increases significantly. The rate of recovery of all abilities increases very significantly.
Proficiency in all abilities is greatly increased. Injecting energy or mana produces a draconic aura with strong defensive ability. Equals sad-face the leather of an 8-tailed fox. Resistance to fear increases significantly. It has a strong tolerance for telekinesis attacks. It has a strong resistance to fire and cold. Injecting telekinesis will make the body lighter. They were the items made from the leather of the dragon and the 8-tailed fox. They are prototype items. The chief of the Mac workshop, Park Gapsu, made them in haste, and although the outer image is not the best, the effect is perfect. Kim, who had checked the items with black eyes, did not turn his head in the direction of the voice. Instead, he asked a question. Are these the only prototype items? No, I've left them for display. The answer came right away, and as soon as Kim heard it, he pulled the vest made of dragon leather with both his hands. Chick! The vest tore promptly. Colonel Lim, seeing this, stood there with a blank expression on his face. It was around that time that Kim turned his head to him. The scene is weak. Please tell them we need an improvement. I'll deliver it. So, what brings you here? An Okjo arrived from Seoul. It said that the 19 countries are going to visit. Kim did not show any special response at the word. I honestly still don't understand. It was Colonel Lim who spoke the word himself. Why are you forcing the ambassadors to Korea to watch the hunt for the blue Qilin? The blue Qilin. It was a dark blue-grade monster currently located at the Heaven Lake of Mtbaekdu. It had the body of a deer, the tail of a cow, the hooves, and the mane. It had 2 buckhorns on a dragon's head mounted on the bizarre body, and it was walking on the Heaven Lake of Baekdu Mountain, considering itself as a celestial being on the divine mountain. Of course, the words "a celestial being" were applied when it was not threatened. When it was threatened, it became a scary monster vomiting lightning with its 2 horns, killing everything indiscriminately. Naturally, it was strong. It was not as strong as a dragon, but it was as good as an 8-tailed fox. It was just a walking disaster. It hadn't mattered so far. For the peace of the Korean peninsula, it had to be killed. If Kim Tae-hoon, who had killed the dragon, took the lead, the chance to kill it would be higher than ever. The problem was that the ambassadors to Korea were visiting the scene to hunt such Qilin, by force. They can make a decision by looking at the level of ability we have. That's the reason. What decision? Whether they choose the 6 snakes or us? Kim Tae-hoon knew war very well. War is not just about exchanging blows. If they win, they plunder, but if they lose, they are plundered. That is what war is about. If they hit and wait for the opponent to recover, and if they overlook things when the opponent declares surrender, if the referee intervenes when a problem arises, it is not a war, but a game. This time was the same, too. Kim Tae-hoon hit the 6 snakes. So, what should he do next? He should take everything away from them. All that the 6 snakes occupied should now be occupied by Kim Tae-hoon and the Mac Guild in Korea. Are you going to do the same thing as the 6 snakes did? If I save a country that is about to be destroyed by monsters, I naturally would get the corresponding price. From now on, he was going to make them a subject country in exchange for killing the monsters of each country and supporting them. It's not a righteous thing. Of course, it was not a just thing. Colonel, do you see me as an apostle of justice? Kim Tae-hoon had no intention of becoming an apostle of justice. If he was beaten, he would be punished more than that, and he would demand the right price for whatever he did. He had done it in the past, and he was doing it now. That was why many people believed and followed Kim Tae-hoon. Kim Tae-hoon had not claimed to be a hero, and he had placed more importance on the lives of his colleagues and subordinates than on saving the world. Furthermore, until now, he had always paid back those who had hit himself and his surroundings. Was there a more reliable leader than this in the current era? No way.
Therefore, Colonel Lim no longer questioned forcing the ambassadors to Korea to attend the Chilean hunting. As always, he would do his best to help Kim Tae-hoon.
When are you going to move?
I'll finish it before the new year.
I'll have to move tomorrow. 6.
This is ridiculous.
Pyongyang.
It had been a long time since visitors came to the city, now part of the Republic of Korea. The visitors were ambassadors to Korea, and of course, their nationalities and races were diverse. But it was not difficult to find a sense of unity among them. Watching monster hunting, everyone had stiff faces and turned white.
We might die if you make a mistake. We would be lucky if just one person died. If we are annihilated, there's nothing wrong with it. A dark blue monster hunt.
Of course, having lost their own countries due to the emergence of monsters, making them watch them hunt the dark blue monster, the blue Chilean, was not much different from making them do bungee jumping that did not guarantee safety. The atmosphere of Pyongyang, where the ambassadors to Korea arrived, was also clearly telling. The tanks ready to fire with guns at any time, the soldiers around and the hunters of the Mac Guild were telling them that this was still a battlefield where a fierce fight was taking place.
Damn it.
This is the worst. I thought I'd barely survived.
I can't hold on to this year. Their expressions disappeared as soon as they entered the armored car which was prepared.
There were a few of those who kept their minds in the armored car running on the Pyongyang-Hecheon highway, where the bodies of monsters that had not yet been processed were still scattered. Most of them were practiced enough not to express their emotions on their faces.
What is your intention? Some were different, of course.
Kate did. She attended as one of the representatives of the U.S. ambassadors to Korea during the visit to the Blue Chilean hunting, and she visited the person in charge of this work while the armored car stood for a while to deal with the monster bodies that were scattered on the roadside.
I'm not great at English, so can you speak slowly?
The director was Jang Sung-hoon.
What are your intentions?
At the question of Jang Sung-hoon, Kate spoke the words clearly one by one in Korean, not English. Jang shrugged at her words.
It's exactly what I said at that time.
Check our abilities with your own eyes, and then sign the negotiation contract if you need our strength.
Sejong Center Chamber Hall.
Jang Sung-hoon said something similar to what he had said to the ambassador to Korea there. Check the power of the Republic of Korea and the Mac Guild directly, and negotiate if you need that power. Of course, if it was over, the ambassadors of Korea would not have been at the hunting of the Blue Chilean, with pale faces.
If you don't attend, I'll banish you, that's a threat, said Kate.
Those who would not cooperate in this process should return to your home country. The words added by Jang Sung-hoon were the decisive reason for bringing the ambassadors to Korea here. In this situation, returning home was virtually not different from going back to hell. At the words of Kate, Jang Sung-hoon shrugged. The situation in Korea is not good enough to take care of people who do not cooperate.
It is not a threat.
That's ridiculous. Kate turned on her eyes with fire at Jang Sung-hoon's appearance. Jang Sung-hoon extended his palms for her, saying, "Whoa, whoa, whoa," he began to explain.
Miss Kate, it's nothing.
It's like Jurassic Park, not a monster hunt, but you just have to watch it and make a decision.
It's a decision about the fate of a country, and it's no wonder you're ready for it. Jurassic Park?
Jurassic Park, directed by Steven Spielberg.
Don't you know that amazing movie?
With the words, Jang Sung-hoon bent his fingers and took a gesture that reminded her of Tyrannosaurus.
Kate spoke to him with a cold, sinking look. You don't know what the movie is about?
Jurassic Park by Steven Spielberg. It was a film about the story that takes place in the theme park where the dinosaurs are reborn through genetic manipulation and released.
I completely know it. I've seen it 100 times.
In addition, the characters of the movie survive against the dinosaurs in the troubled Jurassic Park. If this situation was Jurassic Park, there would be 100% chance for the monsters to appear at this moment. And that word came true so quickly. Kate turned her head reflexively to the left.
Qua!
At the moment she turned her head, there was a fierce shriek.
Ugh! M.O., monster!
The ambassadors to Korea who were taking a break responded with voices that seemed to be soul-stricken by the monster's shout. But there was no fear effect on them, because the special armored car with relics installed inside had the ability to block the fear.
Save me! God damn it, damn it, damn it! Oh, God save us! It was, of course, a nightmare for the ambassadors to Korea. They would normally have been dozing off when they were exposed to the fear, but now they had to face fear in real time without falling unconscious. On the other hand, Jang Sung-hoon smiled in the direction of the monsters screaming. I like the relics, too, it lets me see the monsters, even if I'm a public figure. Kate did not answer Jang Sung-hoon's words. Instead, she took the Gandil sword she had brought with her. In the meantime, she was not the daughter of the U.S. ambassador to Korea, but a hunter who did not run away when a monster appeared, but protected people from monsters and spent busy days hunting monsters in Korea. That fact was not going to change now. Kate looked straight ahead. I'll go out and kill it, if necessary. She focused on the giant monster running madly toward them now, an ogre with yellow eyes. On the other hand, Jang Sung-hoon looked at the sky, not the ogre. He found something in the sky, turned his back to the ogre, and looked at the crowd. I'll introduce him to you. Thump!
At that moment, lightning from the sky cut the body of the ogre in half instantly.
What? Everyone opened their eyes at the sight. They were captivated by the unbelievable sight.
Jang Sung-hoon bowed and introduced, this is our master, Kim Tae-hoon. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.